Hello everyone and welcome to this session on Salesforce by Intellipaat. Salesforce has been the leader in the Gartner CRM Customer Engagement Center Quadrant multiple times. With an ever-growing demand in the CRM sector, Salesforce holds the largest share with other industry giants like Microsoft and Oracle. According to a report by IDC, there were approximately 3.3 million jobs in the Salesforce ecosystem by 2022, which are expected to grow manifolds in the coming decade. An entry-level Salesforce developer can earn $95,000 US, which can go up to $120,000 US based on skills and experience. In India, the average salary of a Salesforce professional can range anywhere from 8 LPA to 15 LPA and grows exponentially based on the knowledge and skill set of a professional. So if you want to build a career in the Salesforce domain and become a Salesforce expert, then this is the right time for you. In this extensive session, you will get to learn the ins and outs of working in the Salesforce CRM. We will take you through a series of quizzes, which by the way you must answer in the comment section to enhance your learning experience. Along with these interactive quizzes, you will also get to learn through a series of hands-on and case-based studies. Now let us jump on to the agenda of this session, but before we get started, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon so that we can make much more information content for you. First, introduction to Salesforce. Then we talk about Salesforce Object Manager. Then we talk about Salesforce Lightning. Then Salesforce Classic, CRM, Customer Relationship Management. Then we look into implementation, onboarding services. Then we look at the overview of sales application. Then we talk about sales qualified lead. Then standard objects and custom objects. Then we talk about objects provided by Salesforce. Then we look into standard field versus custom field. Then Lookup Relationship, MD Relationship, Fields and Relationship, and finally Salesforce Admin Interview Questions and Answers.
Cloud computing technologies has exploded in popularity in recent years. Salesforce is one such technology that has had a significant impact on the computer world. Let us see how it all began. Customer Relationship Management (CRM) solutions used to be housed on a company's own server before Salesforce. Can you imagine how much money and effort it required for business to develop their own CRM systems? It used to take months, if not years, to set up, and the cost might easily reach millions of dollars. They were difficult to use even when they were set up. What is a reasonable answer to this problem? I'm sure you guessed it right. Creating affordable CRM software and delivering it as a service totally online. Salesforce has founded on this principle. Salesforce began as a software as a service company and has since evolved to become the world's fifth largest software company. So let's see, what is Salesforce? Salesforce is a cloud-based software as a service provider, which means it maintains an online application that customers can use. It is based on a subscription-based pay-as-you-go business model. Now let's check, how does Salesforce work? Customer 360 is the world's number one CRM enabling digital processes for the new way of working by simplifying communications and information exchange between customers, teams, and partners. It provides tools that brings all teams together around a single shared view of client data on an integrated platform, including marketing, sales, commerce, service, and IT. How? Companies can fix customer issues faster because they have a holistic perspective of each consumer. It also reduces communication redundancy and enables highly tailored interactions. Now let's check what are the different certifications for Salesforce. There are various certifications for getting certified in Salesforce, like Salesforce Administrator, Salesforce App Builder, Salesforce Developer, Salesforce Platform Developer. So let's check what are the different benefits of Salesforce. Number 1, Salesforce allows you to go from idea to app in the shortest amount of time. Salesforce customers generally say that it's unique for 3 major reasons: fast, easy, and effective. Because Salesforce is hosted in the cloud, your staff may access it from any computer with an internet connection. Salesforce is also cost effective, especially when you consider its extensive feature set. Salesforce is suitable for both startups and small businesses. Now let's see the salary prospects of a Salesforce professional in India. An entry-level Salesforce developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to make an average total salary of Rs 3 lakh per annum, while an experienced Salesforce developer with 10 to 19 years of experience gets an average total salary of 14 lakh per annum. In the US, an entry-level Salesforce developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to make an average total compensation of $65,000, while an experienced Salesforce developer with around 10 to 19 years of experience gets an average total salary of $116,000.
Today's agenda is I will guide you through your Salesforce Admin and App Builder course. First, go into your Salesforce organization platform. Now, go into the Object Manager. And here we need to create 4 custom object. So, click on Create and Custom Object. Now, provide the label here. And the first one is course. And plural label is here courses. Now the rest of the thing you have to allow these optional features, and don't forget to make a tab of this custom object. So choose here the tab styling and click on next. Then it will ask you for profile level security, and then in which app you want to see this. So you can select here whatever the app you have selected. So as of now, I am selecting it for all of the apps. So let's click on save. Now again click on the object manager and look what is the second object here, that is subject. So click on create, then custom object, and the label is subject. Plural label will be subjects, and then we have to allow all the optional features, and also we are going to make a tab of this object. Now choose any tab styling and click here next. And the next object is course lead. And plural name will be course lead. Now click on save here.
Now let's take a look at the quiz, and the first question right here is, which of the following is not feasible for a client to do when the association's default setting is read write to a protest? And the options are change possession, erase records, first and second, and lastly, alter points of interest on records. You can comment your answers in the comment section below.
And the last object is technology. So again, click on the object manager, then create a custom object, give the label as technology. Plural label will be technologies. And here you can take the default name as technology name. And now you can allow these features so that you can use this object in your reports and activities. Now click on save and then repeat the same steps to save this custom object. So in this way, you can create your 4 of custom objects, which is named as course, subjects, course leads, and technology. Now, in which app you want to see these objects? So for that, you can create an app for this. So now we'll create an app for our custom objects. So in the quick find box, you can search for the app manager. And now you can click on this new Lightning app. And here you need to provide a name for your app. So you can give a name like Capstone Project 1 and give the developer name. And you can also provide the description here so that it will be visible while you open the app.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce Online Training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
So I am writing here the object's name which we will include in this app. So this app consists of 4 objects and your technology. Now, if you want, you can also upload one image for your app, or you can say this is a profile for your app. So you can just simply click on upload and directly download one image for from the browser, and by default it will come like this in the characters. Like I have given the name here Capstone Project 1, so it will take the logo of the app as CP. And under here you can see this is a preview of your app. So this is how it will look like with the description. Now click on next and again click on next here. So leave it default, the utility bar alignment. And now this is the main step, that is navigation items. So from here you can select those objects which you want to see in this app. So you can select here your custom objects which we have created, like this courses, and click on add. So you can see in this selected items, the courses object is selected. Again, click on the course leads and add. Now search for the technology and subject. So here is your subject, add it, and then we have technologies. So these are the objects which you want to see in this Lightning app. After this, you can click on next. And now what are the available profiles who can access this app? So here the most important profile is the system administrator. So first provide the or the access to the system administrator, because if system administrator don't have the permission of this profile, so he cannot use this Lightning app. And now you can select all the profiles at one time and you can click on add. So in this way, all these profiles can use this Lightning app. So just scroll again and select all these. Okay. So after this, it is done, all the available profiles, and click on save and finish. So in this way, your new Lightning app is created here. So this is written as Capstone Project 1. And if you want to see this app, so you can go to your setup and now click on the app launcher, because only in your app launcher you will be able to see the app. Now, alongside with all these apps like sales, digital experiences, so you can see this Capstone Project 1, this app is created. And now let's open this app. And here you can see all of the 4 objects which we have added in this app. And I can't see any other object because I haven't added it. So now let's click on courses. So click on a new course. So as of now, we have only the default fields which are automatically created while creating this object. So we have to perform the next step and create some fields into this custom object. So let's go to the LMS and read the next question, that is field creation. And here your task is to create fields related to all the objects created in the first part of the task. And first, for the course object, we have to create the course name, number of modules, course duration, rating, active, instructor name, type of course, priority, then start date, end date, and like this. So first we have to go into the object manager and search for the course object and open this course and go into the fields and relationships, and the course name is already created here while creating the object. So click on the new, and now we'll select here the data type as text and click on next and give the label of the first field, that is your number of modules. So you can select here length. Let's say it is 10. Now click on next, provide the field level security and save. So course name and number of modules. Now we have course duration. So again, go to the fields and relationship, select new, and for your course duration, select the data type as text. Now click on next, type here course duration and provide the length, that is 10. And the next field in this object we have is rating. So click on new, and for the rating we have to select the data type as pick list because we have multiple options for the rating field. Now you have to click on this, enter values with each value separated by a new line, and you can give the values for the rating as hot, warm, and cold. Now, after giving the values, you can save this custom field. And next we have is active. So click on new. And for the active, we have to take the data type as checkbox. And by default, first its value will be unchecked, and after you can make it active. And the next field we have is instructor name, and name is a text type. So from the data type, we'll select the text, give the label as instructor name, and provide the length of the name here. So let's say we are taking the 20. Now after the instructor name, we have this type of course. So here type of course means we are asking for the different values, which means it will also be a pick list. Give that here type of course, and you can give the values here. Some of your technologies like Salesforce, then we have Python, Java, and some of other technologies. So you can fill whatever the values you want. And now click on save. After the type of course, we have next is priority. So priority is again a pick list type, and enter values with each value separated by a new line. And you can give the value for your priority is high, medium, and low. Now provide the profile level security here and click on save. Now the next we have is start date. So click here new, and as it is asking for a date, so the data type will be date, and you can click on here start date, give the field name and click on next, and again next, and save. So in the same way, you can create the end date, and it will also take the data type as date. And for your subject, you can take the subject name as text and number of modules instructor name. This will be same. Now we will create the fields into the course lead object. So first again go into the object manager and search for the course lead and then fields and relationships. Then click on new. So now you can take the first name, last name. So name will be your text. So take the data type as text. Now select here first name and the length of name can be 25. Again click on next and save. So the next we have is last name. So you can take it as text. Now take the phone. We have to create the field. So click on new and this time we will take the data type as phone. Now click on next. Give the label, provide the field level security and save. Now the next we have is email. So click on new and take the data type as email. So in this way, you will get to know the functioning of all of your data types while creating the fields. Now after the email, we have is category. And for the category, we will take the data type as pick list and click on next. Select here category and enter the values. So category for course lead can be IT and non-IT, and you can give values according to your choice. Now click on next here and save. So next up we have is rating and course lead amount. So click on new here and rating is pick list. Click on rating here and provide the values hot, warm and cold for the rating field. And currency is by default created. So as you can see here, so you don't need to create it once more. And the last up we have is course lead amount. And as it is a amount type field, so the data type will be currency. And click on next here. And now you can give the course lead amount label, give the field name and click on next. Now you can save this field. So in this way, you can create your other fields. These like name, type, category, rating, and active will be checkbox, and instructor name will be text, and like same other. So now the next up we have is add validation rules for verifying the data and add validation rule for every field to verify that the fields are not empty for the objects. So what are your validation rule? As I have also taught you to. So validation rules are like whenever you fill some form in your Google or in whatever place, so there are some restrictions that are applied on a particular field which restrict you by entering the wrong data. So you can apply some validation rules for that. So here we have to apply the validation rule. What type of? That the field should never be empty. So I will show you one example. So as of now, I am in my course lead object, and in the left hand side, when you will scroll down, you will find this option validation rules, and you can click on new to create a new validation rule. Now you have to give the name of your validation rule. So you can write as rule for course lead, and now you can insert the field on which you want to apply the validation rule. So as now we are in the course lead object, so you can select any field from here. So let's say I'm taking here the first name and I want this field to be mandatory. So click on insert here. So before inserting the field, we have to insert one function from this functions window. So you can scroll down and search for one function that is your is blank. Now click on insert selected function, and instead of this expression, first you have to remove this, and now you have to insert the field that is your first name, and now click on insert. So in this way, this function works like is blank, which means if the first name field is blank and if this condition is true, so it will give you the error message, and you can give the error message as this field cannot be empty. So there should always be a value in this field, and you can also select the location of the error message. So it can be on the top of the page or on the field itself. So you can select here the field and on which field. So we have taken here the field as first name. So select here first name. So now this error message will be shown into this field only. So click on the check syntax, and as there are no errors found, so you can save it. So we have applied one validation rule for the first name field in the course lead object. So let me type some values in my course lead object. So search for the app which you have created. So this is my app. So first refresh this page, and now click here on the course lead, this drop down menu, and click on new course lead so that we can enter some values in this object. So here we have all the fields which we have created, the course lead name and the first name, and then phone, email, category, rating, course lead amount. And now you can give the course lead name is, let's say I'm taking it as lead only, and the first name is this. So now let me try to save it. So first I'll try to save it without the first name. So see if it gives me error. So under this field, I am getting the error message that this field cannot be empty, and you will get this error notification that we hit a snag. So this is your validation process, and it's how work like. Now give the first name and try to save this field. So now your record is get saved. So for your all other fields, you can apply the same validation rule, and you can use some other functions. So if your data type is pick list type of a value, so you can select from the function. There we have this is pickval function, and then you can insert the selected function. So here it takes the two values, two parameters you can say, and now instead of this pick list field, we will insert the field that is the data type is the pick list type. So we know the rating is a pick list type. So we will insert this field, and now we will leave this text literal as empty with a single quoted commas. Now you can give the error message that rating cannot be empty, and you can choose the error location. So select it on the rating field itself, and we have to check the syntax. So you also need to provide a rule name. So rule name can be rule for rating in course lead. So as you can see, there are no errors found, which means you can save it. And after saving it, you can make this validation rule as active by clicking on this checkbox. So in this way, you can apply validation rule on all of these fields by just using these two functions. And if your field type is text or some other, then you can use the function is blank. And if your field type is a pick list, then you can use the function is pickwell. Okay, now the next question we have is add validation. Sorry, this is done. Set workflow rules for all the custom objects created. So now we have to make some workflow rules, and the workflow rules should be created in such a way that it should update the data after the following criteria is met. So what is the criteria here? So if the priority of course is high, then update the course name to high priority plus course name. So where is my validation rule? I think it's here. Yeah. So I'm again clicking on edit. So now I'm deleting this once again. And from the functions, I will select this function is pickwell. Now click on insert selected function. So you will see here, this is pickwell coming here as a keyword. And then in the bracket, we have these two parameters. So if you have done programming, like anywhere in your life, like Python and Java, C, C++ maybe. So you must have seen, like if we use any if function in the programming, so there we take some parameters. Okay. And when we create user defined functions or something, so this is same like that. So it takes your two parameters. One is picklist field and one is text literal. So here picklist field means which is the field that is a picklist type. And so instead of this, you can just remove this value like picklist field. And now you can see my cursor is here before this comma, which means on the first parameter. So you can click on this insert field and you can add that field which data type is picklist. So you can select here rating because rating has a picklist type data. So now click on insert. So in this way, my rating field is inserted here. Now, instead of this text literal, you just simply have to remove this and insert here two empty single quotes, so that whenever your any value is empty in the rating field, it will give you one error message that this rating field cannot be empty. Now click on the check syntax. So you can see no errors found. One more thing, as there are many functions and many things in this validation rules, so you can practice them on your side. And you can see Salesforce is also providing us some functions, some features to practice these or to get the help. So you can see this link, help on this function. So just click on this link and they will give you all the information about these functions and how you can use them. So for your practice purpose, it is very good. So you can just click on this go home and you can search for all the functions. And there is one more platform which I know, for maybe you must have heard of it. Anyone have ever heard about Trailhead or Trailblazer community? So that platform is very helpful for your practice purpose. Offered by Salesforce. Yes, it is Salesforce help with all the details and hands-on. And we have hands-on on every topic available. Yeah, basically there you have many MCQ questions on your basics, and you can create some playgrounds. So when you update any level, so there are many levels. So one by one, when you go to the upper levels, you will earn some badges. And after just performing some task and giving the right answer for the MCQs, you can show those badges into your resume. So this will help you in your Salesforce journey. And what is Praveen saying? Can we apply one validation rule on multiple field? You cannot apply one validation rule on multiple field, but you can create multiple validation rule for each and every field. And yeah, I was talking about the Trailblazer community. So there are many MCQ questions, and there you can create the playgrounds. So playground is what? It is same exactly like your Salesforce platform, where you can practice and you can perform some basic tasks like object creation, your workflow creation, process builder creation, and flow builder creation. And it will not give you marks until and unless you have performed each and every step according to the question, and it should be correct. So there you can do your practice. So I will suggest you guys to use that community or to go into that platform and practice for your Salesforce. Now, after we are done with the validation rules, so we have to apply the workflow rules here. And now we have workflow rule. And the first one is if the priority of course, and here course means the object which we have created. And this priority is the field name in this course object which we have created, and this high is the value that we have created in the priority because it was a pick list. So it is saying if the object, that is course, and in the field priority is high, then update the course name to high priority plus course name. So in the course we have also created one field, that is course name. And if this condition is true, so we have to update the course name while saving the record. It should be C like high priority plus course name. And how you can do this? You can do this with the help of workflow rule. So let me go into the setup, and here into the quick find box, search for workflow rules. So under the process automation, you can see these workflow rule. So first, what do you mean by the process automation, and what are the 3 process automation tasks or the features which we have in the Salesforce? And in the same while, I'll create a workflow rule. So as your name suggesting, process automation means we are automating some process, and we don't need to do it manually whenever some rule criteria is matching its condition. So as you can see, this criteria that cause the workflow rule to run. So basically whenever any criteria is matched, the workflow rules automatically run, and we have to use the workflow rule for automating some processes. And we have 3 types of automatic procession, like your processes. We have your workflow rules, and then we have process builder, and then we have flow builder. So there are some differences between these 3, which I will tell you later. But now click on this continue to create a new workflow rule, and click here new rule. And it will give you these 2 options, that try it in flow builder, or see, flow builder is a future of low code automation, and you can use it to create most of the automation found in workflow rules and start using flows today. So continue with workflow rules and create in flow builder. Why we are getting these 2 options? Because nowadays these workflow rules and the process builder are getting they are getting they are not so using these much days because they are outdated And as it is saying, the future of the low code automation is flow builder. So Salesforce is only focusing on the flow builder, and in the future they are just updating the features in the flow builder, and they are not doing anything in the workflow. But still, why we are using it? Because there are some additional features which we can perform only with the help of workflow rules. So let's create here, continue with workflow rules. Because as per the question, we have to do this task with the help of workflow rule only. And now we have to first select the object. And here my object will be course, because on the course object, I want to apply this workflow rule. Now click on next, and you can give the rule name. So your workflow rule can be rule for course. Now you can choose evaluate the rule when a record is created and anytime. Now the rule criteria will run if all the criterias are met. And here all the criterias we will give in this rule criteria, and the field will be course priority. I guess it was, let me see the question again. Yeah, if the priority of the course is high, then we have to update some field. So this is my course priority field, and operator will be equals, and value, you can click on this search icon. So it will take you to the all the values which you have created. So I'll select the high and click here insert selected. So now you can see whenever my course priority equals high, so one action will be performed which I will create after this rule criteria. So click on save and next. So as of now, we are just done with the rule criteria. And what is the action which we have to perform? We have to update the field. So here we have this add workflow action option, and click on this drop down menu. Here you will see what are the tasks or the actions which you can perform with the workflow rules. So basically there are 4 types of actions. We can assign a new task. We can send the email alert to the user. We can update any field, and we can send outbound message with the help of workflow rule. But now we have to update the field. So select this new field update. And now we have to give a name to this action. So give the name as field update, and which field we need to update, that we have to select here. So according to the question, we have to change the course name field. So when you will select this course name field, it will give you one more option, that specify new field value. So we have to change this field. So what will be the new value? So you can click on this radio button, that is use the formula to set the new value, so that we can show a formula screen. Now click on this show formula editor. And in this formula editor, you can type your insert field. And so you can see here in the action what we have to do. When the rule criteria will be met, that is if the priority of the course is high, then we need to update the course name to what? To high priority plus course name. So first we will insert the field, that is our course name. So select here course name and click on insert. Now insert one operator, that is add. And here we have to give the string value, that is high priority. So you can give it as high priority. So you can directly type it. So it will give me one error after I'll click on check syntax, because we have to type here quotes. So you have to always type your string value in the quotes. And now again click on check syntax. So there are no syntax errors. So you can see your course name with the string value will get printed after your field is getting updated. So you can click on save. And in this way, you can create a workflow rule. And we have one more type of action, that is add time trigger action. So we have basically two types of actions in the workflow rule. One is your normal action and one is time trigger action. So when you want to perform the action immediately after the rule is matched or the criteria is matched, so that time we use this normal action. And when we want to perform any action after a certain period of time, at that time we use this add time trigger. Okay, so now let me read the next question. And that is, if the course lead amount is greater than $1,000, then give update the name field to top priority customer plus name. So earlier we have done it on the course object. Now we have to do it on the course lead object. And there we have taken the field as priority when high. And now we have to take the field as course lead amount if it is greater than this much of dollar. So let's create the new workflow rule. So after it is, you can just click on done so that your workflow rule is created. And if you want to make this rule active, then you just need to click on this activate. Now let me go back and again search for the workflow rules and click on continue here. Okay, click here new rule and then continue with workflow rules and choose the object here, course lead, and then click on next. Give the rule name. So it is rule for your course lead object. And now we have to give the criteria. And this will be your course lead amount. And operator is, where is greater than? Here. Take greater than and value you can type as 1,000. So whenever your course lead amount is greater than 1,000, so we will perform one action. Now click on save and next. And now we have to add the action. So click on add workflow action and select which action to perform. We have to update the new field. Give a action, give a name for your action. So this is update name. Now select the field which we need to update, that is course lead name. And after this, you will get the option to use the formula editor. So use the formula editor here. And let's see the question once again. We have to change the field to top priority customer plus the name. So now first insert the field, that is name. So we can take the course lead name and insert. Now click on insert operator and add. Now we have to add the string, that is top priority customer. And now click on check syntax and click on save. So in this way, your second workflow rule is also created. So now we are done with the workflow part here. That is your 4th number question. And now we have to do the 5th question, that is create a flow using the below scenario for creating a case. So in this question, we have to create a flow builder. And first, the user should enter the following fields in the case. So it will be a custom flow builder where we need to specify some fields, and those fields are your name, phone, email, course enrolled, subject, instructor name, and query description. So this is same and kind of related to the case object, and that is why we need to create this flow for only the case object. And after the case is created, assign the case to the course instructor. And if the instructor is unavailable, assign it to a specific executive of the company. And further, when the query is resolved, update the case as resolved. So this is the next and last task which we need to perform. So let's create a flow builder. And let me close these previous tabs first. Okay. Now, in the quick find box, search for the flow builder. Now, under the process automation, you have this option flows. Open this link. And now, click on new flow to create a new flow builder. So after this, click on create. And here, it will give you one default layout of your flow builder. One is your screen flow start and end. And in between, we have to apply some things. And from this auto layout option, we have this drop down menu and select here free form. So why we are selecting this free form? Because it gives us independence and flexibility to perform the task according to our choice, according to our requirement. So now from this elements list, we have various options like screen, action, subflow, and then the logic, we have data like create record, update record, get records. So we will select this first option, screen, and simply drag it and drop it under the start option. So this is a new screen which we are going to create. And first we have to give the label to the screen. So let's say you can give it as case screen, give the API name. And now we have to make some fields which is asked in the question, that first the user should enter the following fields. So how user will enter the fields if they have created this field? So we have to first create these field, that is name. So again, go to the flow builder, and in this component section, you need to search for the text. And now select this and drop this in the screen, this text, and whenever it will turn into green, which means now you can drop it. And we have inserted one text element here, so the text component. Now you can give the label, and the first field, that is name, so we will give the same here. We will provide the label as name. And now the next field is phone. So from the components, we will search for phone, and we will drag and drop it under the name field. And when it will turn green, which means now you can drop it. So give the API name here as phone itself. Now the next field we have is email. So from this components, search for email, and again drop it under the phone. And now we have to provide the API name. So it will be email. Now the next field we have is course enrolled. So from the components, search text and select this text area and drop it under email and give the label as course enrolled. Now click on the API name, and the next field we have is subject and instructor name. So again, we will take two text field, just simply drag and drop it. I am taking it in the one at same time. So first give the label to this text field. So it is subject and instructor name. So first we'll give the label as subject. Now select the second text box and give the label instructor name. Give the API name. And the last field which we need to create is query description. And this will be a text field. So provide the label of this field as query description and then click on the API name. So in this way, you can customize some fields in your flow builder and you can take the name of the text field as it is required in the question. And after you are done with all the field creation, so click on done. And now you have to connect this start dot with this case screen. So just simply take it and attach it with the screen. Okay. So now we have to take from the elements under the data. We have this create record option. So just simply drag and drop this create record. And now give the label as user record, because here we are storing the user's information. And then you can choose some values here, like how many records to create at one time. It will be 1. And how to set the record fields. So use separate resources and literal values. And now we have to select the object. Perfect. So I'll select here case. And why? Because just read the question here. We have to create a flow using the below scenario for creating a case, because we need to connect this flow builder with the case object so that whatever the information which we will fill into the form which we are creating, that will directly go into the case object. Now from this search field, we will search for the field. First, we'll take the name. So click here supplied name, and from the value, search for the name, and this is the field which we have just created in the screen. So as it is a text data type, so select this name text, and now click on add field, and this time select here phone and choose this supplied phone. From the value, you have to search the phone. So from the screen components, we are selecting the phone, and it will ask you for these options like label, pattern, placeholder, read only, required. So we will select this option dot value, and again click on add field and search here email, and from the value we will take email and then dot value. So what is this dot value and why we haven't taken in this name field? Because name was your text field and the phone and email was predefined when we have taken it in the previous step. That is why it is asking for this dot value operator. Now click on search field and search for the subject, and this will be the value which we have created in the screen. So this subject is of text type, so it won't ask for any dot value operator. Again click on add field, and now in your original cases there is no such field like instructor name and query description. So you can take any other field, like say this company, and now you can take the course enrolled, because this is the field which we have created, and this is a course type, text type. So basically what we are doing here, we are doing the mapping so that your name field will match with the name which we have created and phone with the phone. So this is your mapping which you have also done in your 4th module, and why we do the mapping? Because so that whatever the information we are filling in these field, they can directly go into the case object, and name field will go into the name field, and subject should go into the subject. That is why this is just for a reference we are using this mapping. Now again click on the search field and take any other field like this, and then the field which we have created is instructor name. So search for here instructor name and click on add field. Now the last one is query description. So take here description and in the value search for query description. So after this we are done with all the fields. Click on done here and connect this screen dot with the create records dot. Like this you can connect it, and in this way you can create your flow builder. And now you have to save this. So click on save here and provide the label for your flow. So you can give it the label as case flow. Now click on save. This name is already in used, so we have to change the name. Okay, now again click on save. So in this way your flow is created, and now you can click on activate to activate this flow builder for your organization. So we have activated it. Now you can click on run. So you can see your form is created, that is case flows, and now you can fill any information in this. So whenever you fill any information in the required fields and you will click on the next, so one case will be created in your case object, and then according to your question you can assign it to the case instructor, sorry, to the course instructor. You can see after the case is created, assign the case to the course instructor, and if the instructor is unavailable, so assign it to a specific executive of the company. So for that we can use the case assignment rule, and further when the query is resolved, update the case as resolved. So you can just add any information in this, so like my name here and phone number, and you can give any email, for example @example.com, and course enrolled, let's say Salesforce, and here you can take admin, instructor, let me take the same, and query description is project. Now after filling all these information you can click on next, and it will automatically get saved in your case object. And now you have to assign the case using the case assignment rule, which is also in your 5th module. So to create the case assignment rule, first you need to go into the setup and search for the case assignment rule. So under the service I have this option. So open this link, case assignment rule. Now click on new here, give a name for your rule for case assignment. Now save it, and to open this you have to click on this rule, last second, and now we have to provide the rule entries just like we have done in the workflow rules. So under the rule entries we have new option, click on the new, and now you have to give the sort order, let's say 1. So this sort order means in which order your assignment rule will work. Now you have to provide the field on which basis. So you can take here case origin, and operator will be equals, and then you can click on the search icon for searching the values. So here you can take the web and click on insert selected. So this is one rule criteria, like when your case origin will be equals to web, so it will be assigned to this user which we will select here. So select the user or queue to assign the case. So right now it is selected as user, and if you will click on the search icon, you will see all the users which are in your organization, and you can select any user to whom you want to assign this case. So click on this user and you can assign this user this case. And if you will click on this drop down, so there is one option of queue. And what is a queue? Assigning task to users use queues. Okay, basically we can directly assign the task to the user, but with the help of a queue, we can add multiple users in a single queue, so that if the one person is not available, so we can assign that task to the next available person. So as you can see assign the case to the course instructor, and if the instructor is unavailable, so assign it to the specific executive of the company. So for that, you have to first create your two users. One is your course instructor and one is specific executive of the company. And after this, you have to add these two users into your queue. So if the one person is not available, basically it means prioritizing the task. So whatever is in the priority in the queue, that person will get the case. So first you can select this option of queue, and how you can create a queue. First go into your Salesforce setup and into the quick find box, search for the queue, type here, and under the users, you can find this option as queues. Open the link and click here new. So to create a new queue, you can just give a label, and then you can check this, enter email to members. So resend email to members. Now this is your object, so you want to choose it for the case. So add this object, and now there is users. So these are the users which you can add in your queue. So first I'm selecting this user and I'm adding it. And now I'll select this user and you can add it. So I have added two users in the queue, and now you can assign this queue. So from these users, except of these users, you can create two users like your course instructor and another executive of the company. And then you can assign or select those two users in this queue. Now you can click on save, and in this way, your queue will be created. And when you will go into the case assignment rule, so you can select here queue and click on search icon. So clear the search results, and now you can see the queue. So you can select here the case queue, which I have already created. So in the case queue, I have assigned some users. So if this case assignment rule is done, and you can also select the email template which you want to send to the user. So click on this search icon, and here you have some standard email address like marketing, sales, new customer email, and support case created, support case response. So let's say here I'm taking this support case response. This is the email template, and now you can click on save. So in this way, you can assign the case to the user or to the queue with the help of some rule criteria. And then you can just make this case assignment rule active, and when your case will be created, it will be automatically assigned to the user or to the queue.
Instead of beginning with definition of CRM, what are the sales operations like, what does the marketing team do, what does the customer support team do, right? And all of this, and what does the finance team have to do with Salesforce, right? all of these 3 or 4 teams or departments, they can actually, come together and adopt Salesforce, right? And then, it's like, most of the important departments, you have a product, of course, the engineering team is there, they're working on the product, they are doing those product updates or enhancements, right? They're adding new features, retiring older features. So any software product or any kind of manufacturing product is there, that is being manufactured, it's okay, that is one thing. But Salesforce actually started as a sales CRM tool, and sales people, what I'll talk about all of that once we log into this developer org. Okay, and here it's not necessary that you'll have to give exactly your first name, last name. It could be your nickname, or it could be some other person's name, maybe a popular personality's name, or a comic character's name or something, right? So let me do something here. Let me just say, okay. Something like that. Oh, email, of course, sorry. Email should be a proper email that you should be able to receive in your inbox. So I'm going to go here, put my proper email there. Then you could select anything. I'll select administrator under role. Company name, let's just say all right. And I'm going to say it could be anything. So, and username could be anything. It should be unique. No one else should have that. And it should also be easy to remember. Here's the link, guys. And on this link, you could give your first name, last name, or it could be any popular personality's name or anything. Okay, you don't need to give exactly whatever you're doing. Okay, it's okay. So here is this first name, last name. It's a popular personality's name, right? And email should be your proper email, an email that you actually use and you're able to access. You can look at the inbox, because that's where you'll be able to find the link to log into the new org that will be rendered to you, that will be sent to you. Okay, and here's the role, and username could be a unique username. It need not be exactly your email. It could also be your exact email address. So I always you need to have a unique username. All right. If it's your first org, make sure that you remember all the username, like the username properly. Of course, it will show up in your email also. And now I'm going to sign up for this. And I'll now have to open my email ID. Okay, no problem. Okay, Najid. Najid, if you have an org that already has a few automations built in by you or any customizations, I would suggest that you create a new one. Okay. Otherwise, what will happen is that we might be working on a use case, and existing flows or stuff might interfere with the proper functioning of the current use cases that we will be working on. And that's the reason why. Otherwise, what I could do is, okay, yeah, you can go ahead and use the same org. But remember that whenever, if there is any blockage or if the use case doesn't work the way it does, then we'll have to do some troubleshooting. No, Praveen, it's okay. Even if you have an org with a developer role, you should be able to, whether it's an architect role, developer role, or admin, like no matter how you have filled that form, you will have the same access that others do. You will be an admin only. Okay. You don't have to create a new one. Just make sure that there are no validation rules or customizations that you've already built. Maybe you're working on a trailhead, right? So okay, so if you want to have consistent results, right, then you might create a new org. There it is. There is the email that I received just now, and you guys have already logged in. But yeah, so this is how so for people who have never created a developer org in Salesforce, so this is the email you'll get once you sign up. Okay, and all you need to do is you'll have to click on verify account. Let's see who has sent it. developer@salesforce.com. Okay, and it says thanks for signing up. Let's click on the verify account button. It will open a new tab. And now I'll have to reset. I'll have to put the password, right? So let me do that here. We have given a password there, and it will log us in. And it's going to log in and directly take us to the setup page. So by default, this is the page that you will get. Okay. And I think the default page can be set up from settings also, but okay. So this is the default page. So let me log out and log back in. I'll click on this profile icon here, and I can see that my first name and last name is being shown here. And the name of the org, as you can see in the browser, and also you can see it here. It says Team India BCCI 2 Developer Edition. Okay. Probably somebody else also has created the same thing like Team India BCCI, and that's the reason why I get a 2 there, right? And then there's something called switch to Classic, Salesforce Classic here, right? So Salesforce Classic, there are two types of use, Salesforce Classic and Salesforce Lightning. By default, Salesforce will take you to the Lightning view. That's what they want you to use. Although Classic is the older version. Just remember these two things. We'll talk in more detail about this. But before that, let's talk about what CRM is. What is CRM? It's customer relationship management. For any business to stay relevant, to keep getting those profits, to keep getting those revenues, and to keep afloat, right? They need to have customers, and they need to retain customers. They need to keep getting new customers, and they need to make sure that existing customers don't churn, right? So they should maintain a positive relationship with the customers. So what does a business need? Business needs to add new customers, retain existing customers, right? And wants to sell more to existing customers, something like that. So it's very important for any company to make sure that the customers understand that they are getting a benefit out of using your product, right? And the more you adopt the product, the more features you use from our product, for example, right? The better it is for the customer. So the customers should see ROI. So or I should say, let's just, okay. So in, yeah, to bring company and customer together. Yeah, I'll write that. That's good as a notes thing. So So companies actually should, nowadays they say that the more customers are successful, the more we'll get business. For example, by using Salesforce, let's say you have a, let's say, I'm not sure how to say this, but yeah, let's say you have a, you spend about, 5 rupees, let's say just 10 rupees. You're spending 10 rupees and you're getting Parle-G. You're spending this, and you could also get a like a biscuit packet like this, So let's say, for example, so there are two different companies selling the same product. And what would Parle-G do? Parle-G would say, Parle would pitch like this. They'll say, get more, just trying to make sense here. Okay. So Parle-G would actually, be proud that, okay, we are giving more nutrients per rupee, or more calories or more proteins per rupee, right? And they'll say, they'll, talk to other customers also and say that, see, if you want to buy our product, these are the benefits. So the success of the customer, you need to make sure that using CRM, you should be able to communicate with your customers. And you should also be able to add new customers. You should be able to retain existing customers. All of these things would mean that you'll have to talk with them, right? And who does all the talking in any company? Most of the times, it's going to be a salesperson, right? I'm so sorry. Yeah, ROI is return on investment. Thank you. I will not use a lot of abbreviations now. I just want to return on investment. Yeah. I'll make sure that it's clearer for everyone else. So customers are buying a product, they're spending money. They should know, right, that, okay, by spending this much money, we are getting, something worth more than what we have gotten if we had opted for a different product. Okay. So now, so how do we add new customers? Sales will do that. And how do we retain existing customers? There's a team called customer success nowadays, right? In every company, you'll find customer success. What they're going to do is, they'll make sure that you are using more of the product and you are like getting more benefits. So retaining existing customers. So customer success actually looks after the ROI. Like we talked about ROI, right? So looks after the ROI of the company, and they'll make sure that this is communicated with the customers. Okay, of course, the communications also will be managed by, let's just say, so recall value of the brand. So people should know, right? People should know that, okay, there is a product in this domain. We can also explore this. Let's say I have 2 or 3 products to buy from the market. How would I know? I would need to remember the brand name. I would need to remember that, okay, there is one particular brand that is already there. So, and that is done by the communications team, but I would say marketing plays a very big role here. I'll just say marketing. And how do we sell more to existing customers? It depends on your team. It could be that it's the sales team. So you'll have, senior sales people who will sales plus customer success, I would say. It could be and or. When I say CS, please make sure to understand that this is customer success. And what else would we need? And yes, Srivastav, it's like proactively reaching out to customers for feedback and assistance. Yes. So you're adding new customers, you're retaining existing customers, and there's one more thing. Of course, in software companies, when you buy a software, you can't install it yourself. It needs to be implemented by that particular person. So it's called services. So these are like the implementation teams. So even this is a separate team that will be there in most of the companies. And they also would need to understand what has been sold and how to do the onboarding. Okay, services, I should say. So this is done by the services team. Okay, and what else? Support, right? What does support do? Customer queries, tickets. Who does this? The support team does it. It's also called the customer support team. In fact, nowadays, a lot of companies have actually renamed customer support to customer success. And they're also saying now, I used to hear something called customer satisfaction. And then later on, after a few years, they started saying customer delight. And some people also say customer obsession. You know, obsessed with the success of the customer. The customer should get everything, you know. So the focus is on customers. Of course, these are all jargons that are used by the marketing teams. So that's one thing. And all of these things can be managed using your CRM tool. All of these. So these are needed to make sure that, you know, these are the goals that every company would have, right? They want to add new customers. Sales will be doing that. Marketing will be actually making sure that the word gets out, that you have a very good product and people should know that there is this product, so that at least sometime down the line, they should be able to, you know, inquire about it and turn into a customer. So marketing also has a function there. Now, all of these things, right, are being carried out by different people, different teams. Sorry about this. And all of these teams will need to have access to the CRM tool, and they do. So a customer CRM involves all these functions, and in order to carry out all these functions, you will need a tool also. So CRM is not just the name of a product, it's a it's a group of processes and techniques to improve business, I think, right? I'm not sure, but to any business would need all of those things, right? And what are the CRM tools now? In order to do this, we need some CRM tools. I'm not sure what SAP CRM is called. Maybe one of you, like Srivastav, can help me. So SAP CRM is there. This Workday, this C-Bill CRM. What else do we have? Zoho. This is based out of India. I think most of you are all from India, and there might be a few that are not from India, but delivery-led sales. Deepa, can you talk more about, can you just elaborate what delivery-led sales is? Just, you know, one sentence about that. And the subject of our session, Salesforce. And Salesforce is the leader. We all know this. At least until the next decade, we know that we don't know how technology will disrupt how You would have thought that Facebook Facebook was very successful when it started, and it was like a very big company. And now you know that there are other things that the new generation is adopting. So similarly, when generations change, when the older generation goes away, the newer generations takes up the reins, right? They'll actually have a different way of working, and that will actually affect the choices that some of the leaders in companies make. So right now, Salesforce is the leader, and of course, it will allow you to do all of these things. I have used Siebel CRM, and I know for sure it's not an easy CRM tool to use. Oh, of course, Microsoft used to have something. Do you remember that? Microsoft had something called Dynamics, I think. And if you use that and come back to Salesforce, you'll never go back to the older tools. I'm not sure about the experience with SAP CRM, but I have used it as an end user, and it's very clunky. It's like a clunky tool. Maybe I'm not sure why, but Salesforce is not like that. Yeah, it's very complicated for the developers, for the end user also, unless you get used to it, right? Okay, and now we have Salesforce, and this is the Salesforce org that we are in, right? Let's now talk about some other processes. So let's say you have a company, guys. Let's say you're the owner of a company, you have a product. It could be you're manufacturing computers, or maybe you're manufacturing a software, right? You already have a software and you're implementing it. So how do you put the word out? Because you already have a product. It's a very good product, and you expect people to come to you and buy it. But what else do you need? Marketing it is. So, and what do? They'll run some ads, maybe print, media, TV. They'll run some ads. Oh, of course, they'll run ads on Facebook, on Google, right? To get the word out, to let people know that, we are on the stage now. We are on this particular computer stage. We are also there along with HP. For example, if you have a company that is producing laptops and computers, you would say, of course, HP is there, Lenovo is there, you have Dell, you have got Compaq, HCL, all of these. But we also are on the scene. We are also manufacturing these, right? Marketing. So what do? They will run campaigns also. They'll do some ads. They'll run ad campaigns. They'll run campaigns that will be to educate you about the existence of this product. They'll also release some white papers. You know what a white paper is? They'll do some research. For example, your company is providing data science courses. What would you do? You'll actually release a white paper. You'll say, we did some research and we found out that data science careers are going to skyrocket. A lot of demand is going to be there and stuff like that, right? So white paper, and there'll be free handouts or free webinar. It could be, stall, or what do you call those? You have this booth, yeah, booths and kiosks. Wherein, you meet with people, you hand out those flyers or pamphlets, right? So, and you could also have your website here, right? On the website, you'll have a lot of blogs and articles, right? There's a lot that marketing does. There's a lot of work that marketing does, and every year marketing has to show that, see, we spent this much money, we spent the budget on all of these things this year, and because of us, these many inquiries came in. So marketing, it's very important for marketing guys to justify the spending that they do, right? So they have to spend on these things. And what would they need to do? They'll need to show so they'll get, what will we get then? Let's say you do all of these things. What are we going to get then? You'll get visitors on your website then. You'll get calls, inquiring, about the product, prices, right? And you'll be happy that, okay, marketing works. I'm getting popular, right? Yeah, test by customers. So now what? Now these are, yeah, viewers on page. So now these will be called inbound leads, guys. These are all what? Inbound leads. Remember this leads thing here. Okay. Inbound leads. And once you get an inbound lead, marketing will send those to. Okay. Usually what happens is that the sales team has to work on both. It has to work on outbound leads and inbound leads. What are outbound leads? Outbound leads are when you do your cold calls, you send cold emails to many people. You do prospecting. How do you do the prospecting? You'll go on LinkedIn, right? You look for people who are IT vice president or people who have the power to decide on how many computers to buy this year, right? So you'll reach out to these people, you'll talk to these people also. So sales team, outbound leads, working on outbound leads is not easy. It's very tough. A lot of rejections they'll have to face. You'll need to be thick-skinned. You do a lot of cold calls. Probably people are like politely declining, they're saying we don't have time, or they're even shouting at you, right? We know all of that, right? So that's what outbound leads work is. All right. And even in outbound, what will happen is that you'll have a list to work on. You'll have a list of 100, 200 people to call every day. And you'll have a list of 1,000 people to email every day. You'll have to draft your own email. You'll have to make sure that the email heading is catchy. You'll have to also make sure that it does not look like a clickbait, right? So even here, automation will happen through CRM, okay? Yeah, there will be a set of, I would call them prospects, okay? So leads are nothing but prospects. They are not yet customers. Remember, they have not paid you any money. So I'll say, what are leads? Prospects. I would not say they are customers. I would say likely to be customers. And who is a customer? Customer is a buyer. He gives you the money, takes the product. And complains when product doesn't work. And I could say that word of marketing, right? Word of mouth. Remember, right? This is difference. And so we were talking about inbound and outbound leads, right? So outbound leads, they'll work on intent data also, intent lists. What is an intent list? So remember this one also. Sales people, outbound sales, what they do is they'll also have something called an intent list, wherein using some tools like Zoom Info or LinkedIn Sales Navigator, right? Using these, what they will find out is they'll get lists, because Zoom Info and LinkedIn Sales Navigator, what they'll do is, okay, this guy has been searching for these particular terms, which means these people are in the market to buy your product or to buy a product that you also produce along with other companies. So to search the prospects. So let's say Sunil and Supriya is there, right? Supriya has a company that manufactures laptops, and Sunil is looking for a laptop which is falling in a specific budget and which has got other specifications. And interestingly, Supriya also is is the owner of a company, and there are other companies also. But what Supriya has done is she has got access to Zoom Info, wherein she'll see that, okay, there is one person who has logged in from one particular IP address. And even if you are like searching for it, right? If you are searching for it with some terms, or if you're reading any specific set of blogs on some other website, they'll, mark you automatically as someone who's supposed to be on the intent list. So Sunil's name will show up on the Zoom info list saying that in this week, this person has been looking at it, looking at buying, choosing, there are comparison websites that you might have gone on, right? So if you go on any comparison website, you're looking at Flipkart, you're looking on Amazon, and you have got some other like websites wherein you can compare 2 or 3 different types of laptops, right? So your name and your address, your email address, if it is available with your consent, right, will be shared with the Zoom info thing. So Zoom info collects that kind of data. LinkedIn Sales Navigator, with some other way, it will get that data, and you will fall on the intent list. And that's how intent lists will be generated, which means when you call these people on the intent list, it's very likely that you'll be interested in a demo. Whenever we had to like actually wait for a bus on a holiday, we had to wait. We used to keep standing there and we would never get the bus. And whenever we had to go to the school on a schedule, right, we used to think that the bus was coming on time always. So we used to say it's only when it's necessary for us that, right, if it's necessary for us, at that time only this bus will not come. Whenever we are like in a hurry, it will go off. Whenever we are actually not in a hurry, we are waiting at the bus stop, the bus never comes. It's the same thing with the lifts also, but of course it's AI. Google will always listen to you on your phone. And we all go on websites, we click on those agreement terms and all. So, but it's machines that are collecting the data. Humans won't be collecting your data. All right. So those are the intent lists. We talked about the sales team's work. It's outbound and inbound. And inbound, they say hi, right? Right? Because it is a part of the sales process. And similarly, in the technical context inside Salesforce, we have got inbound, outbound. We'll talk about that in the ending stages, ending sessions, in the final sessions of our course here. So when we talk about that, please remind me, in technical context, inbound and outbound will come as a part of change sets. It's a thing that we'll discuss when we talk about deployment. Okay. So we are talking about inbound, outbound in functional context. Remember this. We'll talk about that in technical context later on. Okay. All right. So with that, marketing. All right. And what else do we do? What else do we do? You have to remember that, okay, now these leads are prospects. We talked about prospects. How are we getting those leads? We understood that. All right, this one we know. Now, when a lead is handed over to the sales team so that they can do the demos, they can talk with the customer, they can show what prices are there, right? So when the lead is handed over to the sales team, it is called an MQL. What is an MQL? Marketing qualified lead. And then the sales team, which consists of SDRs mostly, and what is an SDR? Will have SDRs and AEs. Generally, this is how it is generally. Lead is a prospect. Here, lead is a prospect who is interested in buying your product. Or let's say, I think this will make sense, no? Now, a lead is converted to an opportunity, they said. So in the sales team, you'll have SDRs and AEs. So SDR, what is SDR? Yeah, let me write. SDR is Sales Development Representative. Sales Development Representative. There is AE. So account executives are called AEs. What happens is that when the SDR gets marketing qualified lead, he'll start talking with this person, probably email, calls, a few emails, calls, meetings later, he will find out, let's say that person is actually interested. SDR decides that this lead is ready to be converted to a customer, not yet a customer. So customer needs some more stages, right? So what does he do? SDR will SQL that lead. Now, SQL, what is SQL? It's not structured query language. SQL is sales qualified lead. Once this happens, once SQL happens, lead is converted to an opportunity. Again, more steps will be there here, guys. In B2B, it's not easy. There are many more steps. B2B means you are a business and you're selling computers to another business. You're not selling to an individual. If you are manufacturing biscuits, right, what do? If you're a manufacturer, you'll sell all those biscuits to a retail chain, right? You'll distribute it to your distributors. It's the Kirana store or the provisional store person who is selling each and every biscuit packet to people. But otherwise, till there, it's business to business only, no? So lead is converted to an opportunity, and the opportunity will be handled by AEs until it is marked, until it is ends in a deal. In a deal or lost. Remember this one also. What is an opportunity? Lead is converted to an opportunity. Opportunity will be handled by the AEs, account executives. How do they do it? What are the steps? Let's see it now. Let's go to our Salesforce orgs. What are these things? This is the setup page of Salesforce that we have logged in. You'll be able to see that there are these 9 dots. I will hover on these 9 dots and I can see it says App Launcher. These 9 dots are also called ellipses by some. Okay, let's click on this. And it will now ask you to search here, right? So this is a search box from where I can search for leads and I can click on leads, or I can search for sales and I can click on this sales. And notice that when I search for sales, I see apps here. But when I search for leads, which leads, right? I can see items here. All right. Let me just go search for an app called sales. Many apps are there in this Salesforce org. And if you want to view all these apps, just click on view all. Now, when you do view all, you see app launcher here, and all these apps are there inside your Salesforce org. Now, since this is a introduction to Salesforce, and usually people will learn it this way, I will click on sales here. So we have gone to the sales app, and the name of the app is shown here. There is the home tab. There are other tabs here which say opportunities, leads, etc. And like we started our discussion saying that whenever a product is manufactured, you have a company, first thing is you need to do some marketing, right? So you will run some campaigns. You'll run some campaigns, and when you have campaigns, what type of campaigns are there? All those campaigns can be created here. And using these campaigns, see, campaigns also can be marketing campaigns and sales campaigns. And in each campaign, the prospects' names will be shown. Campaign members will be there. And the campaign member could either be a lead or a contact. Most of the times it will be leads only. Okay. So you will get leads. How are these campaign members added? We'll talk about that later. Right. But yeah, leads will be created. Whenever marketing will run campaigns, inbound leads will be created automatically, because Salesforce will be connected with the website also in the background, or Salesforce will be connected with Pardot. There is another app called Pardot. So Pardot will be there. From I'll write it down here. Pardot will collect the inbound inquiry leads and sync that to Salesforce. So from Pardot, what will happen is that, so for example, let's say N. Srivastava is visiting a website, right? As soon as this person visits the website, a lead will be created in Salesforce saying that this person visited, like with the first name, last name, and lead source, which will say where did he visit, etc. Right? Leads will be created that way also. Leads will be created from Zoom info. Lead lists will be created. All right. Nischay, nice name. Nischay. All right. So is for example, if Nischay is there, right? So Nischay is visiting a website, he'll get added as a lead, and that is part of the automation which Salesforce offers. Or salespeople will do the prospecting, right? The salespeople will say, okay, let's get into LinkedIn, let's look at those lists. They'll also be able to create leads manually by clicking on these new buttons and all. Or you can mass upload some of the Excel files that have these lists. All right. So I have gone to the leads tab. In the leads tab, let's click on this. Let's go to all open leads. What are open leads? Leads that have not been converted, leads that have not been closed are open, which means we have not yet spoken with them. We still don't know whether this prospect should be MQL, SQL or not, right? Let's go click on this lead called Bertha Boxer. Click on this lead. Now this is a lead record. There is an icon to help you understand what a lead record is, right? For example, there might be some features that these people are more interested in. So I can write a note here so that I can remember that, okay, on Friday I'm supposed to, right? It's not related to any account. It's just a lead. I'll just save it. So there you go. There is an activity that will show up here. So you can see that I have logged a call here. You can add a task. You can add an event. You can add an event also. I can say on Friday I'm supposed to call this person, right? So I can put that here. So this is what a salesperson might be doing. You can add an event like that. You can also send your emails from there. All right. So save it. And you have an event, right? You have an upcoming and overdue event. So this is activity tab. Similarly, we have a details tab wherein all the details of the lead are given. Who is the lead owner? So this is something that, these are the activities that an end user will do. Okay. We can also add follow-up calls, everything. So just imagine that you have a diary, right? A salesperson will have a diary and he'll write everything. He or she will write everything about this particular prospect. They might have hundreds of prospects that they are selling to. Imagine in the older days, how would people have done it? How would they do sales? It would be a very manual process. And because of it being manual, you'll not be able to reach out to a lot of prospects. But here in Salesforce, you can reach out to many people because all these features are there on a single screen. When I say single screen, I also remember to show you that there are these many screens here. You have an activity tab, you have the details tab. Of course, the activity tab has some more tabs here, right? The details tab has a lot of fields here. These are all what? These are all fields. And you can notice that some of the fields are in blue because they are clickable links. Some of them are not. And some of them are like quick list fields here, wherein the rating can be given, whether it's a hot lead, warm lead, or a cold lead. When I say hot lead, it means that this person is very likely to be a customer. So if I have to prioritize my call schedule, right? As a salesperson, if I have to prioritize, I might need something like this, no? A pick list field like this. wherein I can say that, okay, if there are cold leads, I'll, manage those later. Let me go and, finish calling all those people who have a rating of hot, right? Like that. So we have these details. There's something called chatter. This is the second module. We'll talk about this also. In chatter, you can actually talk with others. You can actually, it's like the social media thing or instant messenger on Salesforce, wherein you can collaborate with your colleagues. Okay. We can edit, Sunil. Yes, we can edit these. Let's say we have to add a mobile number. We can add a mobile number. We can edit. And there are some where we cannot edit. For example, let's say rating, right? In rating, I want to put in something else. So editing will be there. Lot of different types of fields will be there. Number of employees, for example, it will take numbers. No, I don't think it will take text. Sometimes it does. It will say, it's wrong. You have to enter numbers only, right? Number of employees in the company. All right. So these many fields will be there. And let me just show you that there's something common between these two. You see here, it says open, not contacted. It says working, contacted. It says closed, not converted, and converted. And similarly here, I see that if we click on this pencil icon, this lead status also has got open, not contacted, working, contacted, closed, converted, etc. Right? Which means that this particular thing here that you see, right? This thing, it's called a path. It's called a path. Right? It's called a path. And here is the same thing. It's a pick list value, which will have the same thing. For example, if I try and update this to open, right? If we go back to this, now if I go back here, it has updated. If I click on this one, and here if I say mark as current status on the path, this lead status also will be updated, as you can notice here. Okay. Now, I want to convert this. Let me convert this. Let's click on converted. Let's say that this person is very interested and probably AEs should be able to handle it now. So I'll say sales qualified lead. This is create a new account, Farmers Cooperative of Florida. All right, let's create a new opportunity also. So here, account name is coming from the company name that you see here. Contact name is coming from the contact leads first name, last name that you see here. Opportunity name is coming from account, and we are able to, we can also change the record owner. I won't change it. I'll just click on convert. And now this lead here has become an account, a contact, and an opportunity. Now Bertha Boxer will no longer show up as a lead. Bertha Boxer will show up as, see, as a contact. It will no longer show up as a lead, I said, but I am able to see it. But if I click on this lead, let's see what happens. I clicked on that lead and it is still not taking me there because it's converted into a contact now. Now this person, this contact will automatically be taken up by the, of course, here it says contact owner is Rohit Sharma, but the AE might be someone else. It could be Nishchay, for example. Let's say Rohit is the SDR and Nishchay is the AE. So whenever a contact is created and if the contact owner is Rohit, automatically we can have some rules that will say, of course, the contact owner is Rohit, but the AE is going to be Nishchay. And so Nishchay will see that, oh, I have a new contact to work on and he will work on this. Okay, so that is how you convert a lead to a contact, and that is what SQL is. Lead is converted to an opportunity, I said. And then this is a contact, but where is the opportunity? Here is the opportunity. And on the opportunity object also, on the opportunity record also, you will see that there is a path. And see, a lot of things happen here also. So lead is there, you do a few calls, you send some emails, you are able to understand that, okay, this person is actually interested. And so after that, now that it is qualified automatically, you can also change this one, it's not that, so this is something that is standard, but you can also customize this. You can say that, okay, now that this person is actually interested, I just need to say qualification, needs analysis. So now this person, the AE, will go after this particular opportunity until the proposal is sent, negotiations happen, and If it's a successful negotiation, you do this. You'll mark it as a closed one. And that's it. Once you do this, it's marked as closed one, and you can understand that, okay, this is a customer, right? Farmers Cooperative is a customer. Okay. What is the difference between a contact and a lead? So lead is converted to a contact, but contact cannot be converted back to a lead. And lead, like let's say, lead has got lesser probability of becoming a customer, but contact has higher probability of becoming a customer. Okay. Okay, let's write it here. Lead is a customer, right? I don't even know that if I want to buy it. I'm just window shopping. But just like this here. Yeah. Only showing product, interest in product is lead. And what is a contact then? Contact also is still interested in the, oh, of course, contact is also willing to, now what we are going to do is, now we are going to look at this from the classic view. Okay, let's go to classic now. And notice the difference. Okay, you can notice the difference between classic and this. Inside a classic, if I go to a lead, right? Let's go to lead. Now, this one is by default content here. Here are the apps. Here I can click, and here is the sales tab. Let's click on the sales tab here. And now I can go to leads tab here, leads, and all open leads. Let's see which are all the open leads that I have. Okay, let's pick up this Kristen Akin lead here. And now, where are the activities? How am I supposed to log in my activities? I just need to go to open activities here, and I can add a new task. I can add a new event. I can log a call. If I want the details, everything is on the same page. And that's the reason why a lot of the older people, they like classic view, because even I started using Salesforce in 2017. Yeah. 2017 was it? Yes, in 2017. At that time, people were actually, a lot of people were using classic. I still see a lot of leaders, right? In the sales teams, marketing teams, leaders actually are having a lot of experience with the product, with Salesforce, for example. So what they'll do is, they'll always, look at classic. They'll come to you. If you're the admin, they'll say, hey, I'm not able to do this. Then what you will have to ask them is, are you using classic or lightning? Right? And that's how you'll be able to troubleshoot the issues. So this is the classic view. Everything is on the same page. It's very easy to edit. Even the sales people love it, because they don't have to click on different tabs to go to activities, to go to chatter. They know that everything is on the same page. All they need to do is hit the page down button and look at the different options that are available to them. Is it clear? And of course, there is a very glaring difference. There's a very big difference that is obvious, very apparent. Like, let's say I am the user. Let's say I'm an older person. I'm like in my late 30s. So I will be using, as an end user, I will be comfortable using it like this only. I might have a problem somewhere here, and I'm not able to understand what it is. Then what you'll have to do is, you'll just have to take some screenshots, send it to him and say, this is how you do it. And probably that screenshot should always be in classic. As soon as you say, hey, it's working, right? He'll say, no, I don't use Lightning at all. What would you do? So first thing you need to ask when you have to troubleshoot issues is to find out whether that person is using Lightning or classic. Of course, we have to do our work in Lightning. Of course, it's your preference. It's your preference. Okay, it's the same thing. There's not a lot of difference. But of course, here you'll see a lot of difference. You know what? It's the path. The path is missing here. The path is missing here. You'll always have to go to lead status pick list field and update it here. Okay, that is one difference in between Lightning and classic. But yeah, for now, yeah, that's one big difference I have told you, and you can see that it's clearer, right? You can scroll down and go anywhere, and it's faster also. You can make the changes faster. Anyways, we'll talk more about Lightning versus classic, but we did cover this. Okay. And of course, I forgot to tell you, if you look at the dashboards here, right? If you look at the dashboards here, the dashboards are not even beautiful. They won't look good at all. I don't see any here. But if you look at the dashboards in Classic, in Lightning, they're like easy on the eyes. So I can say okay, for a record, what else? Yeah, just, roughly I'm writing this. And of course, and also I have to tell you one point here. In my maybe in 2019 or 2020, they were saying that you'll have to pay separately for Classic, you'll have to pay separately for Lightning. If you're using Lightning as well as Classic, you'll have to pay more. So decide on one view and use that view only. But then a lot of customers were against it and they could not implement it. So still we can use Classic as well as Lightning. Of course, Salesforce knows that within a few years everyone else will be using Lightning. They don't even have to, they have not yet deactivated it because of pressure or pushback from customers. Okay.
And the second question is rundown view can, and the four options are: print rundown can be sent out to exceed expectations, print up to 1000 records in print C. Third option is appear in 2000 records in the record check show. And lastly, both first and second. You can comment your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce Online Training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
So now it's I think we could call it Facebook versus Instagram. Okay. I have opened my Salesforce org here. So let me go to so I clicked on this app launcher. Okay, so let me go for sales here. If I click on sales here, click on sales. And this is the whole thing here, right? This is Salesforce, right? This is how it will look like. Let's say you will first create a campaign. Let's say that the marketing team is creating a campaign first. Okay, there's a campaign which says top customers. Okay. So they created a campaign called top customers, and there seems to be no one who's been added. Oh, it is supposed to start in April 2020. It's done. So let's just add some campaign members. Let me add this person. And next. So assuming that you have these many campaign members, you will send emails to these leads. They might come back saying that, okay, we are interested in registering for the webinar, etc. And those, when you get a response, those responses will be recorded in the campaign. And that is how from campaigns you get leads. Those leads will get converted to a contact. And then we can do business with those contacts. You have a lead, right? The sales team, which has got sales development representatives or junior salespersons, those junior salespersons will pursue this lead. They will talk with the lead and they will say something like, let's say it's a real estate company. I'll just open a notepad. Let's say Kristen Akin is a lead and Omar is the salesperson. For what? Representing let's say my home infra projects. Okay. Now this person is doing some cold calls and saying, are you interested in buying a flat? Right? We at My Home Infra Projects are building a new project in the heart of the city. Right? They will say that. and they'll say, about 2000 square, like, how much would it be? 2200 square feet, gated community. All these features are there. Ma'am, would you be interested in buying a flat with us? Even if she says no, they'll say, at least you can, do a site visit. Please look at it. You also have a bank loan facility. So when you say that, you are actually pursuing the lead. You are actually trying to get a meeting with the lead. Okay. So once I talk with that lead will say, all right, Kristen will agree to a site visit at the new project, right? So now Omer is a telecaller, sales, he's doing a sales call here. He's a junior person. Now, when Kristen agrees to a site visit at the new project, Omer, who is a junior salesperson, right, will assign that lead to, let's say, Sanket, who is an AE here. He'll say, hey, Sanket, I spoke with this particular person. This lead is interested. Like that, I will have some list of leads. So these are the leads who are actually willing to go for a site visit on coming weekend. So, sir, will you be there at the site visit? You'll have to, take these people around the flat. You'll have to show them all the features, because Sanket is more experienced with the product. What is the product? A flat, right? There are a lot of flats that are still being built. So Sanket will know how to answer questions. Probably Kristen is going to ask, is there a swimming pool? Is it temperature controlled or not? Is it an east facing, does it have east facing windows so that, when the sun rises, is it Vastu compliant or not? There's some compliance things that people will ask for. Lot of questions will be there. A junior salesperson wouldn't have that much knowledge to answer questions from a lead. The only thing that Omer has done is he has been able to successfully convince a prospect to come and see a demo of the product, or in this particular context, a site visit, right? What will happen on that particular weekend? Now, who's going to, take Kristen through all the explanation regarding the flat and all? Now on a Saturday, so Kristen says, okay, I'll agree. I'll come look at the model flat at the new project on Sunday. So a site visit is arranged. Now what happens is that at this particular stage, when the junior salesperson Omer assigns the lead to Sanket, it means that this is SQL. SQL not as that database, but so sales qualified lead is nothing but a junior salesperson handing over a list of leads that have shown genuine interest in evaluating a product. That's what is a sales qualified lead. Okay. So now that is what is a sales qualified lead. Now what is going to happen next? So firstly, and what is an AE? AE is usually, senior salesperson. AE is like a senior salesperson. Just remember that. But let me tell you that it's an account executive. These people know a lot about the product. That's why they are account executives. They know which features of a product we should highlight, and to decide whether, how a product is a best fit for a particular client, right? Senior. Yeah, just let me tell you that AE is account executive. So I hope now what will happen when a lead is called as sales qualified lead and it is handed over to a senior person. in Salesforce, how that will look like, right? So Omar, let me write it here, okay? I'm just trying to explain what this is. So Omar will put it in Salesforce like this. He'll say, I spoke with Kristen today and she agreed for the demo. In this case, yeah, I said demo, right? But let's call it site visit, because we are looking at it as a, let's say that this is a real estate company. They are trying to sell some flats in a project. So she agreed for the site visit on today is a 21, so 22. Okay, it's yeah, on 25/12/22. Right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say save. So I've contacted and I know that this person has agreed to a site visit. So what I'll say is that and they can, even put it like this. It's not important, it's optional, but I'm just trying to show you that this is how a salesperson would work. It could be an all-day event, any time of the day. This person can come and I can assign it to my boss, who could be an account executive. Usually what happens is that 2 or 3 SDRs will be associated with one AE, right? So there is only Rohit Sharma here instead of Omar. There is just one user, so I'm not changing it. So this is how I can say this, and I'm saving it. Now, how do I make it sales qualified lead? How do I do that? By clicking on converted, because now I know that this particular lead needs to be handed off to an AE. So AE needs to take control of the sales process. So because this person is interested, my job is done as a salesperson, as a junior salesperson. So I'm going to convert this. I'm going to say select converted status. And hence a new account will be created by looking at the company to which this lead belongs. This lead is from this particular account. This lead has got this particular name. And I can say this lead is interested in a flat, right? I can say I can just give some kind of a name there. And I can also make sure that the record owner is going to be an AE by changing it from here. But since there's none, I'll not change it. Okay. And I will convert it now. What am I doing? I'm actually creating a record for the AE to take care of. So now that this is an account, the account owner or the AE will now have the responsibility of converting this particular opportunity into a successful sale. So in order to transfer this lead to an AE, some automations will be built out, Nishchay. I can have some automations which will say something like this. I can have some automations which will automatically update the, what you call it? Automatically, it will update the account owner. Yesterday also I was telling, right, that account owner in this case, because we are yet to build any automation or any flow. And since there is only one user in the developer org, I'm not able to show you that. So we'll have to create a new user and then demonstrate this. Yeah, I'll create a new user for you guys so that you will understand now. So let me go here and like I want to go through this again. So now that an opportunity is created, the AE, now the AE's job will be to speak, like prospecting is already done because it's done. It's a sales qualified lead already. So qualification is done. So I can also customize it in such a way that these two will not show up. Okay. Now what I will do is I'm going to ask the senior salesperson. Now who's the senior salesperson in this case? In our example, I think it was Sanket, right? Why did I write it? Yeah. So now that this person, like this lead has been assigned to Sanket, what Sanket will do is he'll do a needs analysis And it's not necessary that you follow these stages. Every company will have different types of stages. So here in this case, by default, the standard functionality, they have given all these things. But you can just say value proposition, proposal is to be sent, negotiation will happen. You might give 10% discount, 15% discount on the price that you have given. And then, after successfully completing it, you can mark it as closed. Okay. So here is needs analysis. I'll try to find out, yes, Miss Christian, what do you want? She might say it should be an east facing plot. It should have a drinking water facility for 24 hours and piped gas, what is that called? Gas pipeline, huh? Or what is that? Because usually I only know about the gas cylinder that we use, but I think in bigger flats, they have those connections, right? Piped gas connections. So, all the needs analysis I'll take into account, and then I'll be able to convince that, okay, all of these needs are being met, or I will give a commitment that I'll get it done, right? If it's not available as a standard thing in the flat. So I'm going to do an analysis here, and then I'm going to say how, like, whatever she's going to spend on this flat, it's going to give you more value. So what is the value proposition? It could be something like, gymnasium is already available. We have a swimming pool, temperature control, something that is a differentiator, because she might say, see, instead of my home, there's something called Jai Bhai Constructions. I can also go for a flat there. So what is the difference? Then, value proposition will come into account. It's all sales terminology. Yeah, free Wi-Fi, examples like that. And then, what is this decision maker? When you are doing B2B business. So here in this example, it won't make sense. So I'm not going to cover this. But after that, Kristen will say, I need a proposal. Give me a quotation, and then I will decide whether I should go ahead or not. So we do that. After that, there'll be a negotiation on that. Of course, as soon as you send a quotation, customer will not, a customer will not, just agree to it. They'll say, give a discount. Are there no offers and stuff like that, right? So there'll be a negotiation stage. And after, when they are all agreeing, right? When both the parties will agree to this, or when they sign it and send it off, a negotiation is done. After reviewing the documents, after signing the documents, agreement is done, and the flat is handed over to the customer, right? Now it's a customer. So we do it. We will mark this stage as closed. Click on select close stage and select close one and save it. So this is how it happens, right? So this is how it is done. So that's the whole process of how a lead is converted to an opportunity, and then the opportunity is marked as closed one. Now we will know, whenever we look at this, we will know that, hey, this is a customer. Why is this a customer? Because it has an opportunity that is closed one. We sold the flat. So these are the things that are being managed inside Salesforce. It's just a sub part of a whole lot of other things that can be done. You can build something like a custom object wherein, let's say, you will have a mobile store here. You will have your inventory here as a separate object, and you will have what do you call it? Mobile store, invoices, and then inventory. All of those objects also you can create, but these are standard objects. So every account, and you can notice here that the first time that we saw this lead, it was a lead, of course. And then when it was converted to a contact, it's Kristen Akin. And then it started showing up under this particular account. So we can say that this particular account is there, no? Now this is including a contact and an opportunity. So all these three things have been separated into separate objects. We used to have one specific record called a lead. That one record, after lead conversion, after SQL, or in this context, after being marked as sales qualified lead, it got converted into an account, and with the account, the lead got the contact got associated. We'll try and understand what this is. If I go to my contact here, let me click on this. Instead of company name, like it was on the lead record, it will say account name. And you can notice here that when it is a lead, if I click on this particular lead, this company is there, no? American Banking Corporation. It is not a clickable lead. It's just text here. But when I convert the lead into a contact, the company name will be shown under account name. And if I click on it, it will take me to another record, which is an account record. And it will also tell me that under this account, we have this contact called Kristen. So both of these records are related to each other. This is the parent account, parent object. This is the child object. Parent object, child object. Just remember these terms. So that's the basic thing. You have campaigns. From your campaigns, you will get some inquiries. Those inquiries will get people who are inquiring about your product. They will get added as leads. Those leads will be converted to opportunities, and those opportunities will be converted to closed one deal. Let's see. Najit says go to opportunity. Yes, I have gone to opportunity. So this opportunity again has got a contact here. Automatically, it was created automatically. Here is the related tab, right? In related tab, against this opportunity, I see that a contact is there. And of course, the account is also showing up here. We have gone to the opportunity. Account is, of course. Yes. Account is parent of both. We will talk in more detail about what is the relationship between account and opportunity. Because if I go to account, I can see that under my related tab, this account has got a contact and it has got an opportunity. But there is a distinct difference between the relationship that you see here. Relationship between account and contact, relationship between account and opportunities is a bit different. So today it is very early to talk about those relationships. Like these are three objects: account, contact, opportunities. They are all related to each other, but the nature of the relationship. All right. Now, what happens if the opportunity is not successful? If it is not successful, usually people will not change it. Okay. Something that is marked as closed one, they wouldn't change it to closed lost. But here I'm going to show you. If it is not closed one, from the stage, we'll select closed lost and save it. This is how it will look like if it is marked as closed lost. Okay. And the beauty of Salesforce is that you will be able to build rules in such a way that, for example, salespeople are marking everything as closed lost, the account executives. Then the sales director might say, hey, Sanket, why did you mark it as closed lost? What is the reason? So they would actually want to see why it was marked as closed lost. So they might say something like, they were not willing to pay the price for this. They were asking for a huge discount, or they might say that the flat actually does not meet the requirements that they have. There might be n number of reasons. So then the sales director, let's make Nishchay the sales director now. Let's now put another example here. Nishchay is sales director. Omar is SDR. Sanket is AE. Let's say Omar spoke with Kristen. Kristen is not at all interested in the demo or the product at all. There's no interest. So what will Omar do? Omar will not convert the lead, right? What should he do then? He will go to that lead. He will go to that lead. He'll not convert it, of course. There is this particular option, right? Closed, not converted. So I will mark this one as current status and I'll say that, for example, here it's Betty Blair, but I'm giving the example of some other name. But I would say, will mark it as closed, not converted. That's all. And then, once you have something like this, once you mark it as closed, not converted, right? What will happen is that, closed, not converted, it will no longer show up in my list because, for example, the salesperson is going to look at open leads only, all open leads. Now, Betty Blair will not show up because here in the filters, we have filtered only for those leads that are open, that are not closed, right? Why would you, contact someone who's not even interested? That's why what I have done is I have marked it as closed, not converted, and that's it. It will not show up in my records. Is that clear? Otherwise, there is another scenario. In another scenario, what will happen is that, let us say, we talked about the other scenario wherein Chris, okay. Now, another scenario will be, Nishchay will ask, hey, Omar, why did the lead not convert? Then I'll say, I forgot to put the reason in the notes. Sorry. Now that I remember, I will put it as a note here. And then he would say, Betty Blair was not interested. Yeah, something like that. I could use a comments thing, or else Nishchay would say, okay, it's not easy for me to go to every lead and look at the notes. Let me do one thing. He would speak to the admin then. Okay, let's add some other character here. So Nishchay is there. We have an SDR, we have an AE. Nishchay will say, let's pick up some other name from here. Let's say Akhil is the admin. So now what Nishchay will do is, Nishchay will go to Akhil and say, hey Akhil, because Akhil is the Salesforce admin, right? Can you ensure that no lead gets marked as not converted unless reason is right? So this is what Nishchay could say, and Nishchay would again speak with Akhil and say, also ensure that no opportunity is marked closed lost unless closed lost reason is filled. Now, how do we know this? Where is closed lost reason? Where is the reason field? And what kind of a field do you need? So Akhil would definitely ask, right? Hey, Nishchay. Now here we are going to talk about something else. Where are these fields that you are referring to, right? So now just remember, we are going to come to this again when we talk about fields, field types, etc. Okay. All right, I will do a log a call in comments, but this still would not make sense because there will be hundreds and thousands of leads that need to be updated. Now, for every lead that I'm not converting, I can't go and start writing comments because there will be like mostly leads would not be converted only. So how do I do it? Right. So what I will do then is, let me see. Till here, is it clear, the requirement that I'm talking about? Because the thing that I'm talking about here is these things. And I hope it does look like I'm talking about Salesforce basics only. We can put in activity also by creating pick list. No. Of course, we can, of course, but I would do something else. I would actually create a field here. Let me show you how to create that. So that is I'm just giving an introduction to Salesforce. And here what I will do is, inside my lead, I will ask Nishte, right? Let's say that I am Akhil here. I will say, hey Nishte, tell me what kind of field you want me to create and tell me what kind of reasons you want to be available as selections in that quick list, right? I'll go to my setup and I'll go to the object manager. Now here, what I'm going to do is, this is object manager. What is our requirement? First requirement is that Nishchay was telling Akhil that whenever Omer or any of the other junior salespeople are marking a lead as closed, not converted, that record should not get saved until and unless another field is filled. I want a field here below lead status, right? Which will give me closed, not converted reason. Okay, let's do that. So where should I go? This is the object manager in the setup. Did you understand how I have gone to this page? I'll show you again. All I need to do is, if there is a requirement, I want to add a field here, which will give me list of reasons for not converting for not converting a lead. And there is no such field here, right? I can create a custom field. All of these are like standard fields. We never created a field, right? We know that this is a field. This is a field which will allow me to select users. What is a user? The people who have license in Salesforce. Now this is the name. If I click on this, it will actually tell me to fill about 3 fields. It's like a compound field. So it's a combination of the title, which is Mr., Miss, Mrs., first name, last name. See, it looks like a single field, but I click on the pencil icon and I can see that it actually shows me 3 fields: salutation, first name, and last name. So similarly, we have different types of fields. All of these are like text fields. You can write any text in this. And this also is a text field, and it is important. You can't create a lead record without filling the last name and company name and without a lead status. All these are important. That's the reason why you see a red star there. You have a lead source, right? This one also should be filled. Okay. So now my question is, where is the lead, like not converted reason box here? I need another field here. That's what Nishchay was asking for. So what I will do is, I will click on this gear icon. It's called some other, it's this another name, but it's a cog, right? It's a cog. So I'll click on this cog icon and then I'll click on setup. But since activity is considered as a different object, I will go and do it in details tab only. I don't want to do it in activity. Okay. Usually the standard practice for this kind of a requirement is to put a field just above the status field, lead status field. And reason being, you are creating a field inside the same object. When you do that in the activity object, it's a different tab altogether. I will click on Object Manager. And then I'm going to search for leads here. Lead. Let's click on this lead. And you can now see that when I click on fields and relationships, I see all those fields that are showing up here. Number of employees, it's already there. Let's say address. Where is address? Here it is. Even this is a compound field, if you notice, because address consists again of 4 or 5 fields: street, city, state, postal code, and country. You combine all of these and it becomes the address field, right? So all these fields are here. But now what do I need? I need to create a new field. How do I create it? Inside the object manager, I went to the lead object. I clicked on fields and relationships. And now I'm going to click on new. And I'm going to call this, I'm going to give it a name, right? Or firstly, I'll need to select what kind of a field should it be. Usually what happens is that this is a pick list field, because you'll then be able to understand in the reports that, okay, because of reason 1, these many leads could not be converted. Because of reason 2, these many leads could not be converted. Let's say you will say, hey, why don't we go with the text field? Because then you will be able to write a detailed thing, right? But then we will not be able to classify what kind of issues are there. We'll need to classify it. No, if you want to classify the types of rejections that are faced by salespeople having to not convert leads, then it will be easier to report on it. It will be easier to devise a strategy on countering it. But if you have text, it will not be easy to go through thousands of leads which have been marked as not converted. There's no one who will go through all the text. So we'll go and take a pick list. I will just open one of these. Just a minute. I have a field like this. Yeah, let's see this one. Let's see this. This is just a simple Excel file. Okay. And here, how many options are there? If I have to classify this, by messages, just let's look at this one here. I hope this will make some sense. Okay, message. So these are some error messages, and these are the count of those messages. So these many separate reasons are there. Let's say that it is a text field. Then I'll have to go through these many things. This lead was already converted. This is so all of these are showing as different records because it is a text field. Imagine that I have a field which will only have two or three reasons. Let me just put it like this. Let's say reasons could be too expensive, went to competitor. Let's say we have a list of leads. And if I look at this, it will be easier for me to understand that, okay, if my lead is not, converting because they went to the competitor, I will know that, okay, the competition is doing something because of which we are not able to convert these leads. Similarly, if I look at this, I will say that, okay, from marketing, whatever leads we are getting, we are trying to call them. We think that they are interested, but when we are calling them, they are saying they are not even looking at those products. So probably something is wrong with the way we are calling our leads or with the way we are prioritizing our leads. So there are just 2 or 3 reasons that are given in a pick list. But you have text value, right? If you have text values, what will happen is that you'll get a lot of text. Where is this? Yeah, here. If you have text values, in order to analyze this, I'll have to go through each and everything here. Now this one, it says, something is different here, but this lead was already converted, but it is showing up as many records. I'll have to go through this much text to understand what my leads are, like what my salespeople are doing. right? If you have text, it will lead to many record, like it will lead to a lot of text that I'll have to read and understand each and everything. But if I have only 2 or 3 selections, 3 options to select from in a pick list, then it will be easier. Now what I'll do is, that's why I went to this page. I'm picking a pick list field. Time seems to be flying here. Just a 1 hour call and okay, so field label, I'm going to say not converted reason. And we'll talk about global pick list value later. Enter values with each value here. Let's say, what did the lead say? The lead could have said too expensive, or not looking, or over us, right? Or lack of budget, right? Loan, what do you call it? Home loan, right? Yeah, you could call this home loan, for example, in this situation. So I can say something like this, and I can, display the values alphabetically, right? And I'll say next. I have created a new field now, right? And save it. Now that I have created a new field, I'll quickly go to my page layout. Let's look at, don't worry too much about this. Let's go here. Now this is the layout. This is the layout wherein we can control which fields should be shown up. If email is here, if let's say, now that we have added that new field, now I'll refresh this page, okay? Let me refresh this page. Let's see where that new field we created, where did that get added, okay? I'll go to the details tab here. Not converted reason it was, not converted reason. Let's go there. Here it is, see? This not converted reason is here. Let's say we wanted it to be here, okay? So what I will do is, I'll look for the not converted reason field in this checkbox, in this find box. I'll click on this. It seems to be here, and I want it to be shown here. There's more things that I can do later on. And now here, I can just save it. Just a basic thing I'm telling you that this is, these are the things that we can do in Salesforce. And now, Najit, can you elaborate what you meant by visible part you miss? Because even Praveen was telling me that, will it be a dependent pick list or something like that? So that will be advanced again. I'm just trying to, show, on a, as an overview, what is possible. Okay. Okay, let me refresh this screen now because we moved that new field above the lead status. So now probably, you'll be able to understand, okay, whenever someone is marking this here, this record should not get saved until and unless one of these reasons is selected. That is the requirement. What you will do then is, you'll go here in the lead object. Again, you'll go to validation rules and you'll write a validation rule. Let's go, let's say new. And let's say, can't mark as not converted. Right? And I'll give a description here. I'll say this validation rule will prevent the lead from being saved as not converted unless not converted reason field is filled. Right? I can do that. And here I can write a formula. So we'll have to be very good with formulas here. So here it says write a formula. If that formula will evaluate to a true, for example, if the formula, so what will the formula evaluate? It will look at this particular status. It will look at this particular field. If the status you are trying to save is not converted, while the non-converted reason is blank, then the record will not get saved. That is my criteria. So what I will do is, I will say is pick val lead status here is pick val. If the lead status, right? If the lead status is closed, not converted, right? Is closed, not converted. And there's another condition that I need to check, right? If this is the status, if this is the lead status that you're putting in, and what was the field? Not converted reason. And is pick val. Is pick val, let's say. We can make it required that not be blank at the submit time. Okay. We can say something like this. We can create a dependent pick list. Okay. So what I will do is, I'll go to the lead here. I'll go to the fields here. And here you see field dependencies. You click on this field dependencies here in the lead object. And you will say, if the status lead status, and I can say not converted reason. And I can say something like this. Closed, not converted, right? So not converted reason. Let me add another thing here. Just let's wait for a minute. I'll add another quick list value there. So I'll just go here. I'll say not applicable. Okay. Just let's make it this way. Now I can go back to fields and relationships, click on field dependencies. I hope I am slow enough. I'll click on new inside field dependencies, and here in controlling field, I'll say lead status is the controlling field. And here I will say not converted reason is the dependent field. Let's continue this. What? Okay. Yeah. Now here for not converted, right? I want these values to be showing up. Lack of budget, not eligible for home loan, not looking, preferred competition over us, or too expensive. Include these values. And if it is any of these, right, it will be something like this. Not applicable, not applicable. I'll just make it this way and I'll save it. Let me make this a mandatory field now. Not converted, right? Not converted is a mandatory field. Let's make it mandatory. I'll just edit this. I'll make sure that this field is filled no matter what. Okay. So I'll say this. And I'll save this. Now, what will happen is that if I select this one, If I save it, okay, it will, yeah, it will need something to be there, right? It will say select something from here. So I can say, let's see, I'll just refresh this page because just one way of doing it, because it's not the most efficient way of meeting the requirement, but I just want to show the capability that Salesforce has got. Instead of doing any coding, etc., you're not even writing a formula, and you're able to achieve something. So I'll say, if this is open not contacted, it will be not applicable. Now let me just do one thing here. Let me say I'm converting this. Sorry, I'm not converting them. I'm saying this is not successful. So if I mark this like that, it will always ask me here that, okay, if it is not converted, what is the not converted reason? So I'll be able to select from any of these. It is important. I can't just, put it as a blank and do it. I will always have to select something from these options. Do you see what I have, this is just, this is something that we can do. It was a normal requirement. There were various ways of doing it, but we found a way that does not involve any writing any coding. There's no need of a formula. We have been able to understand there is something called field dependencies that can be brought into use here. And we also saw how to create a field, how to create a pick list field, how to edit that pick list field to add a new value, and how to change the position of a field, right? How to move a field from the page layout from the left-hand side column to the right-hand side column in a proper place, and how to make it required. You can do it. So we had one example wherein, let's say, yeah, let's write that story again. This is like the user story. Okay, sales director. We can have an AE, SDR, and an admin. Let's say Sanket is the admin now. Omar is the SDR. I'll just delete this pick list field, okay? How do I delete this? Anyone? How am I going to delete this pick list field? So it's a good idea that we so what I can do is I can search for that field from my fields and I'm in the leads, fields and relationships, and I'm searching for this particular field here in the quick find box. I can see that when I search for not converted. Okay, now look at this. Deleting the custom field will, so it's giving me this. I'll say, you saw it now, right? If I have to delete this, I'll search for it here. And then there is this arrow. What if I don't search for it? Let's say you have a list of all the fields and relationships. You can, oh. Here it is. Not converted reason. And yeah, you just have to click on this and delete, because we are going to create a fresh one now. Okay, so the user story is clear, right? This, what is it? The requirement is clear, isn't it? The requirement here is that we have got leads, and in each of these lead records, people are like updating lead status as not converted, and they're just saving it. But then the sales director had a requirement. The sales director said, see, our salespeople are losing some of the leads. They're not converting the leads, but they're not even giving me the reason anywhere. So I really want to be able to understand due to which reasons leads are being marked as not converted. So that you can, we have some data to improve our strategy. So, but then people are not even, I asked them to write notes in a note, like in the activity, they're not doing that. So I want to make it easier. I want you to create a list of reasons from which our salespeople will be able to select and save. And then I also want to be able to make sure that they do it. They don't forget about it. So what do? I'll say, okay, what are the, pick list values that you need? Then the sales director will say, usually, people say lack of budget, or they'll say that, if this is a banking company, or if this is what was this company? It was a real estate company, right? People selling flats and plots of land. So not eligible for home loan, or someone would say, hey, I'm not even looking for any homes right now, like any flats right now. So that one. And then there could be someone who would say, see, I actually like talked with you. I went for a demo with you, but let's say, the other developer is better. I think that that one fits my requirements well. And then here it is something like too expensive. Hey, your projects are very expensive. I'll get a bigger flat at a cheaper rate, right? If they're talking about those things, then they would select too expensive as an option. So I want my salespeople to be able to select an option when the lead is not going ahead with the calls. The lead is saying, we're not interested in your product now. So that should happen. And if it is in any other lead status, then it should be something like not applicable. Okay. So how do I do that? So firstly, I would need to create a let's just make it lead not converted reason pick list field. Then I would need to associate this particular pick list field with the lead status field, because this is where lead not converted status is present. So these two pick list fields I will need to associate with each other. How will I do that? Let me refresh the screen because this no longer is applicable. Now here, if I mark this as not converted, it's getting marked as not converted, but there is no reason also. And the director is actually interested in finding out the reason, and he wants to make sure that he or she would want to make sure that all the salespeople are filling in or are selecting a reason. So my first step will be lead not converted reason pick list field. So how will I create it? I'll go to my settings here. I'll go click on new. And what is the type of the pick list field that I should select, Supriya? Supriya, can you answer me? What is the type of pick list field that I should select from here? Because I'm creating a new one. I think, okay. Yes, Najid. Yes. A pick list field is what we would need. So I'll select that and quickly I'll go next. And then here I'll say lead not converted. And the naming convention, usually what an admin would do is the admin will ask the sales director only, hey, I would really like it if you can suggest a name for this field. So if it's a field that they name, they'll be able to remember it better. Pick list field is what we are going to create. Global pick list value set. Okay, no. So we are going to add our own values here. Oops, sorry. Here it is. And maybe you want these to be in alphabetical order, right? So in order for these to be in alphabetical, they're already in alphabetical order. If not, then I can still select this one, display values alphabetically. And what else should I do? I will give a description here. That about mandatorily. Okay. Okay. So you can see that, whenever there's a record that you're filling, or whenever you're filling, creating a field or a formula, a lot of times, you see these red bars here. So these red, lines or these bars indicate that, these are mandatory fields to be filled. Yeah, that's the convention. And now what we'll do is, I have given some help text, and you guys know, right, how a help text would work. How does it look like? And then I'm going to make sure that this is a mandatory field. Always require a value in this field. Okay. For this specific case, at least for this specific case, we are making it required. Otherwise, even that wouldn't be needed. And that's the reason why we have to add not applicable here. All right. So because when the lead status is converted or something else, then at least if it is required, then not applicable as a reason should definitely be shown. And then I will say next. Okay, let's make sure that all the profiles are able to see it. This is what you are able to determine here. It's a required field, right? The moment we make it a required field, Salesforce will select that particular option. See, if I don't select required, and then if I go to my next screen, here Salesforce will say, okay, you are creating that field, but who should be able to see this field? And then you'll say, okay, it's only the salespeople who are going to fill that data. So let me make it visible to people who are going to look at the reports, which will be the sales leadership team, and also to people who are actually going to fill data there. But then when I make it required, we can visible for our object. We can make it visible for our object. Yeah. In our case, we are going to make it visible for everyone. So I'm going to make it always require a value. And then you can notice the difference here. By default, when you make a field mandatory field, so Salesforce will say that field will be visible to all the profiles. Okay. And then say next. And then make sure that it shows up in all the layouts. Usually it is the lead layout which will be set for everyone. Now let's save this. You will have to see here, we are in lead in the object manager. Inside the lead object, we clicked on fields and relationships. And in addition to fields and relationships, there's something called field dependencies here. So I will click here. Yeah, we can go to the page layout. No, right. Instead of going to field dependencies, let's go to page layout. Let me see. I will click on page layout assignment also. No, it's a good way to learn about page layout assignment. Let's click on that. And I can see that the page layout assignment screen here is showing me that for this profile, this is the layout which is visible. For custom marketing profile, so if a user in my organization has a marketing profile, then by default, that person will always be looking at a lead marketing layout, which means he or she will only be able to look at fields that are relevant to marketing. And that is decided by the leadership or the sales leaders. or, it could be the, whoever is, in charge of things there. So they'll say, hey, admin, create a new layout. These are the fields that we want our marketing profile guys to see. We don't want them to get distracted with unnecessary fields. Okay, of course. So I'll do that work, and yeah, that's it. But then here, what is our profile in this organization? Our profile is system administrator, and the layout that is assigned to my profile here is lead layout, which means whatever changes I make in the lead layout, the lead page for me as an admin, when I look at it, will show me exactly whatever is in the layout. Okay. So let me go to the layout here. And let's see. The new field that we created is lead not converted. Let's click on this to highlight. So that's the way to search for it. If I click on this lead not converted, it will get highlighted in yellow. See, I hope you notice it. Then it's been made a required field by us, right? When we created it, we made it a required field. And that's the reason why in the layout, it says a red star is shown here, which means it is a required field. It's mandatory. I will put this field here. Can anyone take a guess, find out why some of these fields have a blue circle? We understand that the red star means that it is a mandatory field, but I am yet to figure out what this blue circle stands for. Oh, it is always supposed to be on the layout. Okay, always supposed to be on the layout. For example, if in my layout, someone says, hey, remove the email, we don't need email, I will not be able to remove that. If I want, someone says, hey, from the layout, remove the phone number, I'll be able to do that, and I'll just undo this. Let's say, hey, no one is using fax nowadays, so just remove fax. I'll be able to remove it. And then that particular change will reflect here. By removing that and saving it, I'll be able to remove fax from this page here. It's not like you can drag this from here. Usually a lot of new people, what they will think is that, okay, if I have to, make the changes to the layout, I can just drag and drop these from here. But this is the background from where you can determine. Yeah, the blue dot is for indicating that minimum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are definitely needed in the layout. Okay. So, all right. So I have added this, and our page layout part of the operation is over. Default fields. That's the name. Yes. What else? Now I'll go back to my fields and relationships section inside the object manager for leads, fields and relationships. We created a new field by clicking on new. If I click on deleted fields, it will show me a list of, see, this is the deleted field. I can also undelete it from here, but I don't want to do it. But you remember, Salesforce will start to hard delete these fields after 15 days. It's like the recycle bin. And of course, there's a different recycle bin as well. Let's say you have removed, delete. Can someone remind me of how to access recycle bin later on? I'll have to talk about that also. If the layout of one particular profile, like let's say 2 or 3, let's say system admin has got layout ABC. So that layout, if the changes are made in that layout, then all the people who will be having that layout ABC assigned to their profile will be able to see it. So other users, when you say other users, it depends on which profile they belong to. Let's say you have got 2, 3 system admins, you have got 10 custom support profile people, 10 people with custom sales profile. So if you make changes to the custom sales profile, then those 10 sales people who are there in the organization who are actually having the custom sales profile, the changes in the layout will be reflected on their screen. Okay. And others. Field dependencies. Let me click on this. There are no field dependencies, but we know that we need to be associating this lead not converted pick list field with the lead status field, wherein if a status is selected in lead status, then options inside this pick list field should be available. For example, if lead is not converted, then reasons for lead not being converted should be one of these 5 highlighted options. If the lead status is something else other than lead not converted, then not applicable should be the only option that is shown for the users. See, all these topics actually I wanted to share it with you here. So there are a lot of topics here, and this is the Intellipaat brochure. So these topics, I'll tell you one thing, guys. Please be clear. Like, I want to make it clear, because a lot of times you will be thinking, hey, from these many days I'm attending these Salesforce classes, but what is the progress that I have made? You might be able to understand a lot of things, but not in a proper format. So, for example, I've been talking here and there. I'm taking you to page layout. Sometimes I'm taking you to some other fields, right? Some other feature I'm talking about. It's a proper flow for me. But then if you look at the Salesforce brochure for Intellipaat, you'll see that, firstly, there are these modules, and every module will have some chapters in it. And I would need to go through each of these. But if I, carry through like this, it is like, it's not in a proper flow. I would say that, it's like bookish knowledge. And that's the reason why I'm talking about lead in one time, and then I'm, looking at this, trying to create a situation out of it and trying to meet it using something. And that's how we are actually getting to learn our features here. Otherwise, I could also be, going through this, and we'll cover everything. So these are the things that I have been covering. And this is how I'm going to map it to later on. I'm clicking on this. And now we will have to determine what controlling field is, what dependent field is. So based on whatever is selected inside lead status, when we select, another example would be this. Let's say I have got AP, Telangana, Goa, Maharashtra, right? And what else do we, Tamil Nadu? Like that. Let's not have Goa, because this just one city I know about Goa. It's Panji, and okay, maybe we have a lot of things there. No? Let's say Goa has these. Telangana has these. And see, there are states inside India. These are in India. One is Andhra Pradesh. It has got these cities, Vijayawada and Rajahmundry. Telangana has got Hyderabad and Warangal. Goa has got these. Maharashtra is having Pune and Mumbai. And here we might say Chennai and Madurai. So let's say L. You will not have to worry about this, just trying to show you what we are going to accomplish. So if I say AP here, right, then I should be able to show only so if I select AP, this is the state name. If I select Telangana here, then in my city field, I should be able to see, what you call those, only cities specific to Telangana, right? What will happen is that If I select all these, if I select, let's say, these many cities are there. This is my state name and this is my city field, right? You must have seen a lot of times in websites. You select AP, then other pick list field will show you only cities specific to Andhra Pradesh, right? So it's like so these are like dependent pick list fields. So how do I do that here? In Salesforce, I'll do that by finding out what's the controlling field. Now, for example, if my state, I have state, based on the state name, I want my city name options also should be restricted. If I select AP, then this one should show me only Vijayawada and Rajahmundry. If I select Telangana, then my city field should show me only two options which are specific to that state. So now you tell me, if I'm looking at controlling field here and dependent field here, then based on the example that I was talking about in the Excel file, tell me controlling field, what will be the controlling field? I'm talking about this one here. Let's say you have a state field and a city field. Based on what I select here, this city field should be having, it's the state field which is going to be the controlling field here, because this selection in this one will influence what should be displayed inside the other field. So what will the city field be then? Elisa or others, please try and answer. So what will it be called? This one is the controlling field, right? This one is the controlling field. And city is what? It's the, so you have to remember these things also, yeah? Dependent field. So you'll have to remember what is controlling field and dependent field here. So that's part of the terminology. And maybe, you know, it will help in the exams if you have to select any of the options. So we have the controlling field and dependent field. Now here, like lead status is going to be the controlling field, isn't it? Like we all know. So lead status. So let me just say, if the lead status is, yes, need to select, right? So if the lead status is open, not contacted, I would say not applicable and include it there. If this, if the lead status is, it should not highlight everything. The last column should not highlight everything. Okay. Working contacted, not applicable. Yeah, that's right. Except not applicable. Yep. Now closed or converted. Okay. Even here it's going to be not applicable. And here I'm going to select all the results which should be like options available for selection. So I'm going to select lack of budget. I'm going to press the control key and select. This is multiple select, right? Because I have to select multiple things here. So I'm going to hold the control key and I'll select not eligible for home loan, not looking, this and this. And still my job is not done. I need to click on include values and there it is. And I'll save it. And that's it. It's done now. We'll go back to the lead object. We'll refresh the browser. So you see this lead not contacted. And now if I say lead is not converted here, and if I save it, of course, this has been made a required field. And then, oh, I was refreshing the browser. That's all. I was just refreshing the browser so that these, you know, the new rules will come into effect. So now I can see here that lead status is this. And see, we gave the help text. Do you remember we gave the help text? No. it will show up here as an icon, info. So here it says select a reason for why lead is not converted. Now you remember this was the box below description when we were creating the new field. So that's it there. And I can see that whenever I select any option in the lead status, which is other than open not contacted, working contacted, or close converted, then there is only one option which is not applicable. Exactly like how we were making it in the control fields. Let me show you that page again. Or yeah, it should be the dependency thing. Yeah, field dependencies. Let me edit this page to show you where we were. So here it is, right? We selected not applicable for this. For this one also not applicable. That's the reason why if I select open not contacted, the only option that is available is not applicable. If I select close not converted, then this will blank out and it will give me a list of other reasons, exactly like how we had set it up here. And we were clicking on include values, right? We were clicking on this, then included this value. If I have to exclude values, I'll click on this, this, and these. And I'll just say exclude values. And all of these would have gone, but I'm not going to do that. Just trying to show you how this is done. And if you have to select multiple options, then I'll just have to click on lack of budget. Then I'll have to hit the hold the control key and select the other option, which is not eligible, not looking, preferred competition over us, and too expensive. And that's it. And then you do include values, and then this will get highlighted. That was what I was doing. Okay. So that's how we accomplish this. Okay. In order to rearrange the field in the lead, I will go to the page layouts. I'll decide like which page layout it is that needs to be drag and drop. Yes. So you go to the lead layout here. And now from here, we're going to talk about quick actions also. When we talk about page layouts in detail, we're still inside, trying to understand what Salesforce is able to accomplish. And it's an example from yesterday that we are talking. So let's say industry. You want industry to be in the right side column, you can do that. You want to include a new section, you can bring it here. You can say, you can currency fields, let's say all the currency fields you want to show in one particular section, then you can do that also. So what are the currency fields? Annual revenue. That's one currency field here. And is there anything else other than revenue? I can do that also. So I can add sections. I can also add a blank space here so that there is some kind of a gap. I can add a blank space here to make sure that all these are well separated. Okay. So some of the things that you can do inside the layout. Okay. So if you look at the syllabus, can you tell me what we have covered till now? Did we talk about the licenses that are there? Did we talk about company settings and setup? Let's see. I just want to remember. We did not know. Yeah, let's go there now. So whenever we are logging in, by default, it will take us to setup only in the developer org, of course. Let's talk about how to create new users. Okay, then we will be able to understand. Or else company. So here in the quick find box, did I talk about having to search for company information? This one? We did not know. We did not do this yet. So you go to company information for the first time when the Salesforce is set up. You'll see that the company information will be given here. And from here, if I click on edit, how many buttons do you see? You just see the edit button and the deactivate org button, right? And then here it gives me the name of the organization. It gives me the name of the primary contact. Usually if you have 100 users, 200 users, so the primary contact will not be the admin. It will be the person who is going to pay the company's representative, who will actually, be the owner of the product. Like it could be the marketing vice president, sales vice president, or the president of IT in your company, who's actually paying, right? In whose titles, expenses these will show. So the primary contact will be that person. This one is a developer edition. This one is a developer edition. You can see here that the organization edition is given, which is developer edition. It is free. You can add only 2 users in a developer edition because it's a free edition. And another way of finding out whether it's a developer edition or not is to look in the browser. What is the name of this link? It says dev-ed. So it's short for developer edition. Similarly, in Salesforce, you'll have more editions like these. In Salesforce, you don't have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 like that. Every time upgrades happen automatically, those are all happening in the cloud, and you'll always log into a refreshed instance only. But when I talk about editions, right, there's something called views that we talked about. Did we talk about Classic and Lightning? Classic versus Lightning, does anyone remember? Yes. So there's a Classic and Lightning view. These are not editions, please remember. Classic is like the older version, okay? It's still available for free, but Lightning is what people will ask about. Like questions in admin exam will be about Lightning. Then there are Salesforce editions. What are the Salesforce editions? We are right now in the developer edition, developer org. It's called developer, but it's not specific to developers only. Admins will work on this org. So it will only have, you'll only be allowed to have 2 users. Then you have professional edition. This will be having, like, it depends how many users are there, but it will be giving you more functionality. You'll be able to store a lot more data in this org. Of course, the enterprise edition. Usually, the professional edition will be taken by companies that are in like small or medium size. Okay. And the enterprise edition would be used by bigger organizations, I can say, right? Enterprise level. They'll have more data storage. There's something called unlimited. And this will be like, I think it's I can say that, it has a lot more features, no limits, premium support. And of course, I think this professional edition is like $75 per user per month. Per user per month. I'm not sure how much it is for enterprise. You can find that here also. But yeah, just remember these are the editions that will be there. Right now, we are working in the developer edition because it is free. And $150, $200, I think, per user per month. And if you take some more, like if you take 150 licenses or 200 licenses, you'll have a small discount, of course. You'll have to speak with the account executive. So those are the Salesforce editions. And every edition will have some user limits. So licenses or users licenses. Okay. What else? Here is the instance. Edition is different, instance is different. When I talk about Salesforce instance, it will represent the area from where your Salesforce instance is. So enterprise edition is also there, in addition to this. Okay. Salesforce instance. Now tell me, what do you see? I see AP16 here. Right. Is there anyone else? I think people who are logging in from US, what do you see? I think it's UM for UK. NA, North America. Yeah, NA 168 is North America. Location. Yeah, it's all dependent on location. Salesforce will have servers in various regions. NA 207. I think 207 will 224. All of these will probably be dependent on the closest server that is there, or closest. I'm not sure what that is called, but there might be various instances in US itself, because it's US where Salesforce is, and state-wise, I think, or region-wise, right? I'm very interested in, and I think Australia, New Zealand also will have Asia Pacific, Japan, China, all those. Not sure about what it is for Europe. Anyone out of UK, you will be able to see what it is, and maybe you can let me know. Here the instance is AP16. Okay, and the default language, default locale, it is a local. And see, used data space. We only have about 5,000 KB of data here. We can only have this much data. We have space for only this much. And then I'll not talk about these. Newsletter, you can choose to uncheck those, because you'll keep getting emails then. Newsletters, yeah, I'll just say no, I don't want this. Already there are a lot. And here, when I click on edit, you remember now, right? The screen. Do you remember the screen, how it was earlier? So this is the screen. I'm going to edit it, and let me say that I want to make it India time. Let's make it India specific time. There is 5 plus 30. There it is. It's just somewhere here. There it is, India time. And then I can also let's say I want to activate multiple currencies.
Moving on to the third question. When can articles be made using knowledge? And the 4 options are: upon answer from the client, when shutting a case, upon answer to a client's email, and lastly, upon beginning post of the client in the answers people group. You can comment your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce Online Training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
If you're on a lead record or any other record here, you just need to click on the setup button, and then you'll have to click on the setup option. And then it will take you to a new tab, which is the setup page. After that, I will have to, so there's the quick find box here, right? Not this box, but this one. So I'll go there and I'll search for company information. I see company information. As soon as I type in company, I click on that. And that's how you can get to the page. Notice the 2 buttons here. I click on edit. I want to, no problem. Thanks. So I want to activate another currency because I'm based out of India. I can see that the currency that is shown here is US, but I want to activate multiple currencies. So I'll just check this box. And here it says turning on multiple currencies introduces permanent changes in your org. So it says review the implications of enabling multiple currencies before enabling. This is a developer org, so I'm not worried. I'll just do that. Save it. Currency setup button wasn't there earlier. And as soon as we activated multiple currency, we checked it, we see that there is another button that's been added. It is currency setup. Now I can go into currency setup and add my new currencies, because firstly, we have to activate multiple currency. It's only then that the currency setup button would show up and it will take you here. This is the way to access. Okay. And now let's add a new currency from the new button. So all the currencies that are there, you'll get to know. INR, Indian rupee, Enter the currency conversion rate, it says. Okay. I would say 80, right? $1 is 80, so I'll just put in 80 there. So that, okay. And I will save this. Now what this does is, it will, and by default, parenthetical currency conversion, as soon as I added the new currency, but let's say I go to this opportunity and I have activated parenthetical currency conversion. Now this one is showing in dollars because dollars is my default locale also, no? Default local currency is that. So let's say this one. 1,000 rupees is $12, it says. And when I say dollars, it will not give anything because my default is this one only. So what I will do is just make it rupees. Let's make it 80,000 rupees. I'm expecting this to show $1,000 here. So it depends on what is your current currency, local currency. So whatever is the local currency, if you select local currency, then the conversion will not show. If you select a currency that is not your, that is not your corporate currency, then the corporate currency value will be shown in the parenthesis. I will repeat myself here. If your opportunity currency inside any of the fields, it's not just opportunities, in accounts also you'll have an opportunity field, a currency field. Wherever there is a currency field, so yeah, this will not even be helpful in your practical experience, I think, because in my experience, I'll tell you, I have been working for 5 years and I have seen that at least the 2 organizations that I have worked for, in fact, 4 organizations that I've worked for, nowhere do they report in a second currency. They're just, using the standard US dollar as the currency, and that's it. So this parenthetical currency conversion is a topic which will always be covered inside the exams, Salesforce admin exam. So the reason why I'm talking about currency conversion here is because it's an important part of the exam. That's all. And it's good to know also, no? That, okay, there is this thing also. Now, another thing, another feature that Salesforce has, of course, people will not be using it unless they are, that company has a requirement. And they say, hey, Nishchay, make $1,000 every week, sell $1,000 worth of product every week in India. So what will Nishchay's sales target be actually? It will be in terms of rupees. So Nishtay will sell 80,000 rupees worth of product every week and will be happy that, okay, I'm at least, meeting my targets. But tomorrow, what will happen is that, and the boss also is happy because this is $1,000. Tomorrow, let's say for a week, the, dollar value gets stronger against the rupee. What will happen? Nishtay will probably have to sell. Nishchay's sales target in terms of rupees will change. It will become 83,000 then. Unless he sells 83,000 rupees worth of product, Nishchay's boss in US will not be seeing $1,000. He'll see something like this. If he sells $80,000 in a time when the US dollar is very strong, has become stronger, then this will actually show up as something else, maybe something like this, right? Or maybe 70,000. So how do we do that? So what so currency fluctuations also will affect the reporting sometimes, and the targets would be different. So when you are in a currency fluctuation mode for 1 week or something, you will have to use dated exchange rates. You can say that for this 1 week, please consider 83,000 rupees. Sorry, for this particular week, consider 83,000 rupees as 1,000 rupees. Or Yeah, I'm not sure I'm getting the example right, but we have something called data exchange rates to take care of this. We can say something like this. Let's say, where is the Salesforce page? Yeah, it is based on the dollar rate. So what data exchange rate will do is, from that particular week, instead of like, let's say 80,000 rupees is $1,000. In the next week, this calculation, we don't want this calculation because dollar fluctuation was more. It should be worth 83,000 rupees, or, Nishchay should be actually selling 83,000 rupees to show $1,000 worth of sales because of the fluctuation. Then in order to arrange for that you will face in your career, if you have a very long career, like, you'll still not be able to think of this. It's just like of academic interest. We used to derive logarithms and all, but now when we work, we don't have to do that. No, we don't have to go through the logarithms and all these things. So it's like that only. So remember that there is the data exchange rate. So what we can do is, we have to go to advanced currency management. This module is definitely covered in the admin exam. Yeah, like no algebra after 10th, right? This one also is like that. So in order to determine the login hours, in order to make sure that people are logging in only between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., for example, what I will need to do is, I will need to get into profiles. You may ask, what is a profile? You may ask, what is a profile? Whenever a new user is being created inside Salesforce, whenever a new user is going to be created inside Salesforce, that user will have to be given a profile, will have to be assigned a profile. Without a profile, there is no user. Every user must have a profile, even if it is a bot, even if it is an automated program that is being used to log in. I can show you here. Let's get into profiles. There will be a list of profiles. How did I get to profiles? I went into setup. I searched for profiles and I found profiles here. Inside profiles, if I scroll down, okay, of course, you can look at this list. There are so many profiles, and one of these profiles you can assign to the user. And this is just the first page of the profile. This is just the first page of the profile. If you want to see all the profiles at once, I can see here it says, let me zoom in for this thing for you. Do you see something here? It says 1 to 25 of 38, which means it is only showing me the first 25 profiles on the list. Let me zoom out. So where do I find the next remaining 38, 13 profiles? Click on this, say display 50 records per page, and the whole screen will show up. Without a profile, a user cannot be created. There are users inside Salesforce. Every user must have a profile. So this is the list of profiles that we have. Let's say you have a company. In that company, you have set up Salesforce. Now you will have maybe 3-4 people in one department, maybe the sales department, 4-5 people in the support department, and there might be 3 leadership positions. So everyone is supposed to use Salesforce. So you will create users for those people, and for every department you will give a separate profile. Maybe support profile will get custom support. Sales team will get custom support people will get the support profile. Sales people will get the sales profile, marketing, etc., etc. There's something for leadership team also. Here I can see my name is Rahul Dravid here. That's right. We are system admins. That's right. So if you go to settings, you will find that system administrator is the name given. If I go and look at profile, of course, it won't be here. You'll have to get into users. There it is. So advanced user details. I have clicked on the user, Rahul Dravid in this case. And here, this user has been given a profile. What is that profile? System administrator. Every Salesforce org must have at least one system administrator. Always. I cannot deactivate a user if he or she is the only system administrator. Otherwise, no one will be able to log in. One system administrator should always be there. Okay, it is like, 24 hours security, right? 24 hours security, someone must be there. You can't just, remove this profile, like remove this user unless there's another system administrator. But that's a different topic. We are here, we are looking at profile. Every user must have a profile. If I say I don't want a profile, I will not have the user also. Okay. See, I can edit all of these, but I can't edit profile here. If I go to, let's say, if I go to users, if I go to profiles, where is the profile that I had? It will be somewhere at the bottom, system administrator. Here it is. This is the profile that I am having, that you are all having. Click on this system administrator. So by default, we were given the system administrator profile because we created this org only for ourselves, right? It is a developer org. If I go into profile, I'm not going to talk about these buttons. I'm going to scroll down for now. Scroll down. And at the end, right? You will see login hours here. I hope you are able to find this part. Login hours. There are no login hours that have been specified. But let's say your custom, like marketing team, let's say your marketing team users are all having the marketing profile, custom marketing profile. Here it is. Click on this. Yes. Let's say you have to make sure that people from the marketing team, they should only be able to work from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So we can define the hours at organization level. Why do we need to define the hours at organization level? What is the difference? I will talk about that also. I will talk about the use case there. At the org level, there is a different reason why it is used. Now here, your boss does not want the marketing team to log in like after, like before 9 a.m. or after 5 p.m. They should have logged out. Probably this is because HR got complaints that, marketing team has been working. I mean, I'm just giving an example. Or maybe they want to save overtime. Marketing is, asking for more money because they have been working a lot more. So that won't even be a condition, of course, but a lot of people think marketing doesn't do any work. They are just having fun, but still. Login hours. On that profile page, you will find login hours. Please click on the edit button here near login hours. So you found this login hours, no? At this, in this page, where it says login hours, there is the edit button also. It is hard to miss. So I will just click on edit. And then you can see that login hours can be specified here. I can say on Sunday, this person doesn't need to work. On Saturday also, this person doesn't need to work. So I'll just say 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. From Monday to Friday, I can say 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can do this. Probably you also have some interns, or you have part-time, workers in the company who are, doing data entry in Salesforce. So maybe they're only working 4 hours a day. So you can think of such examples. There are such use cases where this will be useful. Okay, so 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., right? 5 p.m. Here it is. Some people actually work 3 days a week. There are lots of flexible things, but let's just, go with the usual thing and say 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And of course, probably we can say 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So 8, 7, 5 to 35. On a Saturday, let's make it 9 a.m. to, let's select none. It was already none. There it is. What will happen is, now people will not be able to log in on Saturday, Sunday. And let's see, let's just save this. Now you can try this out. If you set this up for your system administrator, try logging in after 5 p.m. and let me know if you have been able to log in or not. Is that okay? Or maybe at 9 a.m. in like India time, you can say 9 a.m. India time, after 9 a.m. we should not be able to log in for system administrator. Then you'll be able to understand it. Oh, I'll have to still wait, or add a new user. Okay. Add another user and, limit the login time to test this out. Okay. We have to test this. No, I'm saying that, login hours can be restricted and all, but you will have to test this yourself. There it is. What I'm going to say here is, try this out in your orgs. It's easy. In fact, what you could do is, let me go here, do this. For people who have not been able to understand this, let me repeat. Okay, but how do I know it is working or not? You can ask that, no? How do I know that, when we restrict the login hours, it will actually work? So here is the system administrator profile that I have. I go there. There are login hours here. So I can say today is Wednesday. 8 a.m. 9 a.m. Do something like that. So after 8 a.m. we'll not be able to talk also then. And the problem with this thing is, it won't give you 8:30, 8:28, like that. It's only going to give you by hours. I can't edit this. You might ask, what if the company's starting time is 8:30 a.m.? Can't do anything about it at that time. So that's the reason why they have given it like that, 9 to 5. Usually people used to have that. Nowadays it's all flexible, so don't know. But yeah, that is one thing, login hours. I hope that this concept is clear. So no, it will not be based on the logged in user time zone. It will be based on whatever time zone is the default in the company settings. We have talked about company settings, but let's search for company information here. Click on it. Default locale is there, no? Here, default time zone. So if your company information has default time zone of Pacific Standard Time, then that's what it is going to take. Just remember, default time zone is what it is going to take into consideration, not business hours. Business hours is a different topic, which I will, of course, cover now. Let me show you. For example, how do I demonstrate this? Let's go here. So you can see default locale is Pacific Standard Time. Time on my system is 7:19 a.m. Right? Let's see now. If I go to a lead and update it's going to take a while to load. Yeah, I think when you log into Salesforce, when you create, oh God. What about now? What about now? Hello? Hello? Am I audible, guys, now? Yeah. I'm on mobile internet right now because the Wi-Fi. Sorry. So what I was talking about is that you are saying, right? How does it know whether it is EST, PST, whatever? It's not determined by business hours. When you see business hours, in business hours, you can type, it's not dependent on business hours. Let's see. I have an opportunity. Let me click on this opportunity. Now, this, if you scroll to the end of the page on the opportunity details, I can see that the last modified date here is 26th of December, 7:31 p.m. All right. Let me just make a change and see what happens here. I'll just say completed here, making a change, editing the record, and I'm saving this. And see, now it says the last modified date is 27th of December, 5:51 p.m. But in my system, you can see that the date is 28th of December, which means it is not business hours which is going to determine Salesforce timing. Salesforce will think that I am still in PST because the default locale, it's based on the default time zone for the for the company itself, and not even company business users. Okay. So you have the proof also now. All right. I hope this is all clear. Let me now get back to the setup page. Of course, it was already there based on company information setup. In company information setup, Kirti, there is, what is it? What is it? It's the default local, like default local time, was it? What was the name of the field? Good point to remember. This, the highlighted thing, this is what determines. So I can say edit, and the time zone, I need to make it India here. But what about business hours? So remember this point also before trying out login hours, okay? Now, next thing to do is business hours. A lot of people, like among this is what finds it, right? Now let me prove it here. Let's make this, okay, it's the India time that will show on the records also. You guys might be. Yeah. Let's just. I'm going to India time now. There it is. I'm going to save this. Now what? Let's go to business hours now. How is it? Default local. Let's say organization business hours is save this as India Standard Time. I'm going to, so I'm just trying to demonstrate that it's business hours, which is going to determine what time you have made the changes, etc. Pacific Standard Time. We need Pacific Standard Time. Columbia Eastern. Central Standard Time. There it is. Let's say that the default time zone is Pacific Standard Time. Business hours is India Standard Time. Now, if I make a change here, is off. I'll need to get this done. Let's see. Why is it not showing? And I know that it's default locale actually that. There's a difference there. I guess so. Yeah. Good idea to log back in. I refreshed the browser and tried it. And it would still not. Sales. Something is off. Roll to the end of this page here. Control end. It is still showing Pacific time, although it's not my computer system time. Nope, it's not working. That's the thing. We actually read a lot of stuff. We don't try it out in our orgs. We just remember those things and we write it. Time zone is showing up as this only. So what did we do? I'll just write it down for still Salesforce shows modified date. Click on this profile here or icon. Go to settings. Okay, so now there it is, Asia, Kolkata, India Standard Time. Save it. Now if I go back to opportunities, click on this. So it says last. See, okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, it is showing me now. It is converted the display time. So it will convert just the display time. But if you are working in different time zones, okay, let's write it this way. Let me add another user here who is from the US, and I want you guys to share the screenshot what you see on that record. Okay, let me add you as a user, as an admin, of course. Who would volunteer from, or let's say if you're having your default personal business setting as US, okay, let me add your name, new user. I'm adding a new user, guys. Please notice this. I went to set up inside home. I'm adding a new user. Okay. And as soon as I hit the tab key, alias is given automatically. I need to add an email. And okay. And I'll hit the tab key there. user license. I have the Salesforce. See, I'm selecting user license, Salesforce license. We have to give Salesforce license only. Remember this, no? There are various licenses, but we are interested in granting users the Salesforce license only, because that will give you, like, that's the proper license. Profile, let's say system administrator profile, or let me just give a custom sales profile. Okay, custom sales profile. Let me add marketing user also, because you should be able to create campaigns. And here I will not get to, yeah, here it is. So here the time zone is GMT. This is GMT, not India time. Okay. And then I will save. What we have done is, we have seen what are login hours. We have seen what is the difference between default time zone and business hours. There is a reason why business hours need to be set. I will give you the business use case for why business hours need to be set. Okay. So business hours are used to calculate service hours in the case of guarantees provided. For example, a company guarantees that any complaint to support team will be resolved in 48 working hours. Right? 48 working hours, remember. It just shows my username as my email. You'll have to click on verify the org, no? Salesforce verify. You must have received an email. Yes. And when you click on it, is that username being used elsewhere? I think, yeah, I think. Okay, let me reset the password and see what happens. Okay. Let me reset the password. You should receive an email to reset password. So Deepa is not able to log in for some reason. What I did was, from here, I said reset password. So now she will receive an email with the reset password link. For this org, business hours, the example that I was talking about here, it is, so Saturday evening, Sunday evening. So Sunday evening, customer is saying, like, he's making angry calls. The case has not been escalated also. Now you should tell me what is the problem here. Why was the case not escalated? Because Saturday, Sunday is a holiday probably, right? From Monday to Friday, like a very local team is working. It's all local. So Friday evening complaint is given. Saturday, Sunday, no one is there in the office. Now there will be an escalation. There should be an escalation, and the senior most person must have already worked on it. But then why would they not work? Like, because we were not able to say that, if the so which means that working, I'm actually trying to make you understand, like, tell you that business hours is a thing. When you have business hours, no, you will be able to tell that, okay, like Monday to Friday only it will work. On Saturday, Sunday, the escalation will not happen because our whole team is not working that day. So customer should be made aware of this. What are the working hours? If you just say, instead of 48 working hours, if you say something like this, then so the case wasn't even escalated. Then what will happen is that the senior person can say, our employees. Okay, we don't make our employees work on weekends. That's a very good company actually. I would love a company like that. We don't want our employees to work on weekends. Or maybe it's a small company, that's why they have the liberty to say so. Otherwise, every company is like multinational that we see, right? Multinational companies have shift timings, etc. So let's say employees aren't supposed to work on weekends, and case we use Salesforce. In Salesforce, when the case is escalated based on business hours, we have working hours defined. Ours is a company. We are not a sweatshop, right? We are not a sweatshop. So how do we do that? That's where business hours. So if you set your business hours, no, it will let your escalation rules take weekends into consideration, right? Let's just say weekends, for example. This is just an example. Maybe, you have a company that does not work on a Tuesday, for example, right? In that case, it will be Wednesday to Monday, Tuesday, nothing. So this is what it is. Business hours. You have to set business hours so that your escalation rules can have these included. So, but this is just a feature which is the reason why I would say it's not used is because mostly Salesforce is used by companies that are working round the clock. Okay. So here, that's the reason why by default, the business hours will be like 24 hours by default. And usually Salesforce is used by companies that have a lot of funding. And they always have like support teams that are working round the clock. So practically, you will not find any use for this. Okay. And it is always used by the support team. And, here it is already written. When associated with the escalation, determine the times at which cases can escalate. Okay. So, or do you know any company which does not like work at all on weekends everywhere throughout the globe on Saturdays or Sundays like that? I'm not sure there's one. Customer support teams are working round the clock. So I can only think of a use case, but practically I don't think there is something like. But yeah, you should be aware that business hours is something. It's there. Okay. What are the other things that we need to look at? Open this. Login hours. We tried this out. And then yeah. Okay, remember this thing in the notes. It's a personal setting times which will determine. Okay, business hours, we talked about business hours. And now I want to talk about how to log in as another user. So I'm going to make Deepa the administrator, okay? And I'm going to give this whole org to her because she is a user. So let me go here, users, click on users. For those who are actually watching this, please, see that users will be found easily by entry, guys. Remember, if you are doing only data entry in Salesforce, nothing else, then it is very important to have Classic. Just use Classic, you will be good. But if you are supposed to look at dashboards also and stuff like that, then Lightning experience is required. I will make a note of that here. Custom sales profile, right? Doesn't give Lightning, experience access by default. The profile needs to be edited by admin. Okay. To enable Lightning user. Checkbox. Okay. I can say that this one. Okay. This is something you have to remember. And how to log in as another user. Now here, Deepa is there and she's got a profile, sales profile. I'm going to make her the system administrator. Before making her the system administrator, let me do one more thing. Let me create another profile. Okay. And some people will tell you that system administrator is the most powerful. Remember this point, guys. You must have, if you have already gone through some trainings, right? Some people will tell you that the most powerful profile is system administrator, but I will disagree with that because let me show you that. Yeah. System administrator is there. And I'm going to clone this. Okay, I'm going to clone this profile and it will be a custom profile now. System administrator, I'm cloning it to say sysadmin. This is going to be a new profile. It is just a copy. I can make it more powerful. I'll show you how. Sysadmin. Now here what I'm going to do is in this sysadmin profile, I'm going to edit this. This one, there are some permissions that are not even given there. So I can say view and edit converted leads. Here, this one is not ticked, right? I'll check this box. Similarly, there are a lot other things that are not given. Manage chatter messages and direct messages. So if these are ticked, no, then you can say admin is most powerful. But these are not ticked. Probably because they are not even used by a lot of admins. Okay, now view and edit converted leads. I save this. Now this, I am telling you that this is more powerful than the system admin profile. Let me give this to one of our users. There are no users here, so I'll just go. Deepa is the user. Let me edit her profile to show sysadmin instead of system admin. Okay, so system administrator is the standard profile which is provided by Salesforce, but sysadmin is something that we created from system admin and gave an extra power there. What is that? To be able to view converted leads. Let's save this. That's the thing here. Company's administrator should be able to see this. So let me see. I will do this. I will save it. So what I have done, I am already an administrator, but there is this feature called, if you have any of your colleagues who are like Salesforce users, you are the admin, they are not able to solve a problem or something. We do this, right? We screen share and do stuff like that. Instead of sharing the screen, what you can do is you can ask them to grant you the login access like this. So what that user will do, that person will go, user, they'll do this. They'll say company's administrator needs to have access for 1 day and save it. So here I can see that Rahul Travito, who has given access to company's administrator. Let's see who the company's administrator is. There is an office. Office has 10 desktops. Interns are using those. you have created a profile for the interns. The interns are supposed to work on the uh, you know okay, this is the use case, guys. This is the use case. What should I do? Today, these orgs that we created, right? I created this particular org. I can log into this particular org by, using my mobile phone also, by using some other laptop also, right? Just need to give the username and password and I will be in. But your company says, no, there's a desktop and that desktop only should give access to Salesforce. Nowhere else should they be able to access Salesforce. Or which Salesforce? This company is Salesforce. What is the name of the company? BCCI Coach. How do we do it? So what I'm going to do is, we'll have to go to profiles again. Oh, I'm in the wrong page. Sorry. I'm in the wrong page. I think now I'm in the right page. Search for profiles. There is profiles. Any custom profile will be highlighted as custom with this checkbox ticked. Okay, I can see if I sort using custom here, click on custom button again, and I can see that these are my custom profiles. Sysadmin is something that we created, but Salesforce, by default has given us these custom profiles when we signed up for the developer org. Okay, let's say system admin, like Deepa is there. Deepa should be able to log in only from one IP address, which is, let me see. What is my IP address? 192.168.243.243. Okay. So every company will have a list of holidays wherein, they will say that, the whole company is on holiday today. For example, Christmas, New Year, right? So in order to do that, go to your setup page. Search for holidays and it'll take you there, holidays. And you can determine what are the holidays. So here in this org, there are no holidays. And see, everywhere you see that it's all, like all of these things will be important when you have the support team. Some companies don't have a support team. Some companies might only have, might have, outsourced their support function, in which case that org will not need to worry about this. Okay, so you can also set up holidays here. How to set up? You'll find it everywhere and it's very intuitive. I think, yeah, let's just show you. New, if I say new here, and I can put in, any date there. Let's say New Year's Eve. And let's give a date there. There it is, 1st of Jan. It's already a Sunday, already being calculated as a holiday. So I can save it like that because it is a recurring holiday. I'll put it there. I'll say every year, 1st of January is a holiday. That's how you can set up your holidays. All right. And when will these be used? For example, on a Friday, the customer raised a query. So what will it mean? When will the 24 hours, for example, the customer raised a query on Friday evening, and the company works only from 9 to 5 p.m. Friday evening, that person has, raised a ticket. Company has promised that it will solve everything in first 24 working hours. Now imagine this. Saturday is a holiday, Sunday is a holiday, like Saturday, Sunday, weekend. On weekends, this company is not working. Then Monday also suppose is a holiday. Then you tell me, when will the 24 hours be completed? 24 working hours. From 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Tuesday. That's when 24 hours will be completed. If Monday, let's say, company promises resolution of issue in 24 working hours. Let's say this company works for, so working hours are 24 hours daily, for example, okay? Except weekend and some holidays. Monday is a holiday in the org, right? So by when should the company resolve this issue? So answer will be Saturday is always a holiday, no? Let's say 6 a.m. So you will have to understand. Manually we can calculate it, but inside the system, how do we calculate it? We'll have to tell the system that there are these many rules, these many holidays, these many weekends, so that it will calculate this in escalation rules. It's just so that, you know, the user is still there. That's the reason why it's still being counted. Okay. And how do we undo freezing of a license? You just have to unfreeze. That option is there. How to create a list view of leads whose company name starts with the letter U. Since we are in a developer org, please listen, guys. Since we are in a developer org, the thing is that no matter what kind of email you have Gmail, you have anything, right? You're able to add all of these people, but you will have certain policies inside the company, because of which, for example, if you're working in a company like zoominfo.com, then only people with, you know, the org will be set up in such a way that only people with a valid email address, internal email address, will be added as users by the admin, right? But then chatter external is actually given to customers, and that license is given to customers and not to internal users. For example, we see that Pramod was given the chatter external license, and that's the reason why. And in order to find out the difference between those two, I'll actually have to go there and see. Just a minute. Let's go to profiles quickly. There it is. Then let's go to chatter external. Now here we can see what's the difference. Okay. There's the differences. Add people to direct messages. Okay. Apex REST services, EBAs are enabled, chatter internal user. Yeah. So chatter internal user, this is for chatter free user, chatter internal user, but that's not checked, right? That's not checked for chatter external user. In fact, that option doesn't even show. Can you spot any differences? Password never expires. It does expire after a time, after a while for chatter. And remove people from direct messages, select files. And this person will not be able to select files. Okay. From Salesforce, show app launcher and experience cloud sites. Of course, that is available. Show company name, view helpful link. Let's look at session settings. Okay, it's the same thing for both of them. But here, minimum password length, lockout factor period, cannot contain password. I don't see a lot of differences, but here under administrative permissions, I can see that this list of permissions is different from from the list of administrative permissions that's been given to option to hide, switch to Salesforce Classic. Here it doesn't even show that. There it is, hide option to switch to Salesforce Classic. You'll have to go through this to understand this. Create and own new chatter groups. Of course, that's for external. But here, like chatter groups creation, nothing about that is given. For chatter external user. Yeah. So a chatter external user can't even create a group, but chatter internal users can create and own new chatter groups. So that's how you will look for the differences. Okay. Okay. And then, and you can see, you can ask Pramod, for example, to create a group in chatter. You guys can try and create a group. But Pramod, because Pramod has got a chatter external user license, won't be able to. That's one big difference that I can see here. And then I think, yeah, that's that. We can go ahead with what are the topics? Standard objects, standard fields, all these. Okay. Let's talk about standard objects. What are the standard objects? What is an object? Like if I have a workbook, okay, let's say I have a workbook with many sheets. Okay, let's say this is a workbook. It has a name and it has many tabs. Applying filter for each sheet is an object kind of data table. Yes, yeah, we covered that analogy, no, that when you have workbooks, lot of Excel files are there, right? And every Excel file will have many tabs. So every Excel file is like an app, and every Excel file is having many sheets, and that sheet is like a tab which is going to hold one table. Every sheet is having one table. That table is going to be your object. Yeah, object is a collection of fields and records, which are your columns there in the Excel file. We know that this is the thing. Now tell me, how will you identify what is a standard object, what is a standard object, and what is a standard field, what is a custom object, what is a custom field? So easy to understand. We know that we know all about object now. We know how it compares when with a database, right? Standards are provided by Salesforce, yes, and custom is created by us, by the users. And so let's say standard objects. provided by Salesforce, right? And then you have custom objects. Sorry. That's the only difference. Similarly, how will we find out the API name? I will talk about that also. Then every object is a collection of fields. Standard field, it's the same thing. Fields provided by Salesforce versus custom field is a field that we create. Let's create a custom object, shall we? Or let's just get into, okay. How do we find out where the objects are, where those fields are, right? In order to access the object in the backend, right? What do you do? Very simple, no? So I'll just go to that page here. So we know that there is the setup page. We click on Object Manager, and there is the list of all the objects that are available. And how will I find out whether something is a custom object or not? By just looking at the type here. There are many objects, and remember guys, that not all objects are shown on the tabs. Usually the core objects that will be used by you are going to be, what are the core objects based on which Salesforce is built? Mostly used objects, and you know, what are the core objects that you can think of? I would say leads, accounts, contacts, opportunities. These are the core objects. These are the core objects, right? And of course, even products, you can create products. Dashboard, is that an object? Yeah, let's see if, yeah. So every tab that we see in our Salesforce homepage, no, it need not be an object. For example, if I look for dashboard here, dashboard is not an object. Dashboard is a, like, let's see, what else do you see? You see reports also, no? R-E-P-O-R-T. No, reports also is not an object. Okay, because you're actually using it to display data in a graphical way, reports and dashboards. So it's just a result, yes, right. And what else do we see? Let's say you say something called files, do you? That also is not. Let's ask about chatter. We can search for this. We'll find that, you know. So every tab that we see need not be an object. And every object that we see here need not be, it's not needed on the tabs also. Let's say activity. We create those activities, no? Every activity has got emails, etc., etc., etc. Activity is an object manager. Task also is an object. There's a difference between activity and task. And all of these are again tracked in the same tab, task. What is a task? When your salespeople are calling people, they will add comments. They'll find out what kind of they'll fill in what kind of a call type that is. Let's see what are the options that are available here. They're not giving me anything. Call type. And I can see that there's nothing here to be shown. Name and currency is, now we are going to talk about field or object, you said. So every object here is going to have fields and relationships. Like we have, every table has got columns, right? Headers. Now all of these headers will be aligned here. So in every object, there are going to be fields. There's the account object, one of the core objects. You click on fields and relationships. It will show you all the fields. Now here, Salesforce by default has given you a few custom fields as well. If you look at this page, the API name needs to end with is to be having the suffix __C. Like, yes, active is custom. Here it is. And let me see if I can scroll down to show some more. Customer priority. You can notice that it says API name is customer priority _ C. Similarly, if I scroll down, number of locations also is such a field, a custom field. So upsell opportunity is a custom field. Now we know that the difference between a custom field and a standard field is the _ C. And if we go to objects also, no, in addition to this, if I go to account, is there a way for me to find out? Because if you add an object, create an object, there's an internal name for the custom objects as well. So yeah, standard objects are the ones that you find, like automatically they're added in Salesforce whenever you log in. But then if you create a custom object, how do you create a custom object? Shall we add one here? I am going to now create a custom object. Okay. If I create a custom object, let's say we are going to track expenses. So I'm going to call it household expense. And this is going to be household expenses. And automatically the object name is showing up here. Remember, this is the label. The plural label gets added on its own, and the object name will be the label, but the space and special characters, I think the space will be replaced with an underscore in the object name. Okay, what else do we see here? We'll just let the defaults be because we are now creating a, here it is. Enter the record name, label, and format. So here the name, just like when you create an account, it is going to ask you for account name, right? Similarly here, automatically the first field, the first custom field that gets created is this, the name of the, in the setup page on the Object Manager tab, there is a button called create. When you click on that, it will show you two options, create custom object or custom object from spreadsheet. You can either create a .csv file or an XLSX file and upload it from there also. But let's create it like this, a new custom object, household _ expense. Okay. Now I'm going to say I also want reports to be built around these things. So I'll say allow reports. If there are any activities, I can add those. I also want to track field history because, for example, if you have a field wherein you wrote 5,000 and tomorrow you say that's, oh, it costed me 6,000. You're going to change things, right? So if you're going to change things, people need to be able to see the field history as well. Let's say there are 2 or 3 people managing expenses in the house. Okay. And, let's say that, you have a group of 3 people or 3 siblings who are managing expenses in the at home, and they're using the same Salesforce org. You can do that. Maybe 2 siblings, you can manage it. And you can say, or maybe you are living with a roommate, right? You have a roommate. There are 2 roommates, and they say, okay, let's create a Salesforce org to track Salesforce org to track our expenses. What would they do? They would also need to track field history because they would like to know who changed what. So tracking field history also is important. And we can allow some conversations around any of the expense items there. So I'll allow this in chatter groups. And then let's look at this one, deployment status. It's going to be deployed directly. It's not going to be in development. When you say deployment status is in development, it means that it will not be accessible to other users in the org, except if they are admins. Remember this point, guys. Yeah, it's only when you are ready to grant users the access that it will be deployed. Okay. So if you deploy it, it will be available for all the users. So when you are putting it in development, it's like, it's being built and it's being tested, but it's not deployed. Remember, it's any new feature, any new customization that you build, it will only be shown to the to all the users when you totally deploy it. So here I'm going to say it's in deployed status. And if you want to search for expenses, it should be allowed. So I'll click on allow search. Let's look at this one now. Launch new custom tab wizard after saving this custom object. We want this to be added as a tab when it's created, just like you see all those tabs, right? Reports, dashboards, home, leads, opportunities, all those other objects that show up as tabs and non-objects that show up as tabs. If you want to control that, here you can say add this and launch new custom tab wizard, because you want to select some kind of a logo maybe. Let's say save here. Now a new custom object has been created. And I'm going to give it a tab here from, let's select one. Can I find something that's related to expenses? No. Oh, it says create your own style, which means I can actually insert an image. Not sure what to pick. Insert an image. Can go to, yeah, this isn't there, so I'll have to search in documents. It's not there. So let me just select something from here. To me. And next, you can put in the description about the object. Now, if you are going to add that tab, who should it be available to? So by default, it says on for everyone. But I can say, let's say, I want. And you can notice here that I'm creating a custom object and it will not be available for the chatter users. See, there's no chatter user here. But then, let me see. These people will be able to see it. Identity users, post.com app subscription user. You saw these licenses, right? These people will be able to access it. Let's see if Salesforce platform users, yeah, standard platform user. We do have Rama, I think, on this. So Rama should be able to access this. System admins, everyone is able to see it. I can control this. I can say tab hidden. I can hide the tab, but yeah, let's not do it. I'm going to make it available for everyone. So like, and here, now this custom app, right? Yes, by default, it's open to all, and I can choose to show it only for some people. But yeah, let's include this tab here for everyone. Now, this will actually even add the tab to their to the people's existing personal customizations. They don't have to, as an admin, you don't have to say, see, I created a new tab. I want you guys to get in, add the tab on your own. No, it's you who's going to control whether the new object that has been created can be added to their existing tabs. You can decide whether it is something that needs to be shown on sales tabs or only analytics studio apps or anything else. You are the one who's going to decide. By default, it's checked for everyone. Let's go save this. And this creates your object. And now you can notice here that if you go into the object manager, if you click on household expense object, in the details tab, it is going to show you the API name, which is still again ending with __C, which means this is a custom object. Deployment status is there, and we have enabled everything here. Reports, activities, field history. What else should we do now? We created a custom object. Next is what? What do we do next? I'm going to click on fields and relationships to see which fields have been created. And now Sorry. Here, there's a field that we created, but it's not a custom field. Why is that? Yeah, we are going to add fields in custom objects, but do you see there's a field that we created? Now, you can tell me whether the field that we created on our own, because the definition I gave you was any fields that are created by us, that are added by us, are custom fields. But remember, the name field, whenever it is created on any object, it will be considered a standard field. Yes, as a predefined field, although we were the ones who created it, right? We could have chosen not to create it, but then that's the thing. And how do I find it? Yeah, there's node __ C. You tell me, what are the fields that I should add under household expenses? Actually, I want to add an expense type, right? Let me add an expense type. Expense type, pick list. I want to create something like this. I want to call it grocery EMI, maybe car EMI, and maybe credit card, etc. So this is like a pick list field, guys. I created something in Excel here. Click on this drop down and you'll see that, these are like the pick list fields. You can't enter anything that you want. I paid rent. It won't take this, right? Okay, very good. I got a lot of things here. Let me jot down all of those. Okay. Type of expense. Okay, let me just jot it all down. Okay, I'll just copy these. Type of expense, rent, electricity, all right. I'll put it here. And then all right. So these are the things we are getting. Okay. Pick list utility. I know that. All right. So here's the list that you gave. You said medical expense. Okay. School fees, car loan, mortgage, newspaper. Okay. Food. I guess it's food that's as in a takeaway or eating out, right? Mortgage, car loan, school fees, rent, groceries been given. So, yep. Again, food is repeating there. Utility could be all right. House rent. Okay. Electricity. I think that still again comes under utility, but yeah, let's put it that way. You want me to make this text field, is it? Yeah, utility, electricity are the same thing. Okay, are the same. All right, let me just get rid of this one. Okay. Okay. So here's the things. I want to arrange this in alphabetical order. It's a tough thing to do, no? Alphabetical order. Come on, someone tell me. Which one should be first or last? Should I go and,
Fourth question, how many records of solutions can be loaded using the import wizard? Is it 5,000, 50,000, 500, or arrangement records cannot be imported via import wizard? You can comment your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce Online Training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
Display values alphabetically. That's the option which has been given on the page. So if you click on this, automatically all these options will be showing up in what do you call it? Alphabetical order, right? So I don't have to worry about sorting it in alphabetical order. Here it is. Display values alphabetically, not in the order entered. Because It's a very haphazard order that I entered in. I don't even have to worry about sorting it. Okay. Now you can put in some help text. You can make it a required field here. It's your wish whether you may make it required here or elsewhere. But let's say we don't make it required. Okay. Or what do you want me to do? Should we make this a required field so that every expense that is being logged in will need to be tracked for its expense type as well? Okay, let's make it always require a field. All right, if I do that, let's do that. Then say next. Now this is a custom field which is going to be visible for everyone. Now you can see here, since we made it a required field, by default, in the next page, Salesforce will say that this field is going to be available for everyone. When you make a field required, it will become visible for everyone. Remember this point, guys. And if I don't do that, if I say not required, and if I go next, now in the next page, you can see that it is not visible to everyone. I will have to make sure, I will have to decide whether it should be visible to a profile or not. Are you getting my point here, guys? What is the difference? Go to previous page and make it a required field. Then you go to the next page. And by default, all of these are checked. All the options are checked. But if I don't do that, if I say not required, if I click on this one, it says always require a value in this field in order to save a record. I just say no. And then I will see that the next page, which will be about field level security, right? Which profile users should be able to see that field. Now here I am going to get all these boxes in unchecked format. So I'll just have to select the profiles that I want to be able to access or to be able to see that file and access that file. So that field. I can also make it read only. Here I can make it read only. But let's just, go with whatever you guys have said. Let's make it required. But you understand the difference, no? I hope you're able to understand it. I will say required and I'll go to the next page. And of course, obviously it is required. So everyone will be able to see it. But there's another level after field level security, which is the page layout. Here is a page layout. By default, every object that you create, when you create an object, every time a page layout, a default page layout would have been created. So here I'm going to say add field to that layout. It's going to get added there. What is a layout? A layout is the one that determines how the page would look like, what kind of fields should be there. We're going to talk about that in greater detail. Let's just say we have a page layout now, and I'm going to save it. Okay. If you are having any other fields to be added, what else would you need? Let's put that in Excel file so that you can guide me here. So what do you mean? Like, let's say expense name is there. Let me zoom it in. Then you have expense type. What else would you need to track expenses? Expense amount. Okay, very good. Let's just put in amount. Mode of payment. Okay. Description. All right. Description. When was the payment made on? Paid by. Okay, which user paid it? Now paid by. Now we'll have to determine whether this needs to be a lookup field or we'll determine these. I think this much is enough. No, let's start creating fields now. Expense name is a field that has already been created and the data type is text. Expense type also has been created already and the data type is pick list. Now tell me, what is amount going to be? Do you know about data types, guys? Data type. What is data type? Currency. So amount is going to be currency. Let's go create a currency now. So here, I know that many more fields need to be created. That's the reason why I'm going to say save and new. For amount paid, see, we have these many options under field types. Auto number, which will just give you 001, 002, like a receipt. If master detail relationship is another type. Okay, we have got these numbers. Then you have got something like, let's say, amount. And let's say runs made, right? Something like that. Runs made. Let's say you have it doesn't look good, no? And here, even here we can have even in number format, Praveen, we can have those decimals, but it doesn't look good unless you have this shown here. That's the reason why, in order to show these dollar signs, and even in multi-currency thing, you need to show whether it's INR or USD. You will have to select currency. Okay. So yeah, let me go with currency. Field label. Amount paid. Decimal places I can give to there. You can add description, help text, etc. Say next. Okay. So 16 plus 2, 18. I can only have 18 digits shown. 16 and 2. Remember this point also, please. When you give length here, it can either be 18 decimals and 0, like 18 digit number until like up to 18 digits it can take, and 0 decimal places. But since this is currency and it's asking us to have decimal places because multi-currency is enabled, I'll just say 16 and 2. The sum should be 18. And here also same thing. I don't want to have it. Of course, you need to have this, no? Required. It's definitely required. How much amount you paid. I'll just say next. And next. And save and new. That's your amount paid. Let's go back to the Excel file. Mode of payment. Tell me what kind of a field should this be? Mode of payment. Pick list. Okay. Sometimes you might have some cash and then UPI, and then you're going to pay through your mobile wallet, right? What would you do then? Vijay, I think. Mode of payment would be, you are in a grocery store, you have 3,000 rupees in your card, and you have about 200 rupees in cash. So you would say, hey, in this food card or in this, like these food coupons are like worth 3,000 rupees, but I know that I need to make a payment of 3,200. So can you do this? Can you take 3,000 rupees in coupons and 200 rupees in cash? Then how would you, all right. I think, yeah, we have enough of those. So display values alphabetically. Okay. And here, visible lines. Do you want to see everything at once, or you want that page to scroll down only four lines at a time? This is what is going to determine it. Let me say here, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Mode of payment. Okay, what is the next field that you want to add? Description, some comments maybe, right? Comments, notes, etc. But you can use chatter also to do that. But let's say you want to add something like a description for every expense that you are logging. What would you have? What would you need here? So you can either select text. You can select text area, which will allow you to add data, like add text in multiple lines, like a story you are writing. Text area is what you should select. Yes. Usually, text area long is going to be for description. When you look at most of the description fields, text area long is there. But it's going to take a lot of data, and we just need some comments, some few lines. So I'll just say text area. Now, text area reach will also allow you to add emojis, I think. Emojis and whatnot, styling, etc. Bullet points, those things will be shown in text area reach. Just trying to, okay, what about text and text encrypted? Now this, and can we not add number, Harsha, in this description? In description, you're going to write something like, not just the numbers. It's going to be everything. I think you can add numbers as well as text here as well. Oh, yeah, let's see, Harsha. Let's see. And then maybe we can change it. We also need to see if we can change from text area to text later on. Okay. For custom fields, we should be able to change the field type later. And this is not going to be required. I don't want it to be visible to everyone. Only. So let's see if I can do this here. I'm going to make this text fields. Now, all of these are my text fields. Here, I need a number field. Let's say, I'm going to say number here, only number fields. I'm going to add the same numbers from there, 10 to 30. I try to add these equals sum of these. Select all these. If I add these, right? If I add these up, I will get 126. Now, if I add these up, sum on these. Oh God, why is it summing it up? Oh, it needs to be text. So what happens is that this will be considered as text. And of course, in Salesforce, you will not be able to run your operations on these fields because these are going to be description fields. I will show that to you. Yeah, let's add quantity as well. Quantity as in weight, right? Quantity as in weight, quantity as in what you call kgs, etc. And quantity as in number of items that we want. Okay. Save in new. Description thing, let's talk more about that. Okay, but you have to say next. I want this field to be visible only to the users in my org. I have 3 users in my org. One is a system administrator, one is to show users. Which field should I select? We have 3 users in the org. And what is a user? User also is an object, is it? Are you able to get my point? How many users are there in this org? Let's go here. Let's go to users. And I can see here, let's say, how many admin users are there? There's just one. But if I look at active users, okay, these many users are there. Suppose more actually, right? We have all these users. Let's say I want to say paid by other object and find out the names. I will show you an example from Excel itself. Let's say you have all these names here. Let's say you have these user names. And I can say, okay, and what else do we have? Harsha is there. Okay. Let's say we have these names here. Now, if I go there, right, and if I create paid by, right, I can either create a pick list by manually writing all these names from here. So this one will be a pick list field, but I don't want this. All I want is a field that will allow me to select all the users whenever they are getting added. So here I can see all these names. I can see all these names. Oh, why did I select username? Oops. Okay. Let's say yeah, these are all the names that I have. Let me add Omar also, or Rahul. Let's say Rahul. If I add Rahul, then automatically I don't even have to worry. I will be able to see Rahul's name here. Let me add some other person's name. Let me add Praveen's name, for example. So do I see Praveen's name here? I don't see Praveen's name here. But what I can do is I can add a user. I can add a user here called Praveen. When I create a new user called Praveen, I don't even have to worry about this. In the lookup field, I will have Praveen's name. In fact, when I click on Praveen's name, all his details also will be shown. It will be like a link. Okay. So that's what it is. A lookup field. It is different from a pick list field. Okay. So I'm creating a relationship now between the household expense object and the user object. So lookup relationship is what I have selected. I will go next and it's going to give me options to select from. Now, which field is it related to? Users. There are the users, user object. Let's go next. And I'm going to call it paid by. Sorry, paid by. And you can say, and here I can also give some filter settings. Lookup filter also I can do, because let's say all of these are chatter users and they are not able to, create records. Then it's no use, adding these people, because so what I can do is I can say search for specific people. Wait a minute. There. User profile. And what is the profile name? I can say profile name contains admin. Let's do that first, okay? If the profile name contains admin, or if the profile name contains platform. If any of these are there, so here instead of and, I need to make it or. So instead of 1 and 2, I'm going to say whether the profile is admin or it contains platform, or then only those profiles users should be shown. Let's see how this will work out. Next. And next. And save. And then we had someone saying, oh, quantity. Let's add quantity also. What should quantity be? What kind of a field should it be? Quantity. There will be two types of quantity. One will be, okay, let's have quantity as well as weight. Quantity will be, come on, tell me guys, what kind of a field should quantity be? Oh, number, yeah, number or text, number. It's needed to be a number only. So number, and say next. When you have numbers, you can write formulas on those numbers. Okay, field type. Field label is going to be quantity. Wherever it is applicable, you can have it. Quantity. And I'm not going to select any of this. I don't want to make this required. Let's say next here. Okay, let's make it visible only to a few profiles, or I can make it visible to all the profiles, but I can hide it from here. I'm hiding this quantity field from here, guys. See this. I'm not adding this quantity field so that we can learn about layouts later. Remember, I am creating a field called quantity. Am I right? Save in new. Let's add another one. It's going to be weight. So weight will be a decimal number kind of a thing, no? So weight will be a number field, of course, with 2 decimal points. How many decimal digits should it be? Weight in kgs or grams. Let's put in kgs. And even 4 digits is enough. It's a lot, no? We can have 2 decimal places. Say next. And you can control who this needs to be visible to here. Okay, now here what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say weight kilograms should not be visible to anyone. And then here, in the next field, I'm going to add it to the layout. Remember these points. We created the last 2 fields in such a way that created fields added like field security is there. No, every time we are getting field security enabled for all users. Then added field to page layout. But we did exceptions. What did we do? We created the quantity field enabled it for everyone, but did not add to layout. Similarly, weight field was created. We field security we unchecked it for everyone, which means it will be hidden, but added it to page layout. You have to notice these 2 things, guys. We are going to see what happens when we do this, right? I hope you have noticed this. I have also written it as a note here. Okay. Now I'm going to say save. I think that's enough. A lot of fields have been added. Now what I will do is, I will go here. I will go to those 9 dots to the app launcher and search for household expenses. It will be added as a tab somewhere. Automatically, it's been added here. I can actually move this tab, this custom tab here. Okay. And all. Now here, I can start adding these. Let's add this. Tell me what should the expense be, the first expense. I'm clicking on new. Currency, let's make it US dollar only. Okay. All the figures shown are fictitious. Okay, disclaimer. All the figures shown are fictitious. Okay, grocery. Okay, let's add grocery also. 1500. Okay. 1500. And let's say you're paying it with cash as well as a bit of something from check, right? So you could have this thing. Okay, and I can see people are writing about grocery, transportation. Okay, Pramod, I will do that. Description. Let's add a number here, 80. Or just write 1500. Or I can write something like this. 750 paid in cash. 750 through check. Description, okay? Payment date. Let's make it 1st of December. We can still do this, no? We can say, yeah, let's put for month of December. Now here you can see paid by. Paid by whom? Who are the users? So this is not working. So paid by is not working because I added some filter there, right? Let me save it. Okay. A few fields are missing. Can you tell me which ones? We created some more fields, no? We created some more fields, I think. We saw that this is a pick list field. We can only select one. We saw there is a multi-select pick list. We can select many. Quantity is missing, right? Quantity is missing. Anything else that's missing? Weight also is missing. Why is it missing? Because it is either removed from the page layout or it is, there's no, like field security is checked. Okay, let's save this. And then there's another thing that is not working. What is it? I am not able to select paid by. I'm not able to select this. So we'll have to go back to, so now people who are using it, right? They will tell the admin, hey, like let's say, hey, Omar, yeah, lookup is not working. Or some other stuff that's not working. How do I do? Then what I will do is, I will take the access, or maybe I'll check it first in my setup. I'll go to setup. I'll go to that particular object. You'll say, yeah, you'll search for household. Yes. Let's go there. Household expense. Is this the object? Yes, of course. So click on it. Now here, fields and relationships. Someone was saying, weight field is not there. How do I search for weight? Here is the quick find box. I will search for weight. That's the field. Click on it. Now, in weight field, let me see what is the problem here. I see that there's no problems here, but yeah, let's click on set field level security. I'll click on this. So every field will have field level security, right? Now here I can see it's not even visible. So it's a valid reason why people will not be able to see it on the page layout. So I'll say, yeah, enable it. Let's enable it for sysadmin, system administrator, and the standard platform user, because those are the 3 users I have. And I don't have the option of enabling it for chatter users. So I'll just say save. I'll say F5, I refresh that. And then I can see that the weight field is now available. But of course, it's not worth it now. But I know that the weight field is now available. What was the other thing? I think it was quantity. Quantity was the other field that was not showing up. So I'll go there. I'll go to fields and relationships. I'll look for quantity. There it is. Let's click on it. So maybe here also field level security is not there, right? So let me click here. Set field level security. And I can see that it's been made like visible for everyone. Can you tell me what else should I look for? What I will do then is I look for field accessibility. Let's see this. View field accessibility. Why is it not accessible? So as an admin, people will give you these questions. These are the things that you would do. What was the name of that field? Was it quantity, right? Quantity. If I click on this, okay, here it says it's hidden for system admin. It's hidden because field is hidden because of page layout that's given here. So I'll then go to page layouts. I'll click on this. So here in this object, we went to fields and relationships. We saw it's all okay. We went to page layouts. There's only one page layout. So I'll click on that page layout. And here I can see that the quantity field is not grayed out, which means I can click on it, can drag it all the way into the details here. You can decide where I need to add it. Let me add it just here. Right? So quantity and weight. Currency, I want it to be shown. I can drag it from here also and say currency above amount paid. And I can say household expense name. Let's put expense type here. I can do that as well. I hope you are able to understand what I'm doing. And I can say description needs to be here. So I'm not sure. I'm actually determining which fields should show up where. Okay. I can say now here in the page layout, right? I can add a section here. I can add a new section, which will give me something like weights and quantities. And then I will say, okay, I'm adding a new section now. I added a new section because I want weight and quantity to be tracked here. And if there's any other thing, paid by, let's put paid by here. It's your wish. You can determine which fields. Some people will say all the mandatory fields, let's put them on the left hand side. All the non-mandatory ones, let's put it on the right hand side. People do that as well. So it depends on what you are comfortable with. So I'm adjusting the page layout here. I was able to add this. I can also add a blank here. For example, blank spaces also can be added. I can add a blank space between description and payment date. I can add a blank space between expense type and currency. But yeah, but I just, just to tell you, we can use these things also. And I can, remove it by clicking on the minus here. I can make some of these mandatory from here also. Let's say all these fields are required. Let's say you want to make sure that payment date also is a required field. Then what you will do is on the page layout, you can, so it's just that, if you have many fields and you want to make it look better. Yeah, I will do that. Now payment date, I'm going to click on this wrench here and I can make it required from here. Okay. So it's now a required field. So a required field will be, required field will always, see, when I make something a required field from the wrench icon, right? Then it will be made mandatory here, but I can also remove it from here. See, I removed it. Let me undo that from this by clicking on undo. Okay. But if I try to remove these, right? You see this blue circle here on these fields. It means that the minus icon, right? Or the remove, I can't remove this from here. Let's say I want to remove the house expense name from here. It says this field must be displayed on the page layout and cannot be removed. Ditto with all of this, because when we were creating these fields, remember guys, when we were creating these fields, we made these required when we were creating it at the field security level. But here at the page layout level, we are making it required. That's the reason why I can also remove this and nothing will happen. Remember this, or maybe I'll just write it down as a note here. When a field is made a required field at the time of creation, field level security, or I can say field level security, then it will be marked always on layout. I can't remove that field from the layout. It should always be displayed. If a field is marked as required on, we can remove the required field for the blue dot by making it not required in the field level security. If a field is marked as required on layout level, it can still be removed from layout. But once you remove it from the layout, no records can be saved. Remember this point. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it can still be removed from the layout. That's it. Remember this point also. Now, here, I have saved it. I'm going to save these changes that we made. We created a new section for weights and quantities. I'm going there, rent. Let me refresh this page and the layout would have changed. You can see here. Wait a minute. So layout is not a security thing. It's just, it's display. It's all about display. But what are the changes that we made and why am I not able to? So here's the layout. We added new sections. For some reason, it's not showing up this section of weights and quantities. I'll have to refresh this again and again. Yeah, that's right. Something's off. Let me see if I can go to some other opportunity and come back to household expenses and then click on rent. What's happening here? Maybe I'll have to log out and log back in. Let me do that. Log out, log back in. Because I can see that the changes are not taking effect. I'll log back in again. Hopefully it would all be good now. I'm not able to. I'm clicking on these things. Nothing is updating yet. I think it's internet. That's the problem. Let's quickly save this. All right. Refresh. Now it's loading. I'll go to household, search for the household item, household expenses, click on it. All right. Now you can see that the changes have taken effect. Weights and quantities as a separate section. We have moved some of these fields from there. And this is how multi-select values will look like. So I will go back to lookup field. Let's go to fields and relationships. There's a lone lookup field here, user grouped by profile name. Let me see if I can edit this and change it. Oh, it is not allowing me to. Okay, this is a lookup field and I can't edit it now. Field level security. It's available for everyone. So filters that we put in there, I can't change once I added. So I'll have to delete this and create it again. So let me delete this because it isn't working. Is it a required field? Is it a required field? Let's see. It's visible. I'll just delete it and then maybe we'll, here it is. Lookup filters. Oh, there they are. So here it says name contains, profile name contains admin or platform. But my name does not have admin. It has capital A. Maybe this is let me do one thing now. How do I delete a field because it's not useful? I'll go to fields and relationships. I'll look for the one that I need to delete. I'm not going to click on it. I'm going to click on this drop down and it's going to give me this option to delete. And I can delete it from there. Yeah, that's right. It's deleted. Let's create the lookup field again. So lookup relationship. Then next. Then user. Then next. Let's add all the users now. Let's say payment. made by. Payment made by. And I'm not going to add any filters this time. I'll just say next. Now, let's say where this is in the page layout, payment made by field. It gets added in the first section only, always by default as the last field. Let's see where it is. Here it is, payment made by. Okay. Payment made by. Okay, let's put it here and let's save it. And then we can go back to this place, refresh this page. We created a new lookup field, no filters added, nothing. Here it is. Click on it to see the options. This isn't what I had in mind. Let me click on this again. Payment made by is not showing up. Okay. Let's think about it again. Payment made by. And I don't see it. Sorry. What if I shift to Classic? Let's see if I can access that field in Classic mode. So I'll go to Classic. I'll go to that household expense. Rent. Now let's edit this and let's see if I can get something for payment made by. See, I have 3 users, Deepa, Rahul, and Rama. I can select from these. Yeah, save. I can save it. Let me do one more thing now. Let me add the deleted field. Let me re-add the deleted field and check it in Classic. Okay, so I'll go to fields and relationships. Where is the deleted field? Click on this deleted fields here. I can restore this. I can say undelete. Remember this point also, please. I'm undeleting this field. I'll say okay. It gets added to the object now. Now, if I refresh this page, I should see paid by as a field. Let me refresh this. Paid by, that doesn't get added. So yeah, but 15 days is enough time, no? What do you say? Imagine your admins, you're made to delete a field, and then, it doesn't take long for the other users to find out how important it is and say that, we want that field back. So 15 days time is there. Okay, I see payment made by, I'm trying to add it. Let's go to the object manager. Let's search for household. Let me see if it's still there or not. Paid by was the field we added to the layout, or so we think. Yes. So we are going to talk about backups also. That is also one of the topics, data backups. There are export services that are available, daily export services, weekly export services, using which you can back up your data. Now, paid by is not in the layout. So let me add it. Let's put it there and save it. And then probably we can go back here, search for it. Of course, it's in Lightning that we saw it was working, but now I will payment made by. Now I can see all the users here in Lightning. I can add the users. Although Sanket is a chatter user, I can add that user, but Sanket will not be able to see it. And here you can see paid by, the field name is now changed. __ C was replaced with deleted __ C. And here in lookup, we had user and group. That filter, right? The paid by field had a few filters. Those filters have been removed and it's been made a lookup field, a plain lookup field. I would like to see if I can edit this one and add some groups. Let's edit this. Let's change the type, like the filters here. Here it is. Let's say it's admin. Let's say, I'm just thinking maybe platform and admin should change it. The user entered value must match filter criteria. Okay. Admin and platform, 1 or 2. Let's see how this, enable this filter, active. I'm activating, enabling this filter and saving it. Let's see what happens next. Yeah. So now I have enabled it. Let's see. If I refresh this record, will I be able to change paid by and see the filters? Let's click on this. Let's remove. I can still see these names. I will have to do some reading on this, guys. Paid by is not working the way I should. Let's see. Or maybe I'll just have to refresh this for the changes to take effect. Household expenses and user and lookup filters. This is a lookup filter that we had added. Should contain either admin or platform in the name. Let's look at the let's look at the what you call user names, profile names. Okay. So let me go to profiles here. Profiles. And let's see which are the profiles that are available. So here, standard platform user, sysadmin, system administrator. Let's add these names and see, okay? Instead of contains, standard platform user, I'll just go back to that object. Let's see household expenses. There are the fields and relationships and this paid by, wherein we are supposed to edit the lookup filters. So do you remember the names of the profiles that we are supposed to add? Let me edit this. Okay, so paid by, there it is. One was system administrator. Oh my God. Oh my God. A lot of typos. Administrator. Standard platform user. And I'm going to say equals. And there's a problem here, I think. Current user profile name, it says. Instead of current user, I'll have to select something else. Maybe current user. So it's only when the current user is a system admin or paid by. That's the problem. The field that we need to select is going to be paid by. And then we are going to say the user's profile paid by user name, user ID. Oh, I'm not able to select profile here. Yeah. Profile, paid by profile. See, this is the thing, guys. Remember, paid by instead of current user, paid by profile. I can now use contains here. And I can say contains either admin name, the profile name should have admin, or should have platform. I'm also going to say, like, I'm not going to take into consideration that I need to have capital A for admin or capital P for platform. And I'm going to clear this one out. Paid by profile field not found. Profile name. And here also paid by profile name. So let me check this. Let me edit this one. So paid by profile name should contain this particular term. Let's now check this out. Let me save this. Let me go back to household expenses from here instead, because I want to make sure that the latest instance is open. I'm going to, yeah. So here's the record. Any of these records you can use. And now here paid by, let's see. Let's click on this. And oh, still doesn't give me anything. Let's say Rahul, if I search for, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. What if I move to, it's not even showing anything. Nope. What if I move to Classic and test this out? Contracts, orders, what was it? Household expenses. Let's go there. Of course, one of these records. And then paid by. Let's see how this works out here. Let's say, let's save this. It will not allow me to save it. I'll have to click on this lens. Look for the name Rahul. Something is off about the way I'm doing this. Lookup filters. I'll need to get a very good example for you so that I can show you that, lookup filters work. But I think it's not going to work on users for some reason. It's very... This is sad actually. Paid by profile. If the profile name contains admin or platform. Okay, let me just make it an equal sign and see if it works. System administrator, sysadmin, and stuff. So I'll just say equal. Standard platform user. It's the profile. There's the name equals. Okay, administrator, sysadmin also is there, right? Okay. 1 or 2 or 3. If any of these are true, then run. So save. Okay. 1 and 2 and 3, is it? So this is going to be 1 and 2 and 3. All those should be showing in the filter. Let's see. Now I'll go back to household expenses. Refresh the screen. And let's select a different record. And here, in paid by, if I search, it should be yours. I'm actually confused as to what is happening here. Not sure what is affecting this. Yeah, let's make it OR then. Yeah, filter, it's like if the profile name is, yeah, this should work. Save it. Let's go to household expenses now. Let's check one of these. Yeah, we can do that. And you'll be able to find something. There you go. I can now see Deepa's name is showing up. Search for Rahul. See, now I don't understand what's happening. Rama. Why is Deepa's name showing? What could be the reason? I still don't understand. If the profile name has got system admin or platform or sysadmin, and now I can only see that I can search for Deepa's name amongst the users, but not Rahul, who's the user on this org, who's the system admin on this org. Okay, yeah, we'll have to do some homework on this. I may add BCCI for username when adding multiple users, one thing that you will need to understand, the difference here is we have different Gmail addresses, email addresses, personal email addresses. But when it comes to in real time, what will happen is that, let's say you're actually working for bcci.com. So your email ID as well as the user name can be the same. Remember this point. You guys will have an official email address and you will know, for example, all of these, the reason why we were not able to create account and is because they had used their email address, the Gmail address, to create another org in Salesforce. But imagine, right? Imagine you have an official email address in your company. You will be able to create only one Salesforce license. No. So those will be unique. Okay. And that's the reason why, that's where add multiple users will work. Just that the username will be different. The problem with, creating users with this button, the difference is that when you create a new user here, you can define the username separately. If I create multiple users using this, what will happen is, in the multiple users screen, you will not have the option. You will not have the option of defining the email address and the username separately, because of which it will work only if you are in an official or like real-time org. But if I try and create your emails using new user, here I can define email separately and username separately, and I can make the username unique. Okay. User email ID and username will be same, right? Cannot defined separate. Okay. I'm telling this again. Let's say your email ID is anslimalmeida@gmail.com, and I'm adding your name here. I'm trying to add users using add multiple users. What will happen then is that I can say Anslim Almeida. I can say Anslim Almeida@gmail.com. But then you might have the same email address in your current org. You might be working on on a developer org already with the same email address. In which case, I will not be able to create it with this username. I'll have to use a different email address totally. The username, right? Username is anslimalmeida@gmail.com. Email also will have to be defined with the same thing. So email and username is showing in one field. It has to be unique. When is it unique? A username and email address can be unique only if you are adding an official email address here. Yes. And notice that when I click on new user here, if I add user by user like this, adding a single user at a time, I can define a username whichever I want, and the email address could be the same. Okay. Notice this difference. All right. So I'm not sure if, it's something that you can easily pick it up, but yeah, good to write it down if you can. If I add multiple users here, and if I just add your name, Akhil, okay, Akhil's name, let's add. Okay, let me add your profile here. Role is not specified, save it. Oh, it got created. Maybe it is. Tell me if you receive an email address, but I'm pretty sure that the username in your previous org, Akhil, the username might not be akhil.adagi1008@gmail.com. That could be the reason. Can you confirm this? Look at the username in this org. Look at the username in the other org that you have got. Is it the same or different? Email can be same, but usernames should always be different. Maybe there's a dot there somewhere, some extra character, or maybe it's a different username altogether. Email ID, you might have given the same one. Yeah, that's the thing. If the username is different, email address is same, you can create as many orgs as possible. Right? Yeah, perfect. So it makes sense, no? That's the reason why it was not showing. I can see that who has logged in for the last time, etc. But if I have to look at it through reports, can you simply guide me from here, please? Because that's what we began with. I thought, it could. New report, okay. Admin report, okay, let's see. Admin. Yeah, administrative reports. Now what? There's another step, Nishchay.
Moving on to the fifth question. If a report is run and at that time, it yields 20,000 records. In that case, what happens? The four options are: report fails and a mistake is accounted for. Initial 2K records are shown in the UI. Reports each having 2K records are made. And last option is every one of 20K records are shown in the UI. You can comment your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce Online Training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
Yeah, of course, create report, but there's one step that I need to add here. What is it? I need to select something from here, which is users, and then start report. And here I can see first name, last name, profile, username also is there. Okay, I don't need alias. I just need to know when was the last login of this person. Let me look at the filters also. No, here's the filters tab, right? I can see that last login, view active users. Okay, I can say who's the person who's logged in today. So I can select custom from this filter and I can pick a date here that says 3rd of Jan. I can do that also and run it. I need to save it. So I can see that, 10 people logged in today. And Kirti and Zaid logged in. Kirti, Zaid and Praveen, they logged in just a few minutes back. In fact, even Najid and Nishchit. In the last 5 minutes, about 6 people have logged in, right? I can again, edit the filters by clicking on this funnel, like changing last login to the range to all time. And I should be able to apply this and it will update. I have not saved it. Remember, I have not saved it. You guys can save a report by clicking on this button here and you can save it. You can choose to export it to an Excel file as well. Okay, a basic thing about reports. This one is basic thing. There's another thing I could do. Sorry, guys, I actually started to talk. I wanted to talk about lookup and master detail, but these are like the easy wins, easy to pick up, and you will be able to have fun working on these. Group. Let me group rows by profile. Let's see how many profiles are there, how many users for each profile. Can I do that? Here it is. So if I say profile here, I'm going to group by rows. If I run this one, I can now see there's one user for integration, which is an automatic user, analytics cloud security user. There's one user for chatter. There are about 4 chatter-free users, actual human beings. And this is just in our automation. Then chatter moderators. We have about 5 chatter moderators. See, I can do something like this. So this is called grouping by rows. I'll edit on this to show it again. You can group a report by adding columns from here up to 2 levels. I can also have last login date. Last login date I can add. And I can run this. Let's see. We have 2 rows now. So profiles and last login. I can then sort it, group columns. If I group columns, it will show me by year, etc. So I have grouped it here. When I say group columns, this is what happens. Let me simply remove it from there. I don't want the grouping. So if I add columns, if I add last login to columns, this is how it would look. I'm not adding columns, just grouping by rows, and that's it. So we'll talk more about it. Okay. Quick win for you guys. You know that we can group by columns. You know how to filter, how to save, how to export. Okay. How to give a name. When you click on save, that name will show up. You can also add a chart here, but it's not, of course, as good as a dashboard. I would rather say it's not a crash course. Like, I think even if you play around, you'll learn a lot here. You'll also, you can create reports. Then you can go to dashboards and try creating a dashboard by referring to the reports. You will be able to add components. Export, see, we just need to click on this and export. It will give you the options whether to export to an Excel file or CSV file, etc. Okay, right. And did we create any lookup fields, guys? Did we create any lookup fields? Because class is going to be master detail. You will have to fasten your seat belts. Of course, it's going to be a very slow ride because it's very important to understand the differences between master detail and lookup filter was not working. Yeah, for paid by edit, right? And the filter was not working also. So I thought, why not do something? Why not just remove the lookup filter and add it for some other field? it would work. Okay, so let me go to settings here. Click on the setup box, go there. We created a lookup filter, of course. Let's create two new objects. Okay, let's create new objects. We'll have two objects, of course. And the lookup filter thing, even in my current org, no, I have a problem with the lookup filter. I'll show you what it is. I hope this is being, if it's being recorded, that's the reason why I will not be able to share it. But you know what's happening? I have built an automation. I have built an automation in my current org wherein I'm supposed to I'm supposed to automatically update the owner whenever an account record is created. There are tools like Zoom Info in which you can research for some accounts. You can click on that export to Salesforce option. Now this one is there, right? Let's say I look for a company called Wiz Pro IT. If I export this, right? If I export this to Salesforce, it would actually get added to my org, my production org as a record. But then there is a flow that I created and this is what is happening. Reason being that there is a lookup filter on that field that I have used in the automation. I'm referring to a lookup filter, and that's the reason why it says field filter validation exception. I'm looking at my profiles, but I don't see anything. So yeah, it's a current problem that I have. So yeah, lookup filters actually will have to learn it very properly, I think. I actually went through the notes also, but yeah, what's purpose of lookup in real world example? Okay. So if I go to any of these accounts, I'm in Classic, okay, please don't mind, because I was testing out a few things. So here's an, sorry about that. But if I go to accounts, let me switch to Lightning. Let me pick up any of these. Let's click on this. And here, there's something called this. Now, if I go here and search for owners, let's say Anslim, Harsha, and Kirti are the only SDRs. So I have about 100 users. But from this, if I select anyone's name who is a user but who is not an SDR or who does not hold the SDR profile, then that person's name will not show up. For example, you can see that Omar Mohammed is a user there. And there's another user lookup field. If I search for Omar here, it should actually not even show up because this guy isn't an SDR. So it should not show up. But if I do something like this, if I say, even this is not showing, although I added a lookup filter there. Let's look at this. I'm going to the setup field here. This is like a live work thing. Sales development representative. Let's go here. Let me go to profiles. No, object manager. In the object manager, I created the SDR owner and added a lookup filter, but it's not working even here. So here, fields and relationships, and I'm going to search for that field called SDR owner. So an owner who's actually belonging to the SDR team, like that. So that's a field that we created. And if I go there, here. So here the filter criteria that I have given is current user should be, okay. Just have to change this one, okay. Each user, I will say SDR owner. Let's just say SDR owner. Now I'll go back here, refresh the page and see if all my SDR users will show up in the lookup filter. For example, if I do account owner, if I add a filter, like if I click on account owner and try and add any other user, I will be able to add that name. But I won't be able to do it for this one. Let's see. See, these are my SDRs and I see all these names only. Let's say if I search for Omar now, I will not be able to find it. But of course, if I look for one of our SDRs, I can find it. But I should know who are my SDRs in order to update this. Let me see if I can export that account now. Where is that so beautiful thing? So this, so I will create an account. I would like to see if the change that I just made works or not. I'm doing some troubleshooting here. And now I can see that the record has been created from Zoom Info. I've clicked on it and it is taking me to that record. This is real time. And I can see that it's been added. Round robin assignment has been given because I have about 4 SDRs. For every account that is added, one person should be the owner. It's not like, you are giving more accounts to one person to work on and a few accounts for another. You need to do it in an equal way, right? So this is how it works. So thank you guys. Because of talking about lookup filters, I was able to, I'll just delete it because I'm not supposed to create accounts. So very irresponsible. But yeah, I hope you understand this, right? I did this only because I wanted you to understand what lookup filters are like. So what was the filter that we created? Lookup filter. Let's look at it. What was the name? Expenses, right? Household expenses. This was the object that we had created. And from that object, we created a lookup field. Okay, please note that dependent pick lists. Maybe in some other tool, it might be called like that. Naming is different in Salesforce. So paid by is the one that we used, and we created a lookup filter. So when you click on this lookup filter, it says paid by and the profile, right? Paid by profile. Name equals this or this or this, but let's just make it in such a way that it contains admin. It contains the word admin. Let's do that and see. Contains. Let's just add one condition here and see if it works. Let's save it. Now I'll go to the household expenses page. Here, it's that item. It will show on the sales app. And let me create a new one. Okay, let's create a new one and see. What expenses do we have? Let's say I need to pay the school fees. So I know this needs to be done. So school fees is going to be, okay, school fees. And it needs to be, 1 by 3 by, okay. And here, payment made by, I will be able to find all the users. I can search for all the users. There's no lookup filter here. But we wanted to see what's the difference between paid by and this. Now you can see here, Deepa is an admin, sysadmin. So her name will show up. And Rahul's name also should show up. What if I change it now? I can only see Deepa's name there. Let's change it to the system administrator now. Okay. Yeah, both are admin. My name is not showing up for some reason. And that is strange. Let me go here and check. Paid by. There's something about the profile names that we have given. Let's go back there. Who had this option of standard platform? Let's see. If I click on this in the report, 3 standard platform users are there. And those are Nitin, Rama, and Praveen. Okay, let's see if I can show up. So let's go here, paid by, and I'm going to say profile equals standard profile user, standard platform user. Let's see if that works. So here, instead of admin, I'm going to say, okay, standard platform. Why not make it standard platform user? But admin word is there, no, in my name. I was actually filtering it for contains the word admin. Now, let me refresh this page and try and update it. I should be able to search for only 3 people now. Was it equal? Oh, I thought I had used contains. Okay. Now, let me see if I can search for, it's not working. Doesn't work. Nope. Something is off. Edit. Yeah, I put in contains there. Profile name. Oh, sorry. Equals, yeah. Profile name equals standard platform user. Even if I say contains, let's say contains, and let's say system, because I am a system admin, right? Let's save this one and see. System. So I'll just cancel this off, refresh the page. And in paid by, I'm going to search. Works in the org, of course, but I'm not sure what's happening here. We can define it by profiles and find it. If you look at the recording, wherever, like I have given you a real-time example, it was working there. It's not working here. Anyways, so we'll quickly create. Okay, we are going to quickly create two objects. Two objects we are going to create. And we are going to see the relationships. We are going to see what schema builder is. We are going to see how two tables are, right? Let me share those Excel files with you, or would you just want to follow along when I do that? You can either create it from here. Let's create a simple one. I'm going to go to setup. Please, guys, follow me here. And I want you guys to work on your screens as you watch this. I am on the setup page. And on the setup page, by default, I am in the home tab. There's a create button here. I hope you're all able to spot it. I want you to go to the setup page, home, and create. Click on create, please. What do you want to create? A new object. So custom object. I can find the custom object here. I can find the custom object on the object manager also. Please repeat this. Home. On the home page, there's a create button. Click on it. You will be able to create user, multiple users, custom object, custom tab, email template, and the flow from here. But then on the object manager also, there will be a create button. And this create button is going to show you only two options. Either you want to create a custom object or you want to create a custom object from spreadsheet. You tell me which option would you want to use? Would you want to learn about? I hope you are all able to create a custom object just by clicking on this. But if you want it to be from spreadsheet, let's do that. Okay, I'm going to create two spreadsheets now. What is a spreadsheet for people who don't know? Excel file. I hope you have an Excel file on your system. Excel. Open a blank file. Let's create an object called car. Okay. So I'm going to say car. So I am imagining a business of car washing, car cleaning services. Okay. Car washing, car cleaning services. So what will it have? It will have a lot of customers who will bring their cars for car wash. And those people might have, they are like rich people with many cars. Okay. You have a standard platform user license, is it? You're in this org. And that's the reason why maybe it's not allowing you to do so. You will have to go to your developer orgs, please. Orgs wherein you are an admin. Because here, if you log into this group, here, this particular org which says BCCI coach, right? Here you will be able to view all the custom objects, but you will not be able to create a custom object. Okay. Everyone else, please note, please log out from don't log out, but you can add a new tab. You can open a new tab in your Chrome browsers or Mozilla Firefox browsers or wherever, and you can log into your own orgs wherein you are the admin. All right. So now quickly, I'm imagining a business wherein I have customers who will bring in their cars, and rich customers will be there. When I say rich, there are people with 1 car, 2 car, 3 cars. Of course, super rich people will have like super cars, 3, 4, 5, half a dozen, right? I need to track. Every employee, every customer will have 1 or 2 cars. Okay, so now, or I can say homes. I'm going let's say our business is catering to the needs of individuals who need to get their cars cleaned and washed. And, at each bungalow or in each apartment owner might have, 2 or 3 cars. Okay. So we can think of it like this. You have bungalows in the colony. There are 10 gated communities. Each gated community has got many villas, and every villa might have 1 or 2. My org don't have option to create custom object with spreadsheet. So car number is going to be the ID. I can say, okay, it's a developer org, of course. If you go to Object Manager and then click on Create, you will see 2 options, custom object and custom object from spreadsheet. I hope you have been able to find it now, right? Okay, perfect, perfect. No, it is okay. It is almost like okay, because for people who are learning this, it's always, there are so many tabs to keep track of. It's easy to forget whether you're in Object Manager or home. So happens. A lot of people, even I had that problem. So no problem at all. You will get used to it. It's all about getting used to it. Okay. Getting used to the user interface. Perfect. No problem. So here I'm going to say, what are the things I would track? I would track registration number for the cars. And it's a car wash center. So I'll see how many seats are there and type of car, right? It could be, what are the types of cars, guys? Like, I'm not sure. I think sedan and seats could be all TL. Let's say, I'm going to create a pick list here saying 5-seater, 6-seater, 7-seater, 8-seater, like that. Okay, limo. Okay, type is going to be, you can choose to create something like this or you don't. It's okay. Data validation, don't open data validation. It's okay. I'm going to write it here. Hatchback. Okay. What else? Sedan. SUV, right? Anything else? Limo. Okay. What else do we have? Is that it? Sports. Okay. That's all I think. No? So we have this. Oh, right. How could I forget that? Of course. Are electric vehicles washed? I'm not sure how it's done, but okay. Electric. Yeah, they would be, of course. So, electric. I could say EV instead. There you go. So I have some data here. Let me add some numbers. I can say randomly. I can just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 7, 6, 5, 4, right? These are my registration numbers and these are supposed to be text. So I'll just add a text there. I can say AP12, AP01EY, like that. Okay. Unique numbers you can give. Now these are going to be the unique IDs, registration numbers. And seats. How many seats can be there? Let's say how many seats? 5 seats, 6 seats. I'm not sure which cars have that, but okay. Type is going to be either hatchback, SUV. Let's say this is also SUV and maybe limousine. Okay. And what else can be tracked here? Let's just create this one. Okay. And I can say owner. I want to add it later, Shweta, because I want to show lookup field and relationships between those two. Okay. Let's just create this one. Okay. I'm going to call this car brand, right? Let's see what we have. Jaguar, Honda, Toyota, Dodge, Volkswagen, Tata, Ferrari. Okay. So there they are. You have got car brands also. It doesn't make sense, but yeah, I'll just put in something here. Ferrari is 5-seater or 2-seaters? But yeah, let's just go with whatever examples we have. And here it is, 2-seater. I'll have to. And Ferrari is hatchback or sports, I think. So I'll just go to this place. Oops. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sports car. So sports. There you go. We have this. And I'm going to say, save it here. And let's say car object. And I'll save it as an Excel workbook only. I'm retrying it. And there it is, the car object. Let's create another spreadsheet now. It will be called owner name. I can say Villa number maybe. No. House number. Colony. Like that. And let's have some people's names here, okay? Harsha. House number 3. Colony is going to be Adarsh Nagar. Okay, let's have Najid. Let's put some like colony number here. Paramount View. Who else is there? House number 1. Give a good name, like Swastik. Okay, we have got these many people, all billionaires, crorpatis, right? They might be having many cars. Let's see. Now here, I'm going to save this. Oh, I can add some more things, right? Maybe phone, phone numbers. Yeah, touch wood. Phone number. 111 111 1111 222 222. Got the phone numbers too. Saving it. Car owner object. Okay, let's call it the car owner object. I hope it's car owner object. There it is. Now I'm going to add this. Oh, and this next one is car owner object. Okay, now you can click on this create button. Oh, object manager, please go to object manager. See, object manager, create from like object from spreadsheet. Click on it. Why is it asking me to log in? Login. Yeah, login with Salesforce. And login with the username. Yes, sure. Car object, right? There it is. Okay. I'm going to say, yeah, all these accesses I want to give. I'll just allow it. Click on allow. Where is our file? It's here, right? Upload XLS or CSV. So upload. And where's the desktop? It was on the desktop, I think. Okay, desktop. I'm going to add the car object first. Click on it and say open. And now I hope you're all on this page. Here, registration number is going to be a unique ID, right? It will always be a unique thing. So what I want to do here is I want to make it my unique ID. Let's just make it text. But I really hope we could make it an ID. Text. Yeah, let's just make it text. Number of seats. Let's make it a pick list field, okay? It should be a pick list field because we can't have 10 seats, 12 seats, I thought. So let's just make it a pick list field. We are actually changing the data types here. We are actually uploading the Excel file and it is allowing us to select which data type. Type, what kind of a car is that, right? So I want it to be pick list. Let's make it pick list. Then there's car brand. Car brand also, let's make it pick list. We can add some more labels later on, but yeah, let's just go with this. So we have 3 pick list fields and 1 text field. I will say, oh, and here, notice, don't click on next. Notice that the record name field is given here. Record name field. So do I want Salesforce to create a default record name? Or do I want the registration number to be the default name? I want this to be the default name of the record. Okay. Guys, you are with me? Record name field. Make it the registration number. So the difference is if Salesforce creates a default record name, it will all show IDs. Some IDs will be shown and you will not be able to understand those IDs. And if you, okay, I would suggest let's create a default record name. It will look very odd. Let me tell you, it will look very odd. It will all be like IDs. You know, like 16-digit IDs will be there and you won't be able to record names. Yes, that's right, Nishchay. So I'll just go with registration number. At least with the registration number, a business owner will be able to like remember, like, oh, this is that car, right? To use custom names. Now I'm going to click on next. car object. Let's see what are the options here. Good. All these, we have to select automatically, manually. If we are creating it from, we are creating it automatically, manually. But since this is from the spreadsheet, all of these are selected by default. So I'm happy with that. I'll click on finish. So now let's add another object now. Okay. It will take some time, of course. You'll have some records also. Of course, name is going to be text. House number is going to be text as well. Okay. House number is going to be text, guys. And colony. What is colony going to be? It's text. Phone number is integer. Let me put it as this phone number. And do you want to create a default or do you want to select owner name? Owner name. Anyone who forgot to select owner name from here? Okay, owner name. Next. And finish. Now we have two objects are there. Okay. Now I want you guys to go to the object manager, open it in another tab. I want you guys to go to object manager. So two objects have been created. Car. Now on this object manager, there is one button that's called schema builder. So here is the schema builder button. Please click on it. Now here you can select clear all first. By default, what happens is that all the objects are selected and it will look like a web of things here. See? Of course, yes, we can create object from that also, but I don't know the practical use. Of course. Yeah, see, I will go to object manager again. And then on the object manager, I see this page called schema builder. I'm going to click on that. And now here I can see there are so many, see, if you notice this, let me take a screenshot or, just let me highlight it. Notice all these boxes here. This is like the map. If you want to go to this particular portion of the map, you will be taken here and like that. But let's not worry about that. Let's clear everything. Okay, let's clear this all, clear all. And select from all objects is there, no? From here, let's just select custom objects. Now here, I know that in my org, there are 3 custom objects. Quickly put it in the comment box. How many custom objects do you see? So select these two, car object and car owner. Select car owner and car object. And then I can see 2 big boxes here. Click on that. And here, I can now, look at these 2 boxes. These are the objects that you created, right? Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Now you can see we need to connect these 2 tables. One car owner can have 1 car. Let me tell, but we are going to ask, I'm going to simplify this. Tell me, can 1 car have multiple owners? Don't think about exceptional cases, general cases only I'm talking. Yeah, 1 car has 1 user only, no multiple users for. But can 1 person own multiple cars? Yes, right? So here we need to establish a relationship between these 2 tables in such a way that it is like one car can have multiple owners. 1 car, right? Let me put it here and let the car be here. 1 car can have multiple users. Sorry. 1 owner can have multiple cars, right? That was a question I asked. Oh my God. Yeah. 1 owner can have multiple cars. 1 owner, Nishchay, can have 3-4 cars. Say touchwood. Supriya can have again 5-6 cars. Najid can have 10 cars. 1 owner can have many cars, right? So I'm going to establish a relationship between these 2 objects. Let's do that. How will I do that? I think you have already learned about this, because of which you are saying we can create, but let's not create relationships between objects. Let's not create fields from here. But of course, there is the option of going to elements and, dragging in fields from here. Let's say you want to create a new object. You can click here, create a new object from this, but I don't want to do that. Let's say you want to create a lookup field on the car object, right? So where is the lookup field? Here's the lookup field. You can select it from here, everyone. drag it. Tell me, where will I need to put the lookup field? Would it be on the car owner or would it be on the car object? Car object, right? And what would you want to call it? You would want to call it car owner. So this is one way of creating a field, but let me tell you, a lot of people will not use it. It's still okay. It's your wish. Some people are comfortable with this. If it's not convenient to you, you can go back to that object page, no problem, and create it. Even I am not comfortable using it, like creating it from here. So I'll just go back. Please excuse me. I'll go back to the object manager now. But you keep this page as it is. Open the object manager in a new tab, please. Car object now, because you said car object, because we know that one owner can have many cars. So only on the car we would need. Yeah. So here's car object. Let's click on this. This is the car object, right? Let's click on fields and relationships. I want to create a lookup field first. Let's create a lookup field. Let's say new. And here's the lookup relationship, right? This is the lookup relationship. Let's create a, yeah, thanks. So next, click on next. You tell me, we are on the car object and we want to link it with the car owner because we want to create a field that will show, yeah, related to what? Related to car object or car owner? Car object. That's what you all told me, right? So on the, no, wait a minute. We are creating it on the car object, but it should be related to owner, car owner. Okay. I went to the, let me, yeah. So here I clicked on lookup relationship. I clicked on lookup relationship. Then I clicked on next. And my related object is going to be car owner because I want to be able to look up the car owners and add their names. Let me go next here. Car owners. Let me hit a tab. And yeah, that's it. Lookup filters, I don't want to touch it, but I'm not sure why it did not work, but anyone you can, the page that is on my screen is the same page on your screen. Yes. Select lookup relationship and then press the button next. Then related to will be car owner object. Select next. And here field label, put the field name car owner object with, yeah, automatically it will show. Once you click on it, you will see the field name. So just say next. I don't want that name. That name doesn't look good, no? Car owner object. Let's just make it car owner. Okay. Car owner, I'm making it next. And here I'm going to make it visible for everyone. So next. And next. And save. Now, I want you to go to the app launcher and search for car object. Let's look at all records and let me pin this list view. I can see that there are about 4 cars. I can keep creating new records also, right? I hope you understand that one. I can click on new and create a new record. Now, I want to add another display here. Let me see if I can select a field to display and it was going to be the new field which we created. Is it available? Yeah, car owner field is available. Let me add it here so that I can update it. Now I can add the owners from here. See, new car owner. I don't see anyone. But yeah, let's just save it as it is. Let me go to this particular record. In this record, I see car owner. Click on this. Okay, which owners did we have here? Oh my God, I'm not able to find. Sorry about that. Sorry. So I'm not able to select because I'm not able to find those people. What were the names of the people? Let's go there. Let's click on car owner again from the app launcher. Let's look at who are the owners that we already have so that we don't have to create any more records. I'm now in the car owner object. I'm putting it like this. Let me drag it here and add it here. Let me drag the other one also. Let me drag it here. Okay. No, it's okay. I'm now on all car records. And this is the car owner records. Recently viewed, I'm going to change this to all records and pin this. I can see that there are 3 owners. Harsha is there, Najid is there, Nishchay is there. Okay. And now I want to make sure that these people car owner. Let's click on Harsha's name. If I click on Harsha's name, and if I want to attach this car object here, I'm not able to do it. I can't. But if I go to the cars, right, I can click on this registration number and I can put the car owner's name. Let's make it Harsha's name, okay? Harsha. I'll go to another record now. Who else is there in the users? Let's go here. Harsha, Najid, and Nishchay. These people have addresses. Let's say these people have addresses like this. Okay. Nishchay, Najid, and I'm going to this record again. Let's click on any other record which does not have a car owner, and let's put a car owner there. Najid also is there, no? So let's go there. Let's add this name also. And notice that I can also create users, right? Like I can just create a new user here for this record. Let me say, now Deepa is one. So now I can see that all my cars, right, have this field. And if I want to edit this, right, now this is a lookup field. This is a lookup field. If I go to this particular car object, I know that there is an owner here. Let's click on Harsha's name and I can see that in related, Harsha has this one car, right? I can add some more cars on this person's name. Let's say AA01 and CH, yeah. Let's just put 8. Type will be limousine. I'm not sure. Limousine has 8 seats or what? Okay, Dodge and save. Let's say Harsha has got 2 cars now. But can I, change the car owners' names from here? I can do that too. If I go to any of these cars, let's say, let me create another one. Yeah, let's say I want to edit this. I want to make this Nishchay's car. I can edit this also, Nishchay, and I can save it. You can see here that this is a lookup relationship field. And in this lookup relationship field, notice that I'm going to talk about a few things here. Take notes. First thing, I'm able to edit the car owner lookup. This is a lookup relationship field that we created. I'm able to edit the car owner. If the car owner field is blank, the record still can be saved. So let me edit. Let me say I'll remove Harsha's car here. I'll just edit on this. And of course, I'm doing it all in the list view, but I can show it here also in the record itself. Let's say I'm going to this car that belongs to Deepa, this Honda limousine. Let me do one thing. Let me just remove Deepa's name from here. Okay. Save it. And now there's another car that has no owner and still it is saving the record. If you click on small down arrow at the right side and click on change owner, then what will happen? Okay, good. List view it is. Then what will happen? Who is asking this? Nishchay. Let's remove Nishchay's car also from here. So if I click on this drop down and change owner, I can change it. Changing the record owner, this is. Every record will have an owner, guys. Now, this is not the car owner. Remember, this is the record owner. What is the record owner? Let's see. This record is there. Who's the owner here? Rahul Dravid is the owner of this record actually. So I can change it from Rahul's name to some other person's name. Let's say I can change it to Deepa's name here. And still nothing will happen. Submit. And here the owner will still stay the same. Okay. Now you are able to get me, right? Let me add everything here. Let's add Deepa's name here. And who's missing? Najid. Let's have a car for everyone. Harsha used to have, Harsha has got 1 car. Nishchay has got 2. Deepa has got 1 and Najid. Oh, okay. Your car is back, Najid. So you have this data, right? So this is a lookup relationship. And if you go to the relationship like schema builder, no, here, let me refresh this page to show you what happened. You saw that 2 boxes were there. There was no relationship, but in the schema builder, you will see that there's a relationship that's been established. We created car owner field here as a lookup field. And now it is showing that one owner can have multiple cars. And this is called a one-to-many relationship. And that's a lookup relationship between car object and car owner object. One-to-many relationship, and the type of relationship is lookup relationship. Easy to find because on the legend I can see that the blue line is indicated by lookup relationship. So that is lookup relationship for you. And I'm going to do one more thing. How many people have 2 cars? Okay. Let me say Nischay doesn't need that Toyota. Nischay only has the Dodge. So I can delete this record. Let me delete this record. Okay. If I, okay, who's the parent record? Nischay's record is the parent record. No, Nischay's record is the parent record. So let me delete Nischay's name from here totally. Because spelling mistake is there. No. So I'll delete his name and add it later, but let's delete Nischay's name from here. That's it. Now let me look at the car object again. Now I can see that these two have been blanked out because Nischay's name has been deleted, right? I can create another one. Let's create a new car owner. Let's call that person Nischay with the right name. Nischay, right? Or Nischay. Nischay. Okay, yeah, Nischay. Yeah, that's what you did. Yeah, so let's call Adarsh Nagar. Give him a number, save it. So let's add Nischay back here. But you notice that, when I delete Nischay's name from there, when I deleted Nischay's record, which was spelled wrongly, the car names are still showing up. So now you have been able to remember these points now. If the parent record is deleted, the child records, what are the child records? Car object are retained, right? So these are the properties of lookup relationship. Now I'm going to do one more thing. Now I'm going to change the data type from lookup to master detail. Where was that lookup field that we created? It was on the car object, right? Car object is where we're going to, and then we are going to change the field type. Now, since all the records have data, right? All the records have the car owner written on the car object, right? So what I'm going to do is car object. Where is my lookup field? Here it is, car owner. So here I'm going to edit this particular field. Now here, instead of, so I need to change the field type. Click on change field type. Make it master detail relationship. Next. And save. It's changed now. Now you can see that there is a master detail relationship. If I go to the object to see what the relationship is between those two, if we go to the schema builder and refresh it, of course, I see that there's a red line which indicates that these two are connected in a MD relationship or master detail relationship. Now let's do one thing now. Now we are going to test whatever we tested on the lookup field. Let's say I want to remove this car from Nischay's name. Let's edit this and change it to Harsha's name and save. Let's see what happens. It will still not save. I will not be able to change anything. I can't remove this. I can't remove any name and just put it like a blank. If I save this as a blank field, any car owner field, it will not allow me to do so. And if I delete the car owner record, let me do that again. So I will go to that object, car object, right? This is car object. Let me edit the object now. Let me edit the object so that it becomes lookup. I'm not sure if that's possible. Once you have an MD relationship, can we change the field type? Yes, I think we can. Let me change the field type back to what it was earlier. Next. And save. Okay, I deleted one record, right? That was named Deepa. Let me restore that record. Does anyone know how to restore? Click on the app launcher. Click on the app launcher and you can do recycle because I have deleted a record. I'm going to restore them. Recycle bin, click on recycle bin. And here from the recycle bin, there are about 2 records that I had deleted. Oh, I don't want this one because it's misspelled. So Deepa was the record that I had deleted. I'll restore it by clicking on restore. It's not undelete, it's restore. Okay, that's the option you do. And now if I go to the car object and refresh it, I can see all of these are there. Notice that I can remove Harsha's name from here. I can remove Nishchay's name from here. Click on the pencil icon and close it. And I will be able to save it. Nothing happened. If I delete the car here, if I delete Harsha's name also, no, this is just, removing the name. But if I delete Harsha's name, then the car names are not deleted because it is a lookup field. Okay. So now this is in a lookup relationship. And here, if I refresh this, you will see that this is a lookup field. So what is the relationship between these two objects? It's a lookup relationship. But how will I change it? How will I change it to master detail relationship? All I would need to do is to go to that particular field and change it. So if I go to edit object here, and then what was it? Car object, right? In the car object manager. So here, car owner is a lookup field. How will I change it to master detail? You will click on the field that is in a lookup relationship. And you are going to click on edit. And as soon as you do that, you will also be able to see a button that says change field type. So I will click on that. And what do I want to change it to? Master detail. Remember that a master detail relationship can be changed to a lookup relationship field type and vice versa. Next. And save. Now what I was trying to demonstrate while I was on mute was this. Now you will see that I have a registration number. Harsha's name is there, no problem. Let's say if we have Nishchay's name here. Nishchay has got how many records? 2 records, no? Let's go to Nishchay's record here. Under related, I will see that Nishchay has got 2 car objects. Nishchay's record is like, this is the parent object. These are the child objects, child records. Parent record, child records. Parent record, child records. Remember this. If I delete the parent record, which is Nishchay, let's delete parent record. You will see that the child records also are gone. The child records also are gone. But if I retrieve it from the recycle bin, let me go back to the recycle bin and retrieve it. See here, if I refresh this, this is an older view, but if I refresh this, Nishchay's name will no longer show up because that record is gone. Along with that record, all the child object records also are gone, deleted. This is called a cascading delete. This is called what? Cascading delete. So here, let's write it. MD relationship. Master or parent. When the master or parent record is deleted, all child records are deleted too. And this concept is called cascading delete. Remember this. Possible only if there is a master detail relationship. Then the what is that? Car owner field can't be edited. I can't edit it. Let's say I want to change this, right? You can see that there's a lock icon here, which means it's now no longer editable. Let's click on this car, Karnataka number it is. If I try to change the car owner, you can notice that the pencil icon isn't showing. It's uneditable. So car owner field can't be edited, right? The next thing that you want to understand is car owner field becomes mandatory. field is mandatory. If you are able to create a new car without car owner, you won't be able. If you try to do that, let's say you're creating a new car object. Let's say you go there, car object. Let me create a new one. Let me not add any car owner. Let me not add anything, but you can notice that it has automatically become a compulsory field. Now you can save it. It won't save because car owner field has become mandatory. In a master detail relationship, the master field is there, no, on the child record. It becomes mandatory. You have to remember these points. Of course, there are like advanced situations. I don't want to talk about that. So if you go here to opportunities, this is like all opportunities. This is one view. This is called a table view. If you click on this here, okay, these are all like list filters, etc. But if you click on this particular display as table thing, there are three ways of looking at the table. I'm looking at the table view wherein all the opportunity names are showing up, all the amounts are showing up. I don't see a sum, of course, I can. And then there's the Kanban view and the split view. Let me go to Kanban view. I'll have to set this up to here. Like this is the default Kanban view and you can change it if you want. What this does is, it will show me that there are two opportunities which are still in the prospecting stage. There's one opportunity still in qualification stage. And I can see that there are about 2 opportunities in the negotiation stage. Usually your managers, bosses, etc. Those people actually love to work in the Kanban view. So for their everyday stand-up meetings or any sort of meetings that they have wherein they track what's the pipeline like, they would actually speak with their sales managers, sales teams, and they'll actually look at this kind of a view. They'll ask you, right? They'll ask you, hey, for example, if you're a salesperson, they'll say, hey, why is this University of AZ Institute? Yeah, it's still in proposal stage. I thought that the meeting was yesterday. Why have you not talked about it? Because we send the proposal and I think they're ready to mark it as closed one. Why don't you just move it there? Then you will say, no, some negotiation is happening. Some other person of influence in that company was trying to bring the price down. We are still in the negotiation stage. And then the manager or the boss would say, why don't you then move it to negotiation stage? Okay, let me do it there itself. And he'll move it there, he or she.
And the next question is, which of the following statements concerning data validation are true? Let's take a look at the 4 options. In the event that a blunder message is not set, default message will be incited. Approval obligations apply to each and every new and refreshed records for a protest. Third option is, approval basic principles can refer fields which are excluded in a page format. And lastly, both second and third. You can comment your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce Online Training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
And that's how you move it. And here, they'll say, okay, but I think Express Logistics is now in proposal stage. You should have, done it here. So even they can update the stages, opportunity stages automatically by moving these tiles around. And then, the pipeline will look good. The CEOs also would look at this pipeline. They'll say, okay, if this is the whole thing, but they would say, okay, let me see what it is for the next quarter. Like if I have to make sure that this list shows up, shows me only opportunities that are to be closed by next quarter, right? Or within this current quarter, then they'll have filters like this. They'll, do some edit list filters and they'll add a filter like this, which will say, okay, close date. What is close date? The date by which an opportunity needs to be closed, whether as closed won or closed lost. So they'll say closed date equals 1st of Jan. Equals not equals, but greater than or equal to, right? You can give something like this, greater than or equal to 1st of Jan, and close date should be less than or equal to 31st of March, assuming that that's our first quarter. Less than or equal. You can see on my screen that I'm adding a filter 3 and 31. Okay. Now, when you do this, You're basically telling Salesforce to show you the report in such a way that only opportunities that are having a close date within this particular, in this particular quarter, right? 1st to 31st of March, 1st of Jan to 31st of March are shown. So I'll save it. And now what I'll see, oh, there are none actually. Yeah, no opportunities have been created with a close date of first quarter. So I can see something like this. But if I remove these filters and update, I'll see all opportunities, all dates, etc. That's Kanban view for you guys. That's Kanban view. And in Kanban view, they'll also say, hey, I don't want to look at, $100,000, this amount. Some other field is what we are tracking. Then I'll say, okay, I'll go to Kanban settings from there. And I'll summarize by some other thing like expected revenue, right? And I can also group by some other lead source probably, or type, business opportunity type. If I do that, you will see that the expected revenue is different here. It is being summed up by expected revenue. And here, instead of the stages, we are looking at the opportunity type. The reason why I created users in this particular org was to explain how one license is different from the other. If you have a charter license, how does it look like? If you have an identity license, how does it look like? And that's the only reason why we were logging into this org. That we got confused because we were in this particular org when you were, talking about master detailed relationships. So I still request you to not go into this org if you are doing any hands-on. When you're doing some hands-on practice, go log into that org where you are the admin. So here I'm clicking on create. I'm on the object manager. There's a create button, custom object from spreadsheet. Okay, I'll log in again here. I'm adding Rishikesh's credentials here because he shared those with me. And now from this page, right, as soon as I went there, here I see upload. So this is where my files are. So I'm going to go there and look for car object, adding it here. The first time that you try this, no, it will take some time. In Lightning experience, it takes some time. So I think you should have refreshed your browser and it would have worked. So here it is. If you look at this screen here, no, now it is working, no issue at all. So let me go there. Let Salesforce create a default. But I'm going to say registration number should be the default record name. Registration number is the record name. And I'm going to select. So this is going to be text. This is going to be a pick list. This is going to be a pick list too. And even this one. There you go. Very important. So this is how you create one. Then I can call it car object. Let me just finish it. Because we'll create some other fields. The lookup field will be created now, right? You all know the process, no? That we created these fields. Then we are going to add another field that is a lookup field. After we add the object, of course, I'm going to import another object now. I'm importing another object. Got it. See, try again. I'm going to try again. Click on try again. And now it shows up. There's some problem, loading the browser, loading that page, because of which it will show some kind of an error. All right, now I can still upload this Excel file. This time I'm going to upload the car owner object. And yeah, same thing now. Owner name is supposed to be text, of course. House number is an integer. It could be text as well, but let's just, try and add some house number, colony. Colony is going to be text, of course. And phone number is, let's make this format. Phone number is in phone format, okay? By default, what Excel does is when you enter phone number, it will take it as an integer. And Salesforce, when it is importing, it will think that, okay, that might have been added as an integer. So it will be your job to find out what's the best data type for this. So phone it is. Okay. For example, you might have email, right? If you add an email there, Salesforce will detect it as a text, but you should be able to understand that, okay, there is some other data type called email which exists inside Salesforce and you should add it. Okay. So I'm adding this object again. A lot of people have already added the objects. So there we go. Did I do something here? Did I change it? How to create manually? So manually, if you want to create a field, right? Field record name, you will have to do it here only. I mean, when you're uploading it from a spreadsheet, this is the option that you get. You can say, let Salesforce create a default record name. If I do this now, what will happen is that Salesforce will put in all the IDs as the record name. You can see here, for example, if I click on any of the opportunities, what is the opportunity name? American Banking Corporation. But if I select the, if I allow Salesforce to display whatever name it thinks is the record name, then what will happen is that opportunity name will show up like this, showing you how it looks like. So whichever opportunity you go to, the opportunity name will show like this. Do you like that kind of a thing, or do you want it to show something that is, yeah. So that's the reason why what we do is we go there, and instead of Salesforce creating a default record name, we will decide which field should be the record name. And in this case, since this is car owner object, I'm selecting owner name. And yeah, next. And I'm really glad that people actually spoke up. They actually communicated that, we have these problems. We face these problems. I'm really glad you did. Better late than never. In the class, if you had told me better, but still, you came back to me with the emails specifying what the problem is. And I know the reason would be that you were afraid that you will be holding up the class. The class is of 2 hours. If people start, if we ask Omar to, resolve this now, then probably the class would take more time. I'm thinking that, you must have been afraid of that. Don't be afraid of all that. You have a doubt, ask it, no problem at all. Let it take more than 30 hours if it needs to be more than 30 hours. But yeah, let's learn whatever concept we are learning. We have to learn. That is important, because when you are thorough with one concept, it will be easier to build on, take up some other concepts of Salesforce. It will be easier. So let's be thorough in whatever we are learning now. For example, this one, particularly this one, guys, master detailed relationship and lookup relationship. We need to be thorough with this one. Okay. I'm going to finish this now. Even now, if you are having any problems, reach out to me or just, okay. So here's the object that is being built. And I actually like this, creating a custom object from a spreadsheet looks easier than creating it, manually. Okay. So here we now have our 2 objects. If I now go to the schema builder, I was talking about schema builder. Let me repeat it. I'm in the object manager now. There's a schema builder button. Click on it. It is just a diagrammatic display of whatever is there inside the system. Okay. Now here I'm going to say custom objects. Let's see if it will show me just. If I, okay, custom objects. I'm selecting the custom objects. And there they are. Oops, so many objects are there here, which means I'll have to go back to all objects and then clear all by clicking on this button. Now I'll go to custom objects and select these 2 checkboxes. Now this is a simple way. What I want to do is I want to create a lookup field on the car object, because every car will have one owner, right? Every car will have one owner. So car owner name, this field I want to see here. How would I do that? I'll simply go to elements. Today I'm going a different way, but you can simply create a new field. So how do I create a field in schema builder? I can do this one also. So never did that. Maybe very rarely I do it. So lookup, there's a lookup field that we want to create. On which field do you want to create the lookup? One owner can have many cars, right? Can one car have many owners? Generally speaking, registration will be done on one person's name only every time, right? That's the reason why what we are going to do is, we know that one owner has many cars. So I can do something like this. Every owner will have many cars. So here's the owner table. Here's the car table or object. And here's the lookup field. What I want to do is, I want to show the owner's name, car owner's name on the car object. So what I will do is, here's the car owner, here's the car object. I will build the lookup field on the child object. Parent is owner. One owner can have many cars, no? So owner is the parent. Car is like the detail or child in the relationship. So I'll just put the lookup field there in the car object and I'll call it car owner. I drag the lookup part from here. And it's going to be related to which object? Car owner field should come from where? Should come from the car owner object only, because we are building it on the car object. So car object is going to be the child and it's going to be related to car owner object. So when I say related to here, this car object, remember, is the child. Car owner object, which it is related to, is the parent. Let's save it. And now there is a relationship. If one car owner can have many cars. A lookup relationship depicted in blue. All right. I will now close this. I will now go to the car owner object itself and see how many records are there. Car owner object, let's go there. Let me duplicate this one so that I can also see the car object in a different tab. There is the car object. So here is the car object. Instead of recently viewed, I'm going to say all records. Even so, these are the records that are in whose org. These are the records in. So how many car owners are there? Three car owners are there. And how many cars are there? 4 cars are there. Let me add a column here. I'll click on this gear icon. I'll select fields to display. And which is the field that I want to see? I want to see who the car owner is. So I'll just put in car owner here and save it. Now you can see that there are these many cars, but none of these cars are associated with an owner and it is still okay. There is no problem at all. Now I'll go to one of these records and see if I can. I just have to see why it isn't allowing me. Okay, I just need to add it to the page layout also. All right, let me do that. So here in this page, I see that the car owner is not showing up. Created by owner, don't worry about that. But car owner field is not there. How will I add it? How will I add the car owner on this page? I will click on the gear icon. Now that I am in the car object record, I want to go to that object. So edit object is what I am going to do. I repeat, car object is the page. I'm seeing that the car owner field is not showing here. So I will click on the gear icon. I will click on edit object. And I will go into the backend of the car object. Here, I'll go to page layouts. I see that there is one page layout which is assigned to everyone. I will click on that. And then I can see that the car owner field is not grayed out. So I will simply drag this car owner and drop it in the page layout. Where do I want it? I will put it just below the registration number, car owner, and I will save it. So this one is done. I will go back to the list view now for car object. Let's go back to the list view for car object. And let's see all records. Now I can see that the car owner field is available on the page layout, is available on this list view as well, wherein I can edit it. Now let's add these owners. Then I'm going to add another person's name. I want you guys to add everything, because if you don't, I'll show you what is the problem that others faced. Nishchay. What's there? Harsha too. Harsha. And let's add Harsha's name again. Or let me put it like this. Let me just remove this. I don't want to put a car owner here, okay? Because I did not find out who the owner is. So I'll just put it like this. Okay. Now, my like I put this field, like I have blanked out this field on purpose, okay, on purpose, to show you what kind of problems we will face. Now, try and change. So notice one thing, that in lookup relationships, I can remove this record, I can delete this record, and nothing will happen to the car record. Let's say I will delete Nishchay. Okay, let me create another owner here. Let me create an owner called Nishchay. Save it. So there's a new record now, and I'm saving it. Let's say I have this record called Nishchay for 1, 2, 3, 5. I'll click on this and I will delete this record. Okay, let me delete this record. And now when I go back to the car owner, okay, now I can see that the car owner is blank, right? There is no, and the car is still available. Okay, but the owner is not there. Now let's do one thing. Now let me, I'm not able to find, it is not displaying, right? Yeah, even though we applied a lookup, it is not displaying the name of the car owners. Can anyone guess why that is? It's a very like odd feature of Salesforce that sometimes it shows you the records. Usually, remember this point, guys. If someone asks you this question, why can't we see, like there are 3 names, Harsha, Najid, and Nishchay, that could have shown up here, but they are not showing. Reason being, we never went in and looked at these records. I'm now looking at Harsha's record. I'll go back. I'll click on Najid's record also. Okay, this is another record that I have viewed. Now I'm looking at Nishchay's newly created record. Now if I go back to this, if I refresh this screen, let me refresh the browser. Now if I type, it should show me recent items now. See? Whichever items I'm viewing recently, only those will be shown. Very odd feature you might expect, but yeah, it shows only the last viewed items. Nishchay was the latest record that I was interested in. So Salesforce is actually trying to be helpful. It's like now Salesforce is trying to be helpful. Oh, this person was looking at that record in that tab, right? Maybe that's the reason why Nishchay is the record that this person is going to add. So it's like an auto suggest. It will only get activated if you're active on Salesforce, if you're looking at all the records. If not, then it will ask you to type in and find, like that. Okay, cool now. All right, so here it is. Now this is a record, and always remember, guys, you can create a lookup, like if you have to create a master detail relationship field, then no records should be there. No records should be there. Since we have already created records, we are trying to create lookup relationship first and changing it later. Yeah, I'll explain that point. Perfect. Say next. If you create a field from schema builder, then it does not get added to the page layout. You will have to add it to the page layout separately. If you create a field from Object Manager, then you don't have to worry about the extra step of adding it to the page layout. All right, I can see that for example, car owner is there. If you're creating, for example, if you're creating a car object, just create it. Don't have any records inside it. Then you will be able to create a master detail relationship. So I can see here that, for example, Rishikesh, you also notice this. All records is there. If I go to groups, some other tab, if I come back to this tab again, what will happen is that it will not show me. Let me just pin it here. I'm dragging it here, putting it here, and refreshing it. If I go there and come back, oh, this one is not pinned. No problem. There's another way of doing it. Here I have another tab, car owner. I'm bringing this one also here. This one can show it. So recently viewed is the pin, but I want it to always show all records. Okay. So now I can show here that, okay, sorry, this is the wrong org. Here it is. Car owner again. No, I want it to be the car tab, right? So, sorry. You can also do one thing here. You can click on this pencil icon here, add more items, go to all here, car object I'm adding, car owner object also I'm adding. I'm making it default so that these show up in the tabs. at least under more. So let me close this. And now, if I go to more, what happened there? Did I not save it? Click on this pencil icon. Add more items. Go to all. Car object. I'm selecting car owner object. I'm adding those two navigation items and I'm saving this. Once I save it, yeah, you can do that also. This one. So I can make these my favorites. Car object is my favorite. Let's do that here. Similarly, there's the car owner object. I will add it to my favorites here. Now, I wanted to, like, I'm seeing that, if I have to access those, I will always click on more and select. Instead of doing that, I just have to push it here, car object and car owner object. You can also remove the other ones that you find unimportant, but let's not do that now. So here are my car objects, and I can see that recently viewed records are showing. I'm creating all records, and I see that all the records here, car names, cars, have a car owner except for this one. So what happened yesterday was that a few of our friends, they tried to create a master detailed relationship, and of course, because I asked them to. So let's see what will happen now. I'm going to convert this lookup relationship between this and this record objects into a master detailed relationship. So what I'll go do is, I'll go here, setup. I'll edit object because I want to do that in car object. Here, I can see fields and relationships. I can see that there is a lookup relationship. I want to convert it into a master detailed relationship. Click on car owner from here. Notice that I am clicking on the edit button and I'm changing the field type. And I'm changing it here to master detailed relationship. Okay. So what I did was I went to Object Manager. I edited the object. Which object? Car object. In the car object, you will see a field, which is car owner. Click on that field, edit field type, and this page will show up. Okay. Master detail relationship. I'm going to say next. Master detail field is being created on the child object. Remember this point. Master detail field. This is a master detail field, which is being created on the child object. Car object is where we are creating it. It is a child object. We can never create a master detail field. Oh, sorry. That statement will again be wrong if you take it technically. Yeah, master and parent is same. Yes, Zahin, that's right. Yeah, we used it. Okay. So here, I'm not going to change anything. Defaults, please remember, let the defaults be as they are, because we are talking about basics here, general cases. Next. And next. And save. Because there is a mistake I made somewhere. What is that mistake? This is the mistake. If you are converting a lookup relationship into a master detailed relationship, remember, a lookup relationship record is not mandatory. That's the reason why you can still have it like that. But if you're creating a master detailed relationship, and if there are records inside the child object, then that master detail field should always be filled. That's the reason why you create a lookup first, update it, and then you will, now that all the records are having the master detail, like lookup fields filled, I can go and refresh this page. I hope I'll go back maybe. Oh, I'll need to go back. It's a lot of work going back and forth, but yeah, you will have to read this. You must first create a lookup relationship, populate the lookup field with data in all records, and then change the relationship type to master detail. Okay. Always remember this. Interview question. You'll always get an interview question like this. Let's say you're like you have a car wash company. You are not tracking the owner somehow. You're only, it was a small company. People were bringing the registered numbers, like car. They're just getting cars. They're getting it washed. And then someday your salesperson says, we need to approach these people, we need to run some campaigns, etc. So instead of cars, we also need to track car owners, right? So then what you will do is you'll create a lookup field. You'll fill that data first, and then mandate like lookup data first, and then you'll change it to master detail. I think operationally that's the thing I'm actually looking at. But yeah, makes sense. Your example makes sense, actually, more sense, because it is like a car sales thing. If it's a registered car, let's say you're tracking registered cars versus unregistered cars, then it will be a lookup relationship. But if it's a registered car, owner object should definitely be there. Owner name should definitely be shown. Yeah. So now I'll have to do that all over again. So always remember, whenever you're changing lookup to master detail, make sure the fields are filled. Yeah, of course, it should always have an owner. So master detail relationship should be there. So car object. Repeating that. But I hope, all this, that like I know fields and relationships. Okay, fields and relationships, there's the car object. All right. So here's the car owner field that I need to change. And now it will not give me that problem, right? So it's going to be edit this object, then changing the field type and master detail, and next, and next, and next, and save. And of course, now we have a master detail relationship. So I'm actually closing down these tabs. This is also not needed now. Here we are. Now I'm going to go to the car object. Did I not create one? Let me see if we can add those. Add more items. All. And let me add the car owner object as well. Where's that gone? I also had the car owner object somewhere. Not able to find it now. If I delete this particular record, how many other records will be deleted? Can you guess by looking at the screen? If I delete this record, how many other records will get deleted? Yes, all the cars associated with Nishchay, which are like master detail here. Because this is a master detail relationship. We will have master detail and lookup relationships. These are two relationships wherein there is a parent object, there is a child object. Remember this point. I will write it down here. I'm not going to share these notes, so please watch this carefully. Whatever I'm writing down, you can take a note. Not going to share it, guys. There are two types of fields, lookup and master detail. And in both these relationships, there's a parent and a child. What is MD? Master detail. That's changing. Science and technology is changing that also, I think. Or at least they're trying to. But yeah, no matter what, there's always a parent, of course. Yes. So every time there's a parent, but there's a difference. When you have a lookup relationship, you can, have the child records even if the parent is not there, right? The child will stay. Yeah, it's a normal way to look at it. But here, it's like tightly coupled relationship. We call it tightly coupled. We call this one loosely coupled. This one is non-mandatory. We can do reparenting also, which is editable, not edible. Remember, editable. So this is editable, which means it's you can do reparenting of the records. So a child object, a child record can be adopted by some other parents. Here, adoption is possible. In master detail, remember this point, adoption is not possible. Uneditable and mandatory also. If you can explain these points with examples, that's it. You have understood the concept totally. Yeah, attaching to different master is reparenting. You can't do that, Zahin. I can't attach this record to a different master now. Let me show you. There was this record, right? Car object 1235. It belongs to Nishchay, but let's make it, let's change the car owner to Nishchay Srivastav. I can't do it. I can't. I don't even see the edit button now because it's a master detail relationship. Yes, there is no way to do it. So whenever you are being asked to create objects, you will have to find out whether it needs to be master detail or lookup. And you'll also have to inform your stakeholders about not being able to edit it later. Are you trying to understand the use cases now? Let's say you're an admin, you're being tasked with creation of objects, or you're a business analyst. So you'll also have to find out if you're a Salesforce business analyst or even an administrator, you should be able to ask these questions. Okay, you're asking me to create an object. Yeah. Can we change back to lookup to a master detail? Yes. A master detail can be changed to a lookup and vice versa. Lookup public limited and can a child? Yes. Yes. Here you're actually thinking ahead of the class now, Sahin. So this one is like, we'll need to take junction object in that case. Junction object. So let's do that. Where are we at the junction object thing? When are we going to talk about that? Let's see this one. That's the reason why I gave a gap here. Yeah. In the real world, you'll have something like, let's say, junction object. Let's say you have a gadget. In the real world, what are the scenarios for this topic? In the real world, how would I find out a junction object real world topic? Child object can't be connected to true masters, but what can be done is, let's say you have car. Car is a child object. And every car will have one car owner. Now what I want to do is, what else can you do? One car owner is there. And what other thing can we think of for this? Let's say renewal or license renewal. What could I think of for this particular example? I don't want to, have to create a new object. I don't want to create a car co-owner. Yeah. Or maybe nominee, something. Co-owner. Yeah, let's just go with co-owner. Okay, let's say co-owner of a car if I have to add. Normally the spouse of the car owner. So if I have to create this one, right? Every car will have one car owner only, no? One car owner, one car co-owner. Let's add it, right? Simply we need to add it, no? Property owner. Yeah, we can imagine that and create one field here. So here's the car object, one car owner. Let's add another one. Firstly, we'll need to create a lookup field here. Okay. So I'm going to edit this object. So let's add a lookup relationship first. Of course, we'll be able to add a lookup relationship. Brand, car, owner. Sounds very good. Brand. Which brand is that car belonging to? Yes, we can do that. Next. Yeah, instead of a car owner, we need to create that object first. Let's say that object is going to be account. Okay. Let's say next. Let's say car brand. Or some people want it as co-owner. So let's co-owner. Okay. And I'm going to say next. And next. And save. Now I'll go there to the car object, right? And I'm going to add a car brand. How do I add it as a column here? All right, here it is. This is the gear. There are two gears, no? There's one gear icon, the second one. But this is the one that I am talking about. I'm going to select fields to display, right? That's the second last option. And car brand is here. Let's put it there. And let's move it there or here. Save it. We already have car brand, of course. But let's say car brand owner is going to be any of the account names that we see. Let's add these account names here. Co-owner. Instead of creating one, I'm just using the account. You can think of, company leases also. Okay, let's save this. And now I'm trying to make this lookup relationship change it to a master detail. Yeah, car provided by company also it could be. Yes. Which company is providing this? So now I'm going to go there and change it, right? So instead of doing that here, why don't we do it here? All the records are filled. So this lookup can now be changed into a master detail without any issues. So let's see. Click on this, edit object. Very important question. This also is a question that people will ask in interviews. Probably someone already faced that question and is asking about junction object. Okay, so here I am. Where's this? This is it. Car brand co-owner, edit. And then what I'm going to do is change it to master detail. Change field type, master detail. Can it have more than one or two? Next, 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 and save. Now we'll go to the schema builder. It works now. Now if I go to the schema builder, and remember, user, there are 3 master detail objects now. Sorry. Where am I? I should go into Object Manager. Let me go to Setup, Object Manager, and the schema builder will make it clearer. So here's one car owner, one car object. Let me select account also. And now if I drag this and this and how do I, if I drag this now, every car owner has got many cars and every account also has got a lot of cars. Now what will happen is that now this object will be called a junction object. Okay. And now what you will ask is, can we have an account on the car owner object also? In fact, we can't have more than 2 master. Yeah, Umar, we can add. Yeah. That's the point I was about to say. And you said, yeah, we can't have more than 2 master detail relationships on an object. Remember this point also. So I was actually thinking in terms of gadgets and that, but yeah, let's just think about this. Okay, let's say you guys want me to add another object here. Right, let's say opportunity. Shall we add an opportunity on the car object as a lookup field and then update it? You will not be able to. So let me say if I close this, go to Object Manager, car object. Now you can see here, if I try to create a master detail relationship, it is grayed out. Reason being, we can't have more than 2 master detail relationships. And when I talk about junction object, one company can have many employees, one company can have many cars, and every employee gets a car. You think in this situation and we should get a junction object scenario properly. I'm actually not well prepared with an example for that, but I can say that if there is one master, see, there are 2 objects which can't be related to each other. There are 2 objects which can't be related to each other for whatever reasons. Then we will need a junction object so that that junction object will take in, you can create a master detail relationship with that particular object and that will be a junction object. I'm trying to think here. How can we give an example? Yeah, let's talk about that later. Okay, let's talk about that later. Now this is a master detail relationship. If I try to change it, no, I will not be able to. Let's save this as it is. See, yeah, like the student object over and into 2 MDs. Right. 2 MDs. Oh, it will be an interesting discussion if you want to discuss about it on the WhatsApp group. I think we are actually getting ahead of the class here. Okay, let's go step by step. I think that should be better. Yeah. Now what I'm going to do is, I thought I'll talk about master detail, lookup relationship. What are the maximum number of master detail relationships that are allowed? It is 2. And Junction objects is something that I'll have to cover later on with a very good example. So if you look at this, let me just, please give me a minute. Yeah. You would, multiple franchises. Okay. Yeah. And people who are talking about IPL, right? I think it will be interesting if you can create something like that in Salesforce and track it. Would you be able to do that? Like an IPL thing, you can create your teams there and you can track performances there also by filling in data, by uploading data automatically from the IPL website and tracking players' performance, tracking the franchise's performance. You can do that also in Salesforce. But of course, remember, it's a developer org. It won't take a lot of data. Okay. But yeah, you can create that kind of what you call it. You can create such an org, of course. All right, let's now what I wanted to show was here, guys, you look at this one here. In the car object, I can see there is sports car, SUV, limousine. Whenever it's a limousine, right? How many seats should there be? Can anyone guess? Like at least from this, amongst these 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's say there is a standard that limousines will have minimum 8 seats, right? So if it's an 8-seater, is it always going to be a limousine? Or can there be a sports car or an SUV that is having 8 seats? So the reason why we are not talking about junction objects is that we were only looking at one car has one owner has many cars, one company has many employees, right? One employee can have only one car, for example, if that kind of a rule is there, that is a one-to-one relationship. But then how about many-to-many relationships? How can we do that? One book has many authors, one author can have many books written, and that is a many-to-many relationship where we can use junction object. Very good. Yes. So here, whenever I'm selecting 8, Nishchay said that limousine should come up. The only option that should be selectable is limousine. Whenever I'm selecting 5, I should never get the option of limousine. I should only see SUV and sports. Similarly, what about 6 and 7, guys? If there are 6-seaters, what should we have? Can we have 6-seaters in sports and SUV? Yeah, I think yes. Can we have SUV and this with? Yeah, we can. Now there is another thing here. Whenever we are selecting Ferrari, there should be no seats shown, no? I'm not sure. 2 seats. I did not add that, so let's not worry about Ferrari. But here, can you tell me Dodge, how many seats should there be normally if it's a Dodge brand car? 5? Okay, 5. And how many seats can we expect for a Toyota? Maybe 6, 5, 6, 7 we can expect. So you can see that, there is a lot of probability for people entering wrong data here. They can say 8 seats and they'll say it's an SUV and they'll not even select Toyota, they'll select a Dodge. But it won't be an SUV, it should be a limousine. So wrong data entry can happen. Dodge Journey 7 seat. Okay, you know a lot about cars, so 7 seats for Dodge Journey. Now, is that a limousine? SUV, okay. Okay, Dodge could be an SUV, Dodge can be a limousine. Okay, can Ferrari be a limousine? Guys, can you tell me if you know anything about this? No? Okay, thank you. And can Toyota have a limousine? Does it have a limousine variant or something? No? All right. What about Honda? Have you heard about Honda having a limousine? Okay. So here everyone is, yeah, not yet. That's the right answer. Okay. So what we can say is that whenever you select Dodge, the only type that should be available here is, or whenever you select limousine from here, you should only be able to see Dodge here. And whenever you select 8, in type, it should always be limousine. Let's write those conditions down and let's create something like that. It's called field dependency. Of course, some of you already know about it, but please don't think that it's a repetition. We are covering it for the first time. Dodge can be a minivan. Okay. Can you write that condition here? I'll just try and replicate it. Clear, no? Okay. So here, if 8 seats are selected, let's go back to this org. If 8 is selected, right now, I see that in addition to SUV, like people can select SUV also, they can select sports car also, right? but the requirement that you are given is if 8 is selected, then the only option is going to be limousine. How do I change that? I will go to edit object and I'll go to the fields and relationships, and there I see field dependencies. I see field dependencies here. Click on that. And then you can create a new field dependency. Now, the controlling field here, if you look at this particular requirement, it says if number of seats, based on the number of seats selected, the other field should be influenced. So controlling field is going to be number of seats. So let's say seats here. Dependent field is going to be type. So I'm going to say type here. So very simple. So based on the number of seats, change the options that get displayed in type. That's what it is saying, right? Remember this point. In fact, you will remember this interface, but people will, in interviews, they'll ask, what is controlling field? What is dependent field? So you should be able to tell that. You should be able to talk about that at least. There are a lot of people who can, if you give them a system, if you give them something like this, they'll be able to, achieve all of this very quickly. They're like masters on the subject. They know the interface. But while talking, these people who will ask questions, right, they might not know anything. They might have lifted those questions out of a page on internet. So those people will be asking questions like this. Where do you find new field dependency? What is controlling field? What is dependent field? And that person who's already mastered the interface, they'll not even know the names controlling field and dependent field. So it's not even necessary. You know the interface, it's good. Visual memory is good. But this is the world, right? People who are interviewing you, they don't even know. But they'll ask questions that they don't know. They just are looking for a good answer. Maybe you can, if you're confident enough, you can say, give me the screen, I'll achieve it. I don't remember this. But then they'll expect you to know these things also. What is controlling field? What is dependent field? In fact, some people will be there, will be so irritated because they'll ask, first, will dependent field will be the first one or the second selection is controlling? Like they'll ask such questions also. I know at least in Excel, people will ask questions like, how do you deduplicate? Or usually, people will be doing something from here quickly. They're going to go to the data tab. They expect you to remember all these options in a tool. Yeah, it's silly. That's the right word. It's silly. But we have to prepare for that also, Harsha. I know it's silly. It doesn't make sense, but you might be a master on the subject. You know the interface very well. Remember the points that are written on that. Now here I can see, based on the controlling field, based on the dependent fields, there are two options given over here. So here I can see, yes, Praveen, that's right. So here we have seats, 5 seats. 5 seats could be what? It could be an SUV, it could be a sports car. So click on those two. They are blued out here. And similarly for 6 seats also, control, I'm hitting on the control key. I have held the control key and I'm clicking on these multiple clicks I'm doing. My control key is held. I'm holding the control key and clicking on wherever is. So 7-seater, even that is going to show SUV and sports. But when it comes to 8-seater, I'm going to select limousine. Notice how these are all highlighted. Now I'm going to click on, remember, include values. Without including values, no changes will be saved. Include values. And now those are all highlighted in a different color and I'm going to save it. 8 seats SUV, I'm saving it. Probably it will work. Or will it? Oh, it did. Somehow this is working. 8 seats, it is still showing SUV. Let me say 5 seats limousine. Oh, I'm still able to select that. Probably the changes are not working. What? Should I have to refresh this? So yes, I should refresh this page. And now here, if I select none, I won't find anything. I'll need to select number of seats. Gosh, what happened? Did I not save? I think I did. Let's go there again. You have a field dependency. Gosh. It makes us look so bad. I saved it. So if it is 8 cars, 8 seats, limousine should show up. That's all. And we did that and we saved it. And let's do one thing. Let's go to that object from here instead. Because this will be the refreshed one. When you click include values, no, it will be shown in a different color, cream color. It will first show blue color when you have highlighted. But after that, you should, yeah. Let's see now. Probably it should work now. Now it is working. But when you are editing the previous records, it is not showing that. Okay. Now if I select 5 seats, I can see only SUV and sports. If I select 6 seats, still shows me SUV and sports. If you select 7 seats, still shows me SUV and sports. But when I select an 8 there, it will only allow me to select limousine. Okay. Yeah, it will work. It will work. I will go back to this one. Let's make it 8-seater and let's just save it. And after that, if I edit it, no, now I hope that the type is going to be only limousine. Yeah, takes some time for the effect to, for the changes to take effect. Yeah. Is that the right sentence? Yes. 5 seats, SUV and sports. Now it's working. Okay. What about car brand then? See, you can add bike brands, you can add car brands, and then, you know, you can select which one should be which. If it's a Hayabusa, only bike can be selected. 2-seater, right? Like that. Homework. We can buy bikes as a homework. Buy, yeah. What you want to buy? Okay. So here's homework. So in homework, let's say car, like the brand name that is there. Let's make that a controlling field. And the type is going to be a dependent field. Or you can create your own examples. And if it's not working out, please let me know. Okay, you can create your own examples and try. But yeah, try and do this if you want. Wherein Dodge should always be limousine only. Sorry about the messed up uppercase, lowercase letters there for Dodge. Right? And if it's a Toyota, it can only be a what? SUV or sports car. Make it like that. Okay. Perfect. Very good. Very easy, you know, this field dependency. But now I'm going to ask you one question. You know what? When you achieve this thing, no, when you say, okay, field dependencies can do it, there will be others who will say, hey, why do you even need to drop down? You can just update it as it is. As soon as I select an 8 there, the type gets updated to limousine, the car brand gets updated to Dodge, because that's the case. We don't want our users. The users will say, we are okay with this one, but till we are clicking on this, no, we want to save those clicks. Can you do that? So it's going to be auto update fields. Let me see. Field update. Workflows and field updates will achieve that. Of course, we are going to spend some time on that after we cover junction objects. Okay. If I have to log in as another user, how will I do it? Let's say, guys, you want to share your account with me. You are facing a problem in your org. I will give you 2 options. You are facing a problem in your org and you want me to check that org. Would you share your email address, username and password and ask me to log in? Or would you add me as an additional system admin, provided there are licenses, of course, and then give me access? What would you do? Additional system admin. Yeah. And then let's say you don't want to add me as an admin also. You just want to add me as a standard user and still want me to check your org. What would you do? Of course, you will give me access. How do you go there? Someone is saying setting login access policy. Very good. Change the profile. Yeah, change the profile, of course, but settings, login access policies. That's the one. So if I go there, okay, let me say, So in order to access login access policies, would you go to settings or setup? Is it possible to go to settings from here? I know that from settings we can go to setup, but let's see. Settings. I think yes, user management settings. Will it take me there? Never tried this. So general settings. No. Salesforce settings. See if I click on this setup. Settings, let's go to settings. Profile icon. I'm going to settings now. And here is settings. And here I have login access policies also. Granting account login access is from the settings only. Thank you. Sorry about that weirdly worded question. So what are login access policies, by the way? Let's go to home here. When you go to login access policies, you will be able to enable others to log into your org. For example, you are a user, standard user, and you want to grant access. Then you will give it like this. From here, administrators can log in as any user. That is login access policies. But then grant account login access. That's a different thing. Grant account login access will be found on the settings page. So yeah, very different, right? Very different things. Two very different things. If you want to grant admins the access to your org, this is where you go to. If you want to access, if you want to grant others the access, oh my God, I'm also getting jumbled up in these words. So this is login access policies. And if I go to settings, grant account access. So here, there's a very big difference here again. Let me show you. Grant account login access. This is in settings. And it's the same page. It's the same page. So login access policies is the same page that we see in settings. Let's say I can log in as any user if I do that. And if I go back here to settings and grant account login access. Now this here, I can see that I no longer have the access. I no longer have the ability to give access to the admin because it's already given from there. So admin can log in as any user. Now here, I can give access to support, of course. So what will happen is that, remember this point, admins will be able to get into setup and find a lot of things. But if you are a user, only then this settings will be important. But if you are an admin, you don't have to worry about this. Of course, you'll have to worry about this if you are guiding another user in your organization about how to get to settings. That's all. Okay. I was trying to find if there is any example that will fit our use case wherein we could create a junction object. In order to create a junction object, we'll need to find out like car labels and dealerships. So I just saw that, we have got something called Kataria Automobiles, which is the topmost selling or something like that. Kataria Automobiles is one. Then there's Varun Motors, Kuttukaran Group, TV, Sundaram, Iyer and Sons. And we have Sai Service. So these are the various dealerships. And you can notice that one dealership is offering many brands of cars. And here we are also noticing that one brand is being offered at various dealerships, right? So let me put this in an Excel file now. Or let's just create a record, right? Are you getting me? So we'll quickly create a custom object so that, or is there any other ideas that you have? Let me ask. Or is this good enough? One car can be bought, is being offered at various dealerships, and even one dealership can have many cars. All right, so let's do that. And what is it that we want to accomplish? Let's see if we can use this to create a brand name, etc. This is for the service center thing, so I'm going to create a new object. And while I do this, you guys also should create a new object, okay? Please. So create, you said. After create, there is no new. After create, it just says custom object, okay? Which will actually, of course, create a new custom object. All right. So firstly, I'm going to say, of course, Nishchay, people will ask such questions. Some people are there. Okay. I remember at one point I was supposed to create an object and my boss asked me to meet with the SQL DBA for some access to reports so that, those can be downloaded and we can create a report like object and save records in Salesforce. So I went to that lady and, I said, I need this particular access. Then she said, why? I said, I need to load data into Salesforce. And she's like, but I doesn't know Salesforce. So it wasn't about knowing Salesforce or not. It was just about access to data. Anyways, and people, will, ask very different kinds of questions when they interview for Salesforce positions, although they might not have used Salesforce themselves. Let's call it, what do you want to call it? Car brand or anything else? Automobile brand. Yeah, let's make it automobile brand. Okay. Now, all the optional features I'm going to select. Hello search, add notes and attachments, and launch custom tab. And I'm going to say, wait a minute. Now, while we are creating it like this, object name, okay. Enter the record name, label, and format. By default, Salesforce is selecting this automobile name. Let me update this to say, just let me call it, or should I call it record name? Name followed by text, of course. Or I think, yeah. If you select auto number here, no, remember guys, created a custom object using spreadsheet. And now we are creating a custom object using the interface, using the like manually when we create. In data type, they're going to give you these options. Let the defaults be, because if you select auto number, no, it will all become very odd. So text, you will be able to define. And I'm going to say save and new. Now, the other object that we have to create is going to be automobile dealer. Okay, dealership, should I call, or automobile dealers? Okay, this is good. So yeah, keep selecting these. Oh, allow search, add notes, launch custom wizard, save. So we have created. Okay, what about automobile brand? We'll have to create for that also. Yeah, let's put the tab styles also. And next. And it should be visible to everyone. So next, include the tab in everyone's customized views. Say next. Okay. Now I'll have to add it for automobile brand also, no? Let's see if we can do that. Go to tabs and click on new and automobile brand from here. From here also we can do that. So I'm adding this to the tabs, automobile brand. Let's select anything that we can. And next, save. Okay, so we now have these two newly created tabs. Okay, and let's see if we can access this from here. Of course, we also have to create fields on those. Can you please suggest the fields that we need to create on this automobile brand? Let's just have 3 records. Okay, brand name is there. Okay, brand name is there. And what else would you want me to add here? Yeah, let's just add dealership. Should we? Lookup relationship. Okay, yeah, price. Okay, let's select currency.
Moving on to the next question. How can the developer declare a method as a test? And the 4 options are: define the class as test. Second option, define test method in the method declaration. And the third option, define @ is test keyword. And lastly, both first and second. You can comment your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce Online Training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
Yeah, let's go with the pick list value and let's create a pick list first. Whenever you guys create an object in Salesforce without using spreadsheet, what happens is that Salesforce will create a name field. That's the first field it is going to create. So all these standard fields will be there, created by, when was it created, etc. But the name is by default added. Okay. Okay, now here, but see, Rama, brand name is the name of the object, but the name will be given by us only. We will create records. Now, when we create the records, we will have that brand name field to fill the name. And now I'm going to add new custom field on this. And that is going to be, I think let's call it model or make. Okay. And we can do something like this. Let's, is that what it is? I thought, okay, here. So it could be sedan, 1000cc, petrol. Like that we'll do for everything now. Sedan. And I'm going to say here, SUV, hatchback, like that. Just please don't think about some logic here. Hey, how can an SUV, like it's an SUV and you are saying 1000cc, it doesn't make sense. Please don't think about that logic, no. And what else can we have now? Let's say diesel model also. I'm not sure it's possible to have such models, but diesel. So we are creating these. And what else can we have? Think electric vehicles or CNG. Yeah, let's have CNG. And I think we need to make this a multi-select pick list. Okay. Let's make this a multi-select pick list, please, instead of pick list. Where is the multis? Yeah, here it is. So next. Reason being that, we have not created a multi-select pick list till now. No, it's a good example. Every car brand that is there, it will have some more than one models available. That's why we are going to give this option here. And let's increase the visible lines to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or let's make it 5. Then, okay. And then next. And save. Oh, there's another field that you want to create, which is going to be currency. And this is going to be on-road price. How much can we have? Like, oh, we don't need this, no? Okay. So this is currency. Say next. Next. Save and new. What else can we add? What else do you want me to add? Car brand name is there and that is there. And let's say lookup field. We need a lookup field because now I'm going to show you what happens. Let's create a lookup relationship between this and the other one so that we will find out that, hey, we would need a junction object. I'm actually trying to show why junction object would be needed. Automobile dealer. Here. I'm going to change it as soon as this gets created, but yeah. So next and next and next and save. And what I'm going to do is, let's do one more thing now. Which is the other object that we created? We created another object. Now, what is the name of that object? Please let me know. Anyone? Automobile dealer. Okay, thank you. Okay, auto dealer. Automobile dealer, yeah. Fields and relationships. What fields can we create here? Let's create a new field. Automobile dealer. Automobile dealer will be, how many branches maybe? How many branches are available? Then revenue. What else would they track? Maybe something like a waiting period. Dealer location. Okay, dealer location or city. Okay. So shall we make it a pick list? Dealer locations, and I want this also to be a multi-select pick list field. Can you tell me why this needs to be multi-select? Because you can't expect these big dealerships to be operating from one city only. And we are going to have only one record for one dealership, which means we'll also need to show how many, which cities they are based out of. So can you give me some of the city names, please? In addition to, of course, New Delhi, Chennai, Kolkata, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Lucknow, okay. Indore also is there, okay. Thank you. Okay, Indore, Bhopal, Pune, Hyderabad, Aurangabad, okay. Aurangabad, Hyderabad, Lucknow, Indore, Pune, Bhopal. Indore, Pune, okay. Bangalore has been added here. And I'm going to select display values alphabetically. But wait a minute. I did not want a pick list field, no? So let me go back. Did I add Bhopal or not? Multi-select, where is multi-select? Multi-select. Here it is, multi-select. Let me add Shillong also. Okay. Let's Bhopal. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Covered everything, I think. So then this is going to be a multi-select pick list, isn't it? Yeah. A multi-select pick list should have about 6, let's say, because we have many cities. And I can say next here, next again, save and new. And here, tell me which one should I select. Can I do one thing? Let me create a lookup relationship first. On what should this lookup be? I hope you're actually getting there. You're able to think clearly now. I hope. Automobile brand. I'm going to do a lookup on the automobile brand. Instead of master detail, the reason why I'm creating a lookup is that, of course, we can create a master detail. There are no records that have been created, no? Let's do that. Perfect. So let me just save it for now. I'll change it right away. So there are 2 lookup fields that we created on 2 objects. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change that lookup. Here's the lookup. So I want to make automobile dealer. So on the automobile dealer object, right? On the automobile dealer object, there is a lookup field on automobile brand. Our friends are saying make it master detail, which means that the automobile brand will be the master of automobile dealer record, correct? Whichever field is master detail relationship, this field name, right? Object here is the child, and this field that we are creating is going to be from automobile brand, which makes automobile brand the master. master in the MD relationship. Let me save it. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the other object, which is automobile brand. And there I want to make the automobile dealer lookup field master detail, because see, when I'm in Maruti Suzuki record, I want to show that Maruti Suzuki belongs to Varun Motors. When I am on the Varun Motors record, I want to show that Maruti Suzuki is the master of Varun Motors. Can I do that? Or do you see any scenarios where that is not possible? And you can see here, I am not able to create that master detail relationship. Yes. If I talk about many to many, it might be confusing. Hence, let me again tell this to people. So you can't create, if one object is the master and the other object is detail. If one object is master, the other object is detail. And let's do that again. Let me write it down actually. Car dealer is the master record and car brand is the detail in the relationship. If I establish this kind of a relationship, and then I want to establish the reverse of the relationship, which is this, I will not be able to accomplish this. In simple words, this is what it is. Yes, one parent is there, one child is there, and then we can't make that child the parent and the parent the child, right? So what we wanted to show was that one car dealer can have many brands and one car brand can be available can have many car dealers, right? And that is what is called many to many relationship. And when I say many to many relationship, if you just remember this example also, it will be enough. So we know that one to many relationship is there. Like one country can have many cities, but that one city cannot belong to many countries, correct? That is going to be one to many for you. And one country can have only one capital. One capital can only belong to one country. That is one-to-one relationship. So there are three types of relationships between objects that we can create. One-to-one we are not going to cover. It's beyond the scope of this course. Please remember that. And there's a very roundabout process of doing that. One-to-one is like you create a lookup relationship there and there, and it should be done. But still, there's something called one-to-many. You all know about this. Remember this one-to-one, one-to-many. Then what do we have? Many to many. And many to many is like, what is one-to-one again? Remember these points, guys. One-to-many, one-to-many. What about many to many? And here, just remember these sentences to understand this concept. One-to-one, one-to-many, many to many. Clear? Or still not clear? Or you want examples? Thank you. Others, because if you are new to this, right, this one-to-many, one-to-one, if you've already studied it in your college, etc., it's okay. But I know there will be people who might have studied BSc, botany, zoology, chemistry, and this could be challenging for those people, because my background itself is biology. And when I came across this concept, I was really not able to understand. Although other people in the class, wherever I was studying, they were able to understand this concept easily. That's the reason why I'm asking. Or just remember this, maybe if you are someone who's really new to this, what is this relationships between objects? What is this? How are we, like, what is one-to-many, one-to-one? If you want to understand this, at least remember these examples, okay? These examples should be enough. And try to explain it to others so that it gets ingrained. All right, so here it is. And many to many relationship we want to establish, right? So here I can see I'm not able to create a master detail relationship the other way around, because one is already created. And hence, what will happen is that when I select automobile dealer, I will not be able to, show show that, this automobile dealer is selling many brands of car. And that's where a junction object would be created. That's where junction object would be created. Let me delete the master detail relationship. Not less than many to many, we can use junction only. Yeah, that's what. We can only use junction. Automobile dealer. Let's go to dealers. There it is. Fields and relationships. And where's the, here it is now. I just don't need this. So let me just delete it. Delete it. Good riddance. It's gone. Now what I'm going to do is, so how will we do that? That's the reason why I was creating the lookup field. Reason why I was creating a lookup field was that I wanted to show you that in the related list of automobile dealer, I will only be able to see whichever brands are associated with it. But on the brand associated list, I will not be able to see how many dealers there are. So I will create another object now. We will have to create the junction object now. So let's create that custom object. And we're going to call it what? What do we call it? Brands and dealers. And copy the same thing here. And you understand, right? This label here, whatever we put in the label, right? For example, if you write lead here, right? Then the record name will be lead, like record header will be lead, but the tab will be named leads. Have you noticed it? If you go here, for example, here it says car object, or let's go here. Yeah, here it says car object. And if I click on this record, it will say, no, we did not give it like that way, no. Like you see this opportunities or household expenses. So here in the tab, it is in plural, but here in the header, it says household expense name. If I click on the household expense, here it says household expense, but in the tab, it says household expenses. Similarly, here we did not do it, but I hope you understand this singular and plural thing that we are adding. So what am I going to do? Plural will be there in tab. So brand dealer, brand and dealer, and this is going to be brands and dealers. Let's just make it like that. So this, and there's nothing called junction object here. I will not find any setting called junction object. I just need to show you what a junction object is. Tab and space, tab and space, tab and space, tab, 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 tab. Allow search. Yes, I'm going to hit the spacebar for that one. Then I'm going to hit the spacebar for add notes, hit the spacebar for launch new custom tab wizard. And then I'm going to save this new custom object. And here we are going to give a color hands. Yeah, this one makes sense. Next and next and save. All right. So here, this is brand and dealer. Here we can add something. What can I do now? What I am going to do here is I'm going to create two master detail relationships. We were talking that we can't create more than two master detail relationships on an object, right? So let's create those two master detail relationship fields here. So the first one is going to be for which one? Automobile brand. Okay, let's make it this way. Automobile brand, and say next and next and next, save and new. Then the next master detail relationship will be between automobile dealer and this object. So automobile dealer, next and next and next, next, and save. Now notice what will happen. Okay, let's go to those tabs and see. Let me add it somewhere over here. Automobile dealers. I'm going to push it towards this. Then we have automobile brands. I'm going to push it towards here. Then the junction object. Let's push it towards this. Okay, how will I know whether this is a junction object or not? Let's see. Let me first create a dealer here. I want to import a list here. Okay. So data management also can be done. I'll show you how that is done. So, visit Kataria mobiles, etc. Yeah, let me open an Excel file. Okay, so dealer name, location. Sorry about the frequent back and forth. But yeah, let me just create it like this for dealers. Automobile dealer name, Kataria Automobiles. Branches, 5. And I can say they have A, B, C, G, and here. And we created a currency field. What for did we create this? Okay. We did not create any currency field on this custom object. Then why is it that we are seeing the currency field here? It was a very small, like I think for 5 seconds I spoke about this. Multi-currency. We enabled multi-currency. Do you remember? We enabled multi-currency. Once you enable multi-currency in the Salesforce org, then no matter which object you are in, no matter whether that is important to that object or not, a currency pick list field will be created. I'm not sure if you remember, but I did not, I just spoke for once about that. I should have repeated it. But now that you guys are listening, let me tell you. The currency field on this object has been created by default, of course, like you said. But if the multi-currency was not enabled, no, Nitin, if the multi-currency field was not enabled, that feature was not enabled, then this currency field would not be created automatically. That default also would not have been there. So just remember this point. See, every time. So Salesforce knows, whenever this person has to put in some data, actually, they should actually make sure that, any currency field, if it is created here, then only this currency pick list should show up. So remember this point. They expect every object to have at least one currency field. And that's the reason why they have this in the settings. How can we delete multi-currency if we don't need on this object? We can simply delete this field. From the layout, we can delete this field, okay? And that's it. The field is created by Salesforce. It's their like default feature. All we can do is we can remove it from the display. That's all. Good. Let's add Kataria Automobiles. Okay, let us create those records first. Let me create some more. Okay, it doesn't allow me to clone this, does it? Yes. I will clone this to add Varun Motors also. Okay. And let's make it, 5. So 10 branches for Varun Motors. What else are we going to look for? Clone this. TV Sundaram Iyengar and Sons. Let's do that one now. Does who knows that this TV Sundaram Iyer is it or Iyengar? I don't know, but this is what is the full form of TVS, it seems. Yeah, let's just put TV Sundaram and Sons. And let's have 14 branches there. Or just 4. Indore, Kolkata, Mumbai, Pune. Yeah. Control. Make it 4 and save. So we now have about 3 automobile dealers. And I'm going to create some brands. New automobile brand is going to, let's do one thing. What are the fields that are required? Automobile brand name. Brand name is the field. What else do we have? Model, make, variant. Model, make, variant. And what does this have? Sedan 1000cc. SUVs, hatchbacks, and the CNG variant. Then we're going to add these. South India petrol. Is that what it is? Okay, we have the model, make, and variant. We have the model, make, variant field now. What else do we need? On-road price. Okay. On-road price. It makes sense now. At least if you say something like an on-road price here, this currency field will make sense, isn't it? And then the other thing is automobile dealer. We had created a lookup field, I think, and why is it still showing up? I thought we had deleted it. Okay, let's delete that from the object. Automobile dealer. Yeah, let's delete this one. We don't want to have any relationship between those two. Okay, on-road price. Let's just give something here. Equals. Wow, hatchbacks are more expensive than SUVs. Let me randomize this with an F9. We have this price. Okay, and brand names. Let's give some brand names here. Maruti Suzuki. What else will be there? Ford. Let's say we have all these. All right. So here are the details that we have now. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this as a CSV file. But let's, yeah, it's already taking 1 hour to create the objects. So let's just, okay. So now here, I want to add those brands now. So I'm going to say import. Remember this point also now. I'm going to click on import here. And I'm actually trying to cover another topic in this one. Now that it is showing up. And that's the reason why we can't follow a specific schedule and say, okay, today we are going to learn this, learn this, learn this. Some people say we have to learn this one first, then that. But it doesn't make any sense because, you know, you always have to go into various things. Okay, is there automobile brand there? Or even automobile dealer there? It's not there, no? Something is off here. Wait a minute. Yeah. Custom tabs. At the bottom, you will see custom tabs. It's there. Save it. Page, you can go to any of the normal pages, like not the backend pages. Yeah, this one. Please click on the more icon there on the right. Yeah, click on that. Brands and dealers is there. Can you put that up? I think you already have Salesforce admin. Yeah, push this tab towards the left. This homepage, yeah, the one that is on this tab, left tab, not the Chrome tab, ma'am. So with that file on my system, I'm going to click on import here. Click on import, and the data import wizard, is that what it is called? It will open. This is the data import wizard, and by default it has selected automobile brands. Can you tell me why it selected automobile brands? Because when we clicked on the import button, we were in the automobile brands page. So let's click on automobile brands. We have selected this. Then we're going to say, what do you want to do? I'm going to say, I want to add new records. I don't want to match these. I don't want to update these because these records don't even exist. I'm going to say CSV. Okay, I'll tell you why we need this. For example, if you are adding brands, like Honda brand is already added. Let's say, wait a minute. How many times did I add Honda? Okay, yeah. So I'm going to choose this file. We might need to delete records later on, guys. Okay, just telling you upfront right now. Of course, we'll import these so that we don't waste any more time. I'll just say open and match by. What does this do? For example, Honda already exists and you don't want to import any duplicates. Then you can say match by name, but I'm not matching by any name here. Yeah, I wanted to reduce duplicacy. So here's choose file. We have chosen the file. I'm clicking on next. And here I'm going to map it to brand name. Should I? Yes, I should. So I'll just map it. I'm going to say automobile brand name and map it. Say next, start import. We'll have many records now. We will need to delete some of those. And here in bulk data jobs, we can see here's the job ID. There is one batch that was completed. 36 records were processed. 36 of them, all of them failed. Let me see why it failed. It says completed. All records failed. Let's see the result. The Excel file showing why it failed will show. Okay. The reason why it failed is because on my currency field, the data type is not matching. So I'll just put some normal numbers there. Let me edit this. I want you guys also to edit that file. Go to the car brand records field. And then from here, do one thing, guys. I'm going to do one thing. Let's just delete this. Okay, we have got these three varieties. Okay. And then I'm going to say, I just need to make it this and remove the decimals also. And let's make it a general number. Let's blank this out. Let's blank this one out too. Okay. So only do this one, guys. Only do this. Model, make, variant, don't have anything in this. Just make this one Honda, Maruti Suzuki, and Ford. That's all. Okay. I'm going to save this file. Now I'm going to import it. First ever import that we did, it failed. Just because the currency field was not matching. So let me click on import again. That file is there. No, you guys might have seen that file. Let that file have only 3 records and only 3 names. Very simple file it is. 82 bytes of data it is. That's all. So let me click on import. And now I will click on this automobile, new records, and CSV file is going to be the car brand records. Say next. And there it is. I'm going to map this to automobile brand name, map it. And I don't want to map this to anything. So I'll just remove this, map it to nothing. I'm mapping model, make, variant also to nothing. Okay. No mapping to this one, only mapping it to the first column. And let's run this import. Now I can see that progress is 100%, records processed is 3, records failed is 0. It's all done. So now I will go back to the sales app. Let's see if we have already added it there. Now if I go here to automobile brands, let's see all the records. 3 records have been created here. And I also want to add the model, make, variant, etc. No, so let's add all the fields. So if I want to add anything else, I'm not able to. Is there a lookup field on this automobile brand? Nothing is there. There is no way that I can get the dealer's name to show up here, right? In the list view, if we want to also show dealer on this, it will not show because there is no relationship between automobile brands and dealer. Remember this point. So now we have got, so notice this, automobile brands, model, make, variant, and on-road price. I can't get the dealer name to show up here. Reason being, there's no relationship, right? Similarly, if I go to automobile dealers and select all dealers, I will see all the dealers' names. Let me add the columns that I want to display. Tell me which columns you want to be displayed on this list view. Do you want to see branches? Maybe yes. Do you want to see dealer locations? Maybe yes. What else? I think, yeah, that's all. If you want to see car brand names here, you will not be able to see it. So let's save it here as well. So here is the automobile dealers list view. And here is our, let me open it in a different tab. Automobile brands tab here. Okay, let's just put an all to the list view, pin it up, pin this one up. So now here, model, make, variant, I can update it. 20,000, 20 lakhs, okay. Honda. Okay, so we have these records. And now let's go to another one. Okay, we have two objects. We can see two list views. One is automobile dealers. In the next tab, I have added this one. Let me add another one that says brands and dealers now. Now this is the junction object. This is the junction object. Let's see. Now there is nothing here, but I can add it. Let me add new one. I'm going to call this Honda, and I can we can say, I don't know what name to give to this one, but Honda Maruti. Yeah, let's just say Honda. Automobile brand is going to be Ford, and Ford is going to be available in Kataria Automobiles. I'm going to save this. Let's create another one. Let's create another one. Instead of Kataria, let me say if I can. Yeah, Kataria is also going to sell Ford. I'm going to say Ford, another. And then let's create another one. So brand and dealer, and what else do we need? Honda, Ford. Let's say Maruti Suzuki. Okay. And we are going to select Maruti here. And we're going to say Varun Motors. And similarly, Varun Motors will also be selling some other brands. No, it won't. It won't. Let's create another record. And this time we're going to say Maruti Suzuki will be sold in. Where else will it be sold? TV Sundaram Iyer and Sons. Okay, save it. And then I can also go to TV Sundaram and Sons and create another one. Now here in the related tab, I can still see brands and dealers. Let me create another one here that says they are going to sell a Honda. So here the brands and dealers are being shown. But by virtue of this being a junction object, what I can do is, if I go to Ford, here in this Ford record, I am able to find in the related, because Ford is the master, right? I am able to find this hybrid, and this hybrid is again associated with Ford. Let me do one more thing here. This brands and dealers, how do I change the list view? Can I change the list view? Automobile brands, list view. Just a minute, let me think. Which layout should I go to in order to do that? Or let me show you in a report. Yeah, I can show you a report here to showcase what we have achieved. Tomorrow someone comes to you and says, show all of these in one report. I want to see where else Honda is being sold. So for example, if I go to automobile brands, and if I want to check where is Honda being sold, I will not get any data here. But okay, I can see that it's being sold only in TVS. Okay, let me see if I can add another one to show Honda is being sold in a second dealership. So in addition to TVS, Kataria is also selling Honda. Save it. So now I can see here, but even this isn't working. I'll need to go to a layout and update it, but I can do it here. Go to new report and select dealers and brands. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So automobile brands with brands and dealers and automobile dealers. You can see here that we can actually show data from all the three objects here. We can't show it from, like, let's say if I search for automobile in the reports, I can get a report only on automobile brands. I can get a report only on automobile dealers. But I want to get a report wherein I can see automobile brands, automobile dealers also. How can I do that? That junction object which is there now, it will allow us to do it. For example, let's go to automobile brands. Let me start a report. And I want to see from this automobile brand is there, right? I can see that Honda, Maruti Suzuki and Ford are the records that are available. But if I want to add, I think, yeah, I should be able to. If I want to add the showrooms, the dealers where it will be available, right? I will not be able to see it. Automobile brand is there, but I'm not able to get the dealers from here. And if I go to the automobile dealers report and try to create a report which should also show me where all those dealers, like which all vehicles, which all brands these dealers are selling. So I will not be able to do that also. Automobile dealers, go there. Here's automobile dealers, of course. TVS Sundaram, TVS Varun and Kataria. I want to find out which automobiles are being sold there. I will not be able to get that data. But what I can do is, by virtue of this junction object, called, what is it called? I think it's called brands and dealers, right? Brands and dealers here. By virtue of this object, what I can do is I can get a report type like this. If I click on this, here what I can do is I can get everything here. I can actually group it by, let's say, brands. And I can run this to show you that, Ford is being sold at Kataria Automobiles. Honda is being sold at TVS and Kataria Automobiles. Maruti is being sold in TVS and Varun Motors. Similarly, if I want to see in which dealerships, which brands are being sold, then what I will do is, again, I'll go to this particular report type and I should be able to get, let's say, let's go with dealer this time, automobile dealer. There it is. Automobile dealer name. And the automobile brand name is there. Let's run this. And I can see here, Kataria is selling Ford and Honda. Reason for this extra one, because we created a duplicate by mistake. Varun Motors, only Maruti it is selling. TVS, it's selling Maruti as well as Honda. We are able to get this kind of a report. And we will also be able to get other things like, which Ford are we selling here? Let's see what kind of a record this one is. Let's see what kind of a record this one is. This one is sedan 1000cc. This one also is the same thing. Probably I'll have to delete it from one of these. Yeah. And this one wasn't needed. Now it will make sense. That's what a junction object will do. The data types are not matching. For example, my data type inside Salesforce for currency, for on-road price, does not have any decimals, I think. But here in the Excel file, I was having 2 decimal points, because of which it was like it was the data type of integer. So Salesforce is considering that as integer data type, not as the on-road price data type, and hence it is saying it's not able to upload. So in order to mitigate all those risks, I know that the car brand name is text. This one also is text. The lead mapping will work fine. The field mapping will work fine, and the records also will be imported smoothly without any trouble. That's the reason why I went with 1 column, just to show you that we can import records like that also. I know that you guys can create records one by one also, but it's part of the data import wizard that we will of course cover later on. Just like we have not yet discussed about reports, we have not yet discussed about data management, and yet there are 2 or 3 things we understand from looking at these reports, looking at these features. Okay, now I request you to go to the automobile brand tab. What is service setup? Services, wherein you have to work on cases. So let's say the product is sold, right? Salesforce is like, usually Salesforce people think it's all about sales, but no. After the product is sold, what does customer relationship management is expected to do? They are expected to work with existing customers also. They're expected to do the hand holding. Let's say you are a company that builds software and has to sell it. You will sell it, of course. After selling it, what do? You will need to implement that software. So who will do the implementation? Your company's employees only will do the implementation. So that also is, of course, that's the implementation part. Let's say that is a project which is happening. Even that is considered a service. And even after having that, doing that, implementation is successfully completed. And then what is the other service that people give? It is customer service, like one of our, Nishchay is saying. So there are these two things that can be managed during service setup. And remember the object called case, right? The object called cases. This is very important in the service setup thing. You can define your rules there also. Why are there two options here, right? People might think, why is setup a different option? Why is service setup a different option? Maybe there's something special about service setup. Let me go to setup here. So I will ask a counter question. Why do we have a home tab here and why do we have an object manager here? Can we not access the object manager from the home tab? From the home tab, can't we find object manager? Why do they have an object manager tab separately? Is it because all these options are not available here? Let me see. What do you say? Anyone wants an answer or has an answer? Yes, good. We can find it. So if I go to the home tab and if I search for object manager, it is here. If I click on this object manager, you know what happens? It will show the same page that I will get to see when I'm in object. In fact, it's taking me to this tab itself. So if you ask me what is this object manager, it's an easier way for users to find what they want instead of having to search everything in the same tab. Similarly, they have given you service setup. But yeah, I have to find out what are the different options that are available in service setup that are not available in the in the setup page. Okay, let's see. Omni channels won't be available, is it? It's still available here. Service. See, similarly, let's say process automation, it will be available. It's all the same. Okay, let's see. Service Cloud Einstein. Service Cloud Einstein is available here. So everything that is here is available in the setup also. Yes, that's right. But it's a good question. Remember this point also. I'm not sure if anyone would ask it because I'm not sure. But yeah, you can remember this. It's like a quick link for customers. It's not very different. But as newbies, you should have this kind of a question. In fact, I was expecting someone to ask this question. Why do we have these two separate tabs? And I would have been very happy. So we have this, of course. We have created the junction object. Oh, let's see. How do we identify a junction object? Very easy. Let's say in your org, you want to identify junction objects. You can't search for a junction object just like that. But I think in order to find a junction object, even in the schema builder, it's not very easy. If I go to this, I can only indicate how it looks like, right? It's like an indicator, but we can't find if there are it might be hundreds of objects are there here. And how do I find a junction object? Let's see. Where are our custom fields? Now here account is going to be my junction object. But even this one is not a junction object. Reason being, this is directly related to this. And this is directly related to this. But let's see a real junction object. Let me clear this all. Let me select custom objects. And we now know that we have car object. Sorry. Automobile brand and dealer. And if you search for it, yeah, like one of us is saying, because it's, I think it's like a workaround. It might be like a workaround instead of a specific topic. Okay. All right. View on dealers. You're okay.
So a lot of times what happens is that, can you please let me know if that list view is all dealers or recently viewed? Which one was it? Fields on dealers, fields on dealers. Right, so now let's go to this one. Let's add a quick pick list field here. Okay, let's add a quick. Okay, now what I want to show you here is that on the opportunities, if I click on an opportunity, let's say we go to this opportunity. Do you notice this ID, opportunity ID? This name is being given by whom? By Salesforce. That's the reason why I was telling that we should not have. Sorry, I actually covered it already by giving this example. So let me not repeat myself. But if you look at this, where are we getting this from? Did we cover this when we discussed about differences between Lightning and Classic? Okay, so remember this point also, guys, that this particular values that you are able to update, right, are coming from which stage, which field? You can look at these these values here: prospecting, qualification, needs analysis. So this is like a list of values from where I can only select one. I can't select multiple values on this particular, what is it called? Status, right? Yeah, status. So the actual status will be here. Stage, sorry, yeah, here it is, stage. Click on this and compare whatever is being shown here. Compare whatever is being shown here with whatever is being displayed here, and compare that. And also notice that we can only select one. This is not a multi-select pick lists, right? So this is like, you can only select one here. And similarly, this one. So this is like the opportunity stage that is being shown as a path. This thing is called a path. Remember this point, please. And we will have to update. We can also create custom paths, but every one page can have only one path. For example, if you go to household expenses, maybe we can track something and have a path there. Or let's talk about contacts. If I go to contact, maybe we can have something like a contact status. We can create a field like that and we track the progress contact. Please wait for some time. I think this page is loading. It's taking like forever to load. Okay, let's say Jeff Glimpse. And I don't see any path here. So we are going to see how to create a path from path settings. Okay, let's do that. Let's create a pick list field. Excuse me. I was telling you that we are going to create a contact status. And it will show as stages. How do we do that, right? It will come through path settings. Let's do this. Firstly, we will have to create a pick list field on the contact object in order to do that, because we can see that on opportunities and on leads and even on cases, you will have something like a case stage. Let me show that also. If I go to cases and open a case record, you'll see something like this. I don't see it. It usually is there, but okay. But now what we're going to do is we're going to create a pick list field on the contact object. So I'm going to the contact object, and you all know the drill, right? It just is, a few clicks that you need to do in order to create a pick list field. So let me click on new, and here's the pick list field. And I'm going to say, and then here, let's have these stages. Okay, let's have these stages under contact status. And I'm going to say save. So a simple pick list field is what we have created until now. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to home. We're going to search for path settings. So here's this thing, path. I need to enable it firstly. So let's enable it first. And now after enabling it, I get the option of creating a new path. Let's create a new path. I'm going to call this. Naming can be different, but yeah, I'll just record type. We don't have record type yet. We are going to pick list is going to be contact status. And you can see that in my pick list here, it is showing me 3 pick list fields that might be available on the contact object. So contact status is the newest pick list that we created for this very purpose of creating a path. So I'll select this, next. And now here I can see that all the pick list values are showing up here. Call, meeting in person, acquaint, offer, negotiate, and sale done. I'm not going to, make these fields important. They can be, like you can say call, and here some fields should be updated, but I'm just showing you a plain path that can be created. Sometimes what happens is that unless and until a meeting happens, you can't be going to this stage. So some of the fields should be updated as in when did you meet this person when did you meet this person physically? When did you actually call him? The call date. So all those fields will be made mandatory here, but I'm not going to do that because we don't even have those fields. Simple pick list field. It's now being shown as a path here. Let me click on these. Yeah, it's all good. And I can give some guidance for success here, some tips. It's like the info, but I'm not going to select that also. Let's go with next. And here you will have 2 things. You can activate your path and here. And I also want to enable celebrations when the sale is done successfully. So I'll say enable celebrations, sale done is going to be the criteria for celebration. What is that celebration? We'll see. And then let's make it always finish. And we are still not done. We need to add this to the Lightning app builder now. So we have now created a path, right? We have created a path. If I go to a lead now, if I go to any of, contact, where is that contact? Let's go to a contact record, and Jeff Glimpse was the record. If I open it now, I still don't see the path, but we have created a path. How do I enable it here? Okay, I'll tell you what we need to do. We need to click on this. We haven't done that setting yet. So last step is after you create a path, no? First step, create a pick list field. Second step, you will create a path. You'll enable the path and then make sure that the contact stages are showing in the path. And then when you create it, you will have to go to it, like you have to edit this page. Yeah. This contact page is there. No, I can edit this so that I can go to the Lightning app page. Here's the Lightning app page. No. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for my path here. PATH path. Here is the path. I'm going to pick this up and place it here. This is a very important step. 3 steps are there. We also have to enable it in the page like this. And that's the reason why this is specific to Lightning. Okay. And now if I save this, and if I go back to a contact, let's go to the contact record. I'm going to activate it now so that it is visible to all the users. In addition to saving it, I'll have to, I also get the option of, making it the organizational default, or maybe only for a sales app, it should show as a default, or maybe for some type of app record type and profile, it should be default. But I don't want to get into all of that. I'll just assign it as the organizational default, and it should be available to mobile users as well as desktop users. Next, and save. And now that I have saved it, I'll just do the activation also. After saving it, please do the activation. We have done the activation. So close it. Now, I will now go back to the contact record, and it should refresh and show me the path. See, the path is already here. I can see that the contact status is not filled. I can click on this I can mark it as the current status. I can go on and on and on and on until I can. So we were talking about celebration, right? Let's see what happens when we do sale done. Mark as current status, and then this is the celebration. Are you able to see it on my screen? Confetti. So this is the thing about path settings. First step, create a pick list. Second step, create a path based on that particular pick list. Enable that path and activate it. Like when you do activation of the path, you will have to do it in the Lightning app page by clicking on edit page when you go on the object where this needs to be added, right? So can you write which are the steps in one or two words? Create pick list, create the path, edit the contact page, save and activate. Perfect. While you edit also, you'll have to search for the path and then drag it. Where do you drag it? That's the important thing. You can always drag it to this area in the Lightning app page, between this area and this area, right? What is this called? How are we getting these buttons, right? And what are these tabs? And you can also get an answer to, some people will ask, hey, whenever we are going in sales in Lightning, we always have to click on this details tab to see the details. Why can't you make it the default tab, right? People will ask those kind of questions. How do we answer those? How to remove tabs? Which tabs do you mean, Ajit, when you ask how to remove tabs? This one, related in news, you want from tab bars. This one, right? Click on this pencil icon, right? Click on this pencil icon, and let's say, if this is in edit mode, let's say which tab do you want to remove? Let's say household expenses. Never removed the tab, so I'm also not able to answer this. Wait a minute. Personalizers, navigation bar, click on this home tab. Is this default? Yeah, here it is. I can notice that for every custom object that we added, we are seeing this. Here it is, the cross button, so that you can remove the tab. If I click on this, I'm going to remove this. And if I reset navigation to default, you can rearrange. Let's see. I have never done that. Didn't find here. For every object or for every page layout, you can have one path only on every object's page record. For every record, only one path will be visible on the Lightning page. I think it is there that you can do it. I have never removed tabs. I've only added tabs. So go to tabs, and here are the custom tabs, and app manager is where you go. Go to app manager, please. And from here, let's say from the sales app, you want to remove stuff. Let's click on this one, edit. I think it's going to open the same thing again. Here. Now from here, what I can do is I can click on, let's say, which one do you not want to see? Let's say you want to remove opportunities from here. You can click on this and remove it. Let's say you don't want household expenses. Click on this, remove it from here. Let's remove groups from here. We have already covered chatter, so I'm going to remove that chatter from there. And this is how you will manage it. App manager is where you'll go. App settings, navigation items. So yeah, okay.
So coming to the first question on this top Salesforce admin interview questions and answers set, it states explain Salesforce admin certification characteristics. Well, there are three different characteristics that you really should know about if you're approaching the Salesforce Admin 201 certification. In a way where, what you learn is a lot about how workflow, is functioned about, and of course, a lot about field creation and how you can go on to do a lot of task management as well. So who can learn Salesforce Admin training? Well, at the point of time, you can have system admins who can turn, you can have architects, security analysts, and of course, any other enthusiasts who are willing to, put the time, effort, and the skills needed for Salesforce Admin 201 as well. And then what's the average salary? Well, the average salary is around an average of $82,000 per annum in the USA. And of course, this is an average salary. The number will keep changing. And of course, it consists of both the lower median and the higher range too. And then coming to the second question, it says expand CRM and explain what it is. Well, CRM actually stands for Customer Relationship Management. It is one of these applications that we use to revolutionize the world of how we can provide services on the internet and then have customers interact with their business counterparts, right? Well, Salesforce is one of these platforms that helps us to automate and digitize all the marketing functions that's required. And of course, this at the end of the day means a lot of increase in the revenues and the profits too. It's not only that, the strategy of actually bringing in more revenue and profit is done by the customers, clients, and the actual sales that happen, right? So this one important thing that surrounds the entire world of the revolves around the entire world of CRM, of course, as the C suggests, it's customer value itself. There are 4 types of CRM initiatives, as you should know. You have customer acquisition, customer retention, customer churning, and of course, customer win back. So depending on the particular situation the customer is in, or in the initiative that he or she is in, they'll be assigned a quota. And of course, at the end of the day, they will be responsible for the business to drive in more profits and revenues. And you have CRM experts who make sure to bridge that gap as well. And then coming to question number 3, it says distinguish between Salesforce.com and Force.com. Well, to be honest, both of these are relatively the same, but what differs is the actual functionality. See, what happens in Salesforce.com is that we use it to help build CRM functionality based applications. For example, let's say you have an iPhone application that has the capability to either make phone calls, it can store all your contact details, and any of the other functions that a phone should do, right? So if you're on an app to do that, you'll be using something like Salesforce.com to do it. But then you'll be using Force.com when you want to customize a data model and see how you can generate and build a good user interface. See, you will need an iOS working environment that can run and build apps, right? So for that particular purposes, you will be using Force.com, and this simple difference is something that's very vital because functionality is the big name here. Coming to question number 4, it says what are the available portals in Salesforce? Well, there are actually 3 types of portals that are available in Salesforce. You have the customer portal, you have the partner portal, and of course the self-service portal. With the customer portals, what it does is that it enables us to actually utilize all the capabilities of the internet, like a very streamlined flow of channeling data. As a streamlined flow of channel where you can deliver good service at the end of the day. Next, we have partner portals. Partner portals make sure that you have users who are basically partners, that they can log into Salesforce by using a website, and of course it will be used for non-partners as well. And then coming to self-service portals. Self-service portal, here customers will be able to search for all the details of an organization by making use of this post, and that's a pretty simple task to go about doing that too. And then coming to the 5th question, it states why do we use tabs in Salesforce? Mention the types of tabs. Well, in Salesforce, the website itself, a list of tabs are actually placed under the same name, or the tab menu. And of course, what are tabs used for? They're used to access an object's data, right? Well, if you're at this point in time in this video, you really should know this. And of course, there are 3 types of tabs. We have web tabs, we have the Visualforce tabs, and of course, we have the custom tabs. So when you ask this question, make sure to answer it this way. And then coming to question number 6, it states what is profile? Mention the types of profiles available in Salesforce. Well, a profile is something which is very similar to what settings and permissions would be, right? It's exactly that. It is actually used to perform different functions, whatever it is, depending on what the users have defined and how one can go about managing records as well. So there are 2 types of profiles that you have to know about. One is the standard profiles and one is the custom profiles. Standard profiles are of course created by Force.com. Custom profiles, as the name suggests, are created by the users themselves. For standard profiles, you'll have a standard user, you'll have a solution manager, marketing user, you'll have read-only, you'll have system admin, and a lot of other profiles as well. Coming to question number 7, it says how to delete or freeze users in Salesforce.com. Well, this is a very tricky question. In fact, it's a very important question. You have to know that you cannot delete a user in Salesforce.com, but you can deactivate by using the freeze option. So deletion is not possible. You can deactivate by using the freeze option. To freeze someone, you have to go to setup, manage users and users there, find the user that you want to deactivate on, and of course you can click on freeze there. So it's as simple as that, but you do have to specifically mention that deleting a user is not possible. And then coming to question number 8, it states mention the ways to store files, documents, and images in Salesforce.com. Well, you can store files, documents, and images on the Salesforce website by using a lot of means. You can use attachments, and of course, you can bring the files via documents. You can have your Google Drive bring the data. You can have a lot of libraries, shatter files, and of course, a lot of other ways. So the convenience of Salesforce, you cannot beat at this, because at the end of the day, you can bring in data from a wide variety of sources without having to do much. Coming to question number 9, it says give one-word answers to the following questions. Well, the questions are like this. In the Visualforce page, how many field dependencies are used? The answer is 10. We use 10 field dependencies in the Visualforce page. So can 2 users have the same profile in Salesforce? Well, of course they can, right? So the answer to that is yes. And which field cannot be added as a custom index? Well, this is again a very important question. I'm sure you would have guessed the answer by now. It's the formula field. And can we edit a formula field value in a record? The answer is no, you cannot edit a formula field value in the record. And of course, can we use sharing rules to restrict data access? The answer is no, you cannot use sharing rules to restrict the data access, right? So these are certain simple yes or no questions that can be asked in a sort of a rapid fire kind of a manner in the interviews, and if you are asked this, well, now you know how to answer them. And then coming to the 10th question, it states how to set the login hours and the login IP ranges for the users in Salesforce. Well, login hours, right? So again, it is set by the organization itself, and of course you can log in the before or and then of course you can restrict the login time before or after whatever hours have been defined. To do that, you just have to go into setup, administration, manage users, profiles, and in the profiles you can work with logic hours. And then for logic IP, what we're trying to do with logic IP is here we're trying to restrict the attempt from an unauthorized IP address. To again go on to manage this, you'll have to go to the same pane to setup, administration, setup, manage users, and of course profiles there. So this can be used in an easy way to set up the login hours and the login IP ranges for the user. So if you want someone to not log in apart from the restricted time, you can do that. If you want to block off unauthorized IP addresses, or even let's say you know an IP address and you don't want the IP person sitting behind the IP address to access your data, well, of course in that particular case you can map your login hours and login IP to make sure that the data is safe. And then coming to question number 11, it says list the characteristics and functions of a roll-up summary field. Well, there are many characteristics of a roll-up summary field, and 3 or 4 are extremely important. One thing you have to know is that it is actually created for a master detail relationship, right? So that's its entire purpose. But then if you're wondering, is it possible to go on for a lookup relationship? The answer is no, it's not meant for that, right? And then one important characteristic you have to know is that auto numbers will not be available in the case of the roll-up summary field. You cannot change the field type, and of course it has the capability to derive the data from the child object, right? And functions of all the roll-up summary fields are you can have the min function, the max function, sum count. So all of these aggregation functions are possible when you're using the roll-up summary field. So these are some of the top 4 or 5 characteristics of a roll-up summary field. And then coming to question number 12, it says what are the different kinds of reports that are present in Salesforce? Well, there are 3 or 4 very important kinds of reports that you have to know about. We have the tabular report, we have matrix report, you have summary report, and of course you have the joined report. Now, when we're talking about tabular report is something which is extremely similar to what a spreadsheet would look like, right? It's simple. You can figure out the data in a fast way, in a rapid way, and it's one of the best ways that we have on how easily can we create a list of records and to use them later, right? And then we have the summary report. Summary report is very similar to tabular report, but here, we can allow users to group rows of data. You can create charts based on the data, and of course, you can view all the subtotals and do a lot more too. And then we have the matrix report. Matrix report is in terms a little bit similar to the summary report, but here the users can group the data and summarize the data based on both rows and columns. And then we have joined report. Well, with joined report, it is very easy to create multiple report blocks, which has the capabilities to provide a different variety of view for the data. And each of these block acts as a sub report in itself, right? So these are the 4 kinds of reports that are present in Salesforce. And then coming to question number 13, it states define dynamic dashboards and can we schedule dynamic dashboards? Why do we use dynamic dashboards, right? Well, these basically help us to set all of the metrics that we have in any sort of organizational usage. They are put into place because we require all the security settings for dashboards and of course, at salesforce.com as well. And why are they created? Well, they are created to provide security settings for dashboards at salesforce.com, right? And of course, there are two setting options that are present when one goes on to use dynamic dashboards. You can run it as a specified user, or you can run it as a logged in user as well. So this kind of a dynamic view that Salesforce provides is definitely a huge advantage in terms of CRM tools, in my opinion. And then coming to question number 14, it states name the different workflow components in salesforce.com. Well, there are 5 workflow components that you really have to mention when you ask this question. It's the workflow rules, you have the workflow field updates, you have tasks, you have workflow email alerts, and of course the workflow outbound messages as well. So if you're asked the workflow components, make sure to mention at least 4 or 5 of these components that are present in salesforce.com. And then coming to question number 15, it says what are the limitations of a time-dependent workflow? Well, there are two main things when we talk about whenever we think about time dependency and how time dependent workflow limits a lot of things, right? One thing is that time triggers will not support the usage of minutes or seconds. That should definitely be one of the setbacks. And of course, time triggers cannot be able to reference formula fields whenever you're talking about related objects and how one can go on to merge the fields as well. But then you cannot add or remove a time trigger depending on two things. See, you cannot add or remove them if there is a workflow rule that is currently active, and of course if it's included in the package itself, right? In that particular case, it would not be possible to add or remove a time trigger there. And then coming to the 16th question, it says how many ways are there to call an Apex class? Well, there are actually 4 ways of how you can call an Apex class. The popular ones are by using triggers, you have visual page, you have web service, and of course you have email services as well, right? So these are the 4 important ways of how one can call an Apex service. And on that note, coming to the 17th question, it says how to insert multiple records at a time. Well, you have a code snippet on your screen that provides the ability to insert multiple records in a single go. So make sure to take a look at that. And guys, I have one advice whenever you're asked questions like this. If always handy, or open up the Salesforce website, go into your account, and of course go on to show there practically. Have your laptop handy, and of course an internet connection as well. So during an interview, wherever possible, in my opinion, it is always it'll add a lot of value to your candidature if you can show things practically rather than write it down. I mean, of course, you can begin by writing down the piece of code, and then you can offer the interviewer saying that you can show it practically if he or she agrees, which I'm sure they will. In that particular case, you should definitely take the practical approach there. Now with that, coming to the next question, the 18th question, it says when do we use data loader? See, data loader is used in these particular scenarios. One, when you really have to load more than 50,000 or somewhere around 50 lakh records, and of course when you have to load an object which is not yet supported by any other web-based importing means. When you have to export your data, why do we export our data? For backups, of course. And then when you want to prevent all the duplicates that happens whenever you're uploading the records, right? It's not only this. For example, let's say you want your data to be loaded on when you're, for example, performing multiple mapping in the future as well. So even for that, data loaders are used effectively. Coming to the 19th question, it states define SaaS or SaaS. Well, SaaS stands for software as a service. It's one of the cloud service provisions. It's a service that's provided where you can develop an application by saving a lot of money based on hardware, based on software, based on requirement and scaling support too. So, you can have all of the web services and SOAs or the service oriented architectures when you're going to use SaaS. And of course, there are many top providers. We have Abico, we have Excelops, we have Akamai, we have App Dynamics and Apprenda. These are some of the top SaaS providers out there. Now, there's a good chance you'll be asked about the other services as well. So let's check that out. For example, the next question may be, okay, define PaaS. Well, PaaS stands for platform as a service. Well, here, a platform is given to you. Hardware, storage, network services, and an operating system, a working operating system is given to you to the cloud. But then to use all of these services, right, it's based on your subscription. You'll have to pay. Just like how you'll be renting hardware, right? It's similar, but it's on the cloud. So who are the top PaaS providers we have? We have AppScale, of course. We have EB2, which is the Elastic Beanstalk from AWS. We have Epistry, and we have CA Technologies, and we have Engineer. These guys are the top PaaS providers out there. And then of course the next question we'll have to check out is IaaS. Well, IaaS stands for infrastructure as a service. So what the cloud provider provides here is for example, storage, hosting services, servers, and a lot more. So you have the complete infrastructure that is given to you on the cloud platform. You have AWS, you have AT&T, CA Technologies, Cloud Scaling, Bluelock, Eucalyptus, and then of course there are other companies out there who do a very good IaaS too. So depending on the requirement, you would pick up one of these. So if you want a PaaS service, you can pick up an offering from that. If you want SaaS or IaaS, depending on what's needed and what's the need of the hour, you can go on to pick that. So all these three questions can be asked in another way. You can be asked to differentiate between IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. In that particular case, now with these three answers, you know what each of the offerings are in terms of cloud storage, right? So you can go on to answer them in an effective way. With that, coming to the 22nd question, it says, what are the different Salesforce editions that are present currently? Well, currently we have 5 different Salesforce editions. You have Salesforce Essential, Salesforce Professional, Salesforce Enterprise, Unlimited, and Salesforce Developer as well, right? And it always adds value for you guys to talk 1 or 2 lines about these editions in case if you have used any of them, or in fact, whatever you have used, right? It would definitely add value to talk about that too. And then coming to the 23rd question, it says, what are login hours and login IP ranges in Salesforce? Well, we already discussed what this is. This is a very important question, so I really had to mention this again, right? So you can schedule a login and log out based on the working hours or the time limit. You can flag a user who does not keep to the schedule and to go on to change these login hours. You can go on to set up administration, manage users and profiles to go on to do that. To reiterate, what is IP ranges? Well, IP ranges is, let's say, when a person tries to log in from an unknown IP, then the entire organization gets alerted based on that, right? So you can restrict the user. And all of these organizations, they use an IP range, right? So these IP ranges can be used in fact to provide the required secure access, and of course you can prevent any kind of loss or misuse of data too. You'll go to a similar section in the Salesforce UI to go on to change the login IP ranges too. This is a very important question, so make sure you know how to go about doing this. If you have a laptop in front of you, please do open it and do show this practically. And then coming to the 24th question, it says, what is field level security and how can it be controlled? Well, field level security, why is it even required, right? Field level security, why is it required? It helps us to control all the accessibility of a user to any particular data field that he or she may or may not be authorized to take a look at or edit, right? So if you're providing one user with the access to, let's say, see, edit, manipulate, or delete data, present in an object, well, in this particular case, you might be giving the person these edit and manipulation rights based on his or her work, and of course you can hide all of these details and objects from the other users who are not authorized to modify the data that's present too. So to control each of these single fields, right, we have field level security. You can have profiles, you can have permission sets, and it can be done in a very easy way. So coming to question number 25, it says, what is a custom metadata type? Well, you really should know what a custom metadata type is, right? We use it to store all of the information about an organization. As the name suggests, it's a custom object that we have. It can be customized based on the requirement. You can package it, upgrade it. You can have details of deployments and a lot of other things too. So, we use it to make sure that, we can configure the application without really having to break our head or spend a lot of time thinking about data migration and all the policies and everything you have to follow for that. So rather than doing it manually, it can now be done by making use of a sandbox, which makes things even more easier to go about. And then coming to the 26th question, it says, why are you applying for the Salesforce role in our company? Well, when you're answering this question, right, you'll have to convince the interviewer about your interests, your incline towards Salesforce, and why you think Salesforce is having a revolutionary impact, of course, on your life as a career and out there as a business as well. It adds a lot of value if you talk about the impact and the usage of Salesforce in the particular company that you're interviewing for, and how you think that it is adding value to them and how better can it be done. But then to go on to talk about why that particular company itself, in that case, you really have to need to know the job description in detail. You have to know about what's expected of you, what the company does, how you would fit in, and do you think you are the right fit for the role. To provide one answer for all of these questions would definitely be impossible. So it depends on you guys, but then take that approach to answer it and you will impress the interviewer that way. And then coming to the 27th question, it states, what is your plan after joining for this Salesforce admin role? Well, again, this is one of those questions which shows your interest in this particular field. To answer this, talk about how you want to invest your time to understand what the Salesforce architecture that is already existing in the company is like, how you are willing to put yourself out there on the map, and of course how you are willing to bring some changes. All the goal is to make sure that you can talk about this in a structured way. See, for example, Salesforce is a CRM tool where a lot of trendy things whenever that comes about in all of the world of CRM. Salesforce are the people who are going to jump on it first, right? On that particular case, you have to talk about how you can learn new things and implement it, verify if it's working, and all of these in a rapid manner in a production environment too. And then if you're approaching the question in this particular way, I am sure you can impress the interviewer. And then coming to question number 28, it states, do you have any previous experience in Salesforce? Well, if you do have past experiences, and if you're coming from a same Salesforce background, do talk about that, because with that, the interviewer is trying to understand what, you cannot mention all your details on the resume, right? You cannot have a 10-page resume to talk about what you had done in the previous company. Now, when you're given a chance, you definitely should talk about what work you did, with your team. And of course, what is the impact you had on the organization? What was your takeaway? And it's two sides of the bridge. It's how you helped the organization and how the old organization helped you shape your career as well. But then if you're a fresher who's asked this question, you can say, of course, that you do not have any professional experience, but if you have interned previously in an environment which uses Salesforce, or if you have done any projects or any explorations on your own to learn Salesforce, or if you have a certification program done in Salesforce, this is the right time to answer that.
Moving on to the last question. Which of the following option corresponds to a Salesforce asynchronous process type? Firstly, we have batch, then schedulable, future, and lastly, all of the above. You can comment your answers in the comment section below.
And then coming to the 29th question, it says, do you possess any other skill that can add value to this Salesforce admin role? See, if you're at this video, I am sure you will already know all the primary skills that's needed for the Salesforce admin role, right? So the interviewer will not ask you what are the skills that's required for this particular job, because if you're already there interviewing, there's a good chance you already have these skills. But what are the other skills which are extremely important? You'll require very good communication and team playing skills for sure, because if it's a big project that you're handling, it's a very good chance you will not be soloing it out. And of course, you need to know how to go on to handle complex user interface, because sometimes things with Salesforce can ramp up pretty easily, and how to work with data is something you're going to have to work. And then of course, another thing is that you really need the know-how of how you can go on to work with data and handle the same too, right? So if you talk about 4 or 5 other skills, or what we call as secondary skills, it is definitely going to add value to your candidature. And then coming to the 30th question, it says, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, again, a certification program is going to add immense wealth of knowledge to you, right? So you will be trained by industry level professionals across the globe. You will get a lot of knowledge. You'll become proficient in all of the concepts that's required based on what kind of certification you're approaching. And at the end of the day, you can go from beginner to an expert real quick if you are willing to put in the right amount of time and efforts into it, right? This is all good. This is for you. But what does it say to the interviewer? Well, to the interviewer, it states 3 good points if you are certified. One thing is that, it shows that you have an interest to actually advance your career in this particular field. You might be coming from a very different background, right? You might be coming from a commerce background or another development background, and you saw that you have interest in CRM, and that you found, that you're good with Salesforce. So in the particular case, you have put in the good amount of time, money, and effort to become an expert. Going from a beginner to becoming an expert shows a strong aspiration, right? And of course, it's not only that. If you've picked up a certification program, it means that you are an effective learner. You have the capabilities to learn things and implement industry level projects. And on that note, how should you answer this question? See, of course, if you have multiple certification offerings, examinations that you have cleared, do talk about them, do list everything. But if you're talking about certification programs, one thing in my opinion is, do not take a lot of time to answer what it is that you have learned through that, but then do talk about how you have used what you have learned. Well, in that particular case, all of these interviewers and recruiters are behind your knowledge, right? They want to know what you have practically done and how can you start contributing to their company in a quick way. For that reason alone, you will require a lot of practical knowledge that's going to help you in the job as well. See, this is something which is very important, talking about the practical experiences, projects, use cases, and a lot of those things instead of just the theoretical concepts of what you have learned.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce Online Training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.